Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the 277th meeting of the Council and would like to begin the meeting with a land acknowledgement. We want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the Council regularly meets and its staff office resides in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. The Council wants to honor the Dena'ina, the Indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We are glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. Our agenda for this meeting is available on the Council's e-agenda site. As always, we intend to go through the agenda in order, but items may be taken up earlier or later than they're listed on the schedule depending on how we progress. Are there any objections or changes to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we have an agenda. So before we proceed, the Council would like to make a couple of special presentations. First, I'd like to present the Bob Mace Distinguished Service Award. Bob Mace was known for his integrity, dedication, professionalism, and conservation ethic while serving as a council member for 23 years and representing the state of Oregon. In Bob's honor, the council established the Bob Mace Distinguished Service Award. This award is only occasionally bestowed by the council to an individual that exemplifies the highest levels of dedication, professionalism, and conservation ethic necessary to make the fisheries off Alaska the best managed in the world. It is my pleasure to announce that the council has selected Mr. Daryl Brannon as a recipient of this highly prestigious award. The council recognizes Daryl for 33 years of exemplary service, supporting the sustainable management of Alaska's fisheries. Beginning as a council economist in 1992 and later becoming a highly sought-after analytical contractor, Daryl has consistently delivered high-quality, unbiased economic impact analyses essential to council decision-making. His deep expertise in fisheries economics has shaped major allocation and limited access privilege programs, including the American Fisheries Act, Amendment 80, the Pacific Cod Trawl CV program, and the Gulf of Alaska Rockfish program, as well as numerous IFQ, crab, halibut, and trawl-related actions. Known for his professionalism, integrity, and generosity in mentoring staff, Daryl is deeply respected across the council process for his reliability, adaptability, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Daryl, would you please come up to the head of the table to receive the award?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody in the process. It's the people in this process that really make the system work so well. And I have the utmost respect for so many people in this process that have mentored me over the years, that have given me sound advice, that have helped me along the way. I remember when I first got hired, Dave Witherall and I applied for the same position. We both ended up because Chris got promoted deputy director at that point. And Clarence hired me and he said, well, I just finished working at Louisiana State University and I had been working on an alligator farming project. And he said, well, if you can work with alligators, you can work in this process. And so I've really treasured my time here. I'm grateful that I've been able to make a small difference in this process. And I would just like to thank everybody for the support they've given me and the friendship that they've given me over the years. I thank you so much.
We have another award to make, the Terry Quinn Distinguished Scientist Award. Dr. Terry Quinn was a very active member of the North Pacific Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee from 1986 until his death in 2019. In Terry's honor, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council established the Terry Quinn Second Distinguished Scientist Award. This award is bestowed to by the council on an individual who, over the course of many years, has made outstanding contributions in fisheries science or other related fields, and has been dedicated to ensuring that fisheries science and management in the North Pacific are the best in the world. It's my pleasure to announce that the council has selected Dr. Michael Downs as the recipient of this highly prestigious award. Dr. Downs is a highly respected social scientist who has worked with regional fisheries management councils and numerous federal agencies nationwide to ensure that regulatory actions consider the sustained participation of fishing communities and their interconnected networks of support sectors, subsistence activities, and cultural traditions. The North Pacific Council process is fortunate to have had his contributions to fisheries science and management for more than 30 years. He has served as a member on the Council's SSC since 2018. He has conducted more than 25 social impact assessments, such as the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Crab Rationalization, the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program, Amendment 80, and AFA. He has provided outstanding mentorship to his staff analysts over the course of his career in the North Pacific. Dr. Downs' career is a demonstration of the values embodied in the Quinn Award, including a deep passion for the people and communities connected to these fisheries. By all metrics, Dr. Downs is exceptionally worthy of this special honor. So I'd like to ask him to come up. He's in the room. Yeah.
To say I'm humbled is an understatement. Thank you so much. I wish I was eloquent as Daryl at this moment, but it truly has been an exceptional experience. And the reason for my success, as Daryl's, is the people in this room, the people that were willing to share with me their concerns, their issues, to help me understand the communities, industry, and it's been truly an honor and a privilege to get to know each of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you both so much. Very fortunate to have you in our process and have had your support for so many years. So we're ready to move on to the next section of our agenda, our B reports. We have 9 reports under this section, and we will receive oral reports on 5 of them. The B1 Executive Director's Report, the B2 NMFS Management Report, the B4 Alaska Fisheries Science Center Report, the B8 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Report, and the B9 Bering Sea Pollock Industry Report on dynamic spatial closures, or spatial closure measures for 2026. As a reminder to the public, we will receive all of the B reports and then take public testimony. So please sign up on the e-agenda if you wish to testify on B reports before our B9 presentation. So I'll hand over the mic to Ms. Diane Evans.
Good morning, members of the council. We have a fairly brief executive director's report for you this morning. So first noting that we have some visitors from National Marine Fisheries Service headquarters, Mr. Eugenio Pinheiro Soler and Dr. Evan Howell, who will be speaking shortly. We'll be speaking at the beginning of the B2 report, but we welcome you to Alaska and to the North Pacific Council. We have a section here to talk about the impact of the recent government shutdown on this process. You'll be hearing more about that in the National Marine Fisheries Service report as well, and probably the Alaska Fisheries Science Center report in addition. But just in terms of this council meeting, primarily we'll see the changes that result from that shutdown in the agenda item that relates to groundfish harvest specifications. As we get to that agenda item, you'll hear from our staff about the process that we've undertaken, given that we were, because the federal stock assessment authors did not have time to, because they were on furlough, to complete their assessments. We canceled our groundfish plan team meeting, which was scheduled to review those new assessments for this year. And so our staff have spent time putting together the information available to support groundfish specifications agenda item for this year, and the process that that we're following as best we can for our typical process using the information available. So you'll hear a lot more about that when we get to the C4 and C5 agenda items, to make sure that our process continues to be consistent with the typical council process, the requirements of the Magnuson Act and National Standard 2, as well as other federal requirements to the extent possible. Another notice that came out this week was the extension of the public comment period on Executive Order 14276, and that's the Executive Order Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. As you will recall, the Council reviewed this executive order and the Council's response to that at the request of the Secretary of Commerce at both the June and the October Council meetings, and the Council did submit 2 letters during the comment period when it was open earlier this year. But there is an additional opportunity through December 15th if anyone, whether the council or individuals, want to provide additional comments. This is also the meeting at which the council makes SSC and AP appointments. And so that will be discussed during executive session and announced at the end of the meeting, but just noting that there are 10 advisory panel seats that have terms expiring at the end of the year. So the council will address those expiring terms. SSC members are appointed for 1 year and may be reappointed at the pleasure of the council. We have 2 SSC members who are stepping down this year, Dr. Mike Downs and Dr. Pat Sullivan, but the remainder of the current SSC members have requested reappointment. Wanted to note in the ED report that former council member and council chair Rick Lauber passed away in September. He was involved in the council process for 24 years, culminating with 9 years as chair from 1991 to 2000. He didn't overlap with my time here, but I certainly heard stories about him when I started shortly after that. And I suspect many or some of you in the room will also have known him well. He was, as a chair, he encouraged thoughtful council debate and public input. As the chair mentioned, we do have a B9 report looking at the, in response to a request from the council in June to request that the Bering Sea pollock industry develop dynamic spatial closures for the 2026 A season to protect Bristol Bay red king crab. And so you'll be getting that report under B9. And then the remainder of the report just focuses on a couple of administrative things. Obviously, as you are aware, the former executive director, David Witherall, retired at the end of October after 33 years. We have a reception planned for this evening at which we will commemorate his retirement, as well as former council member Bill Twite. Just in terms of personnel, you may see a new person on our staff around this meeting. We've hired a temporary technical assistant, Kai Grady, who will be helping with our administrative team. She's training with our administrative team this week. And then we have included in the report a number of recent staff and council member activities. I won't walk through all of them, but if you have questions or if council members have questions on any of those or want to speak to their own activities, I'd provide that opportunity. Because of the lapse in federal appropriations, there were some events planned over the last 2 months that were canceled, and many of those are getting rescheduled. So we've noted that where we can. I'll just look around the room. I don't see anyone jumping up to add their input. Other than that, I think we spoke about the events that we are holding this week. Already, the council will meet in executive session tomorrow afternoon. So just noting that on the schedule. And that is, I think, the summary of information from the executive director's report. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Are there any questions on the ED report? All right, thank you. Seeing none, we're ready to move on to our B2 agenda item. Before we begin, I'd like to invite Mr. Genio Pinheiro Soler to come up at the front of the table, as well as Dr. Evan Howell. Join us. We'll make some room up here. Welcome to the both of you. Thank you so much for joining us and for traveling all this way to attend our meeting and to meet with stakeholders and fishery participants. I'll hand over the mic and allow you to address the council.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here. My name is Genio Pinheiro Soler. I'm a commercial fisherman by trade. I'm from the Caribbean. But I've been involved with the council system for more than 30 years. So I know not all of you, but most of you. And when the opportunity came to be here, I had two choices, either to go to St. Thomas in December or come here. So I said, nah, I'm not going to go. So I'm here because we are, I'm here just to, not to talk to you, but to listen to you. Because this has been a very difficult year. You understand that the shutdown really derailed and took some of the air out of our lungs to complete the process we were into. And I want you to know that the administration is deeply involved with you, and that we are with you in this process of fisheries management, and to make sure that the American industry and the American fishermen go first. So that is part of the agenda. For us, it's very important science. Evan will speak more about that. We are putting all our chips in most modern science, also in cooperative research projects, and but in the council system is the keystone to everything. The most important part of this equation of managing is the council. I remember many years ago, your Senator Ted Stevens, and I was having a conversation with Bill Hogarth, one of my predecessors, the other ones sitting at that corner there. Chris. So he told me that we were not here to manage only fish, we were here to manage people. So that has been like a mantra, and that's why we're so interested in this. Has to work, and we have to make sure that you get all the best opportunities to deal with all the adversities. We are very much aware of issues of trade, the Russian issue. We are very much the aging infrastructure. So we're here to help. I'm not here to tell you what to do. No, I'm on the contrary. I'm here to listen to you, to listen to your concerns, and I'm going to be here for the next 2 days. So feel free to call me. We can have a beer, we can have coffee, but just make sure that you don't go home without talking to me and giving me your concerns, because as I told you, I'm a commercial fisherman, the first commercial fisherman to ever occupy this position, and friends are those who have eaten salt together. For many, many years, the commercial fishing industry has been pushed around, and that's not the way to go. We have to keep it sustainable, but we have to make ends meet at the end of the day. We are not here we're here to make sure that every one of you gets rewarded for the work and the intensity you put into the ocean. And with that, I want to include also the charter operators. They're a big part of this, and the processors and everyone in this. This is not only one line item. We are in this together, and we have to go ahead and move forward together. And with this, I was reminded that the council system is the way to go. We are deeply committed to assist you in everywhere we can, any way we can. Evan?
Well, thank you. How are you going? And good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. So I work under Henio as the Deputy Assistant Administrator to him for scientific programs. I'm an oceanographer by trade. I did a lot of ecosystem work. I grew up in the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center and the Western Pacific Council process from the late 90s until about 2020. And I came on as a researcher through the University of Hawaii and worked up to become the deputy director there. So I really understood that region and that council process. And I walked away from that region coming to headquarters with a feeling that the science works when the management works and the council process works. And it has to be a part of this lineage. And you also have to include the people whose livelihoods depend on the science and who can provide the information in. So I come into this role really curious in the councils that I haven't spent much time with. And that's why I came here today, again, to listen, learn, and get to know people and understand what can I do to help in this role. I feel that I'm a conduit between the regional scientific management council process and where the administration goals are. So as we look to things such as ensuring that we have consistency in the base foundational science that has to happen through this process, and that we try to remove as much as possible, which is sometimes in our control, sometimes not, that variability in the ability to provide that foundational work at the same time as also trying to modernize and be as efficient as possible, meeting the administration's goals coming in to identify the best way to get the best information and make the best decisions. And right now, I think we've got some unprecedented things, and that's what I'm also interested in hearing about, is what happens when that constant thing that you've done changes outside of the sphere of control. And so then again, my role in this and working with Bob and working with John and Sam and Henio is what can we do to help get the best information to make those decisions? So I don't want to go on too long, but I want you to know that I'm here to learn. And I also am very open. And so whether you have a chance and you want to talk with me over the next couple of days, ask me questions, I'll answer any question I get with whatever I know, or reach out to me afterwards. That's why I'm here, to make that connection, build that relationship. And I appreciate the time to be able to speak to that.
Thank you both. I know you mentioned that you're here to listen, and I'm sure you'll get an earful over the next couple of days. We're not a shy group around the table or our public, so we really appreciate that. But I know that the council members would probably be very excited for the opportunity to also maybe field a couple questions your way, and we'll make sure that those are limited and we can continue conversations on the side. But I'll just open up the floor then to see if anyone has questions that they would like to direct to you at this time. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both so much for being here. My question, I guess, is maybe for Dr. Howell, and we've had a lot of interest, and we were partway through a survey modernization program, which was intended to take 5 years for the North Pacific. And so given that the EO specifically addressed modernization and using advanced technology, and we've been interested and supportive of that in our region, I didn't know if you had any update for us on the timeline for that, or what you think your plan would be, and whether that's a national basis or a regional basis plan.
Oh, they're both on. All right, I got it working in it too. So thank you for that. I appreciate that question. To me, I am in a national role, so I am looking at all of the different regions. But for this particular instance, I would lean on the region and the knowledge here to inform how we best do it. So as far as I'm concerned, unless there's information that has changed or that we feel otherwise now, we would try to move to get that plan keep going. To me, that this Bering Sea modernization is a priority for the agency. It's a priority for the region. And so what we need to identify is what might have kicked us off the tracks, and then how do we get back on these tracks? And so I have been working with Bob, and there are things that come up that change things. And so my question will always be, well, are we still wanting to go in the same direction? So what is it going to take? And I think the place where we might have issues or variability that we have to figure out together is if there's one of the questions I ask is, is it a variable or a constant? So is there one solution to this? Is it just a money issue that the only way that we're going to make this work is if we have cold hard cash? And in that case, then that's where we'll try to advocate or shift the system around, which then becomes, a mass balance equation. And then the other one is there something else that can flex within our more immediate control that gets us to where we're going? And that is where I think we lean on the council and the management office and the science office to work together to figure out. And I think that's also what's happening with the stock assessments this year. So I'm interested to see how that flex and that relationship building can happen to get to a good recommendation. That then again, the role I see is as a conduit. How do I help to make this happen? So I feel we're still on board with the plans. The question is now, what does it take to get back on the tracks?
Thank you. I just want to thank you for that response. And maybe you've already understood through this region, one of our major concerns has been in support of moving forward with new technologies or changes to the survey or the survey design, to not undermine or lessen our core data streams that we're getting kind of from our old system. So if we're testing something new or trying something new, we're doing more of a side-by-side comparison to ensure we get the full level of data that goes into our stock assessments. So no need for follow-up unless you'd like, but a major concern of ours has been moving toward new technologies and not funding our kind of core data streams. And so doing those simultaneously while we test out new systems has been something that we've supported.
If I may, just a brief follow-up in general. So I think I agree. And I think that some of this comes back, that's an area of variability to me, is that if we only have a finite amount of resource available, then we know that this is important and we know that we have to modernize. Then we might be putting something on the secondary or tertiary priority scale down to reinvest more into getting things done at the same time. I have a good conversation coming up with Henio and the Chief of Staff, Laura Grimm, who's working with Neil Jacobs, to talk about plans for how do we move towards a more modernized system. And this side-by-side comparison, we hear it from Congress, we hear it from the regions, we know that we need to do it. So in this case, what I would just ask is that we remain in open conversation, and that as we plan this out, if there's areas of concern, that we bring those out in the open and that we discuss them and try to find the best solution going forward. That's the way I would approach it.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to you both for being here. Really appreciate your visit to our great state of Alaska and the opportunity to talk with you both here at the table and for the next few days while you're here. My question really relates to a presentation that this council received in June of this year from Sam Rauch, related to some discussions that took place, I think, at the Council Coordination Committee about the Regional Fishery Management Councils and NMFS aligning priorities in the face of new administration priorities and potentially fewer resources. And so my question for you today is if NOAA Fisheries is still on that path, and if so, can you give us any insight into how and when the councils will have the opportunity to engage in those discussions and maybe what that looks like?
So yeah, thank you for that as well. Yes, we're still looking at this. We still have some of the pressure points in terms of we had a large staffing change that came through last year where we had a lot of people that chose to retire or that we had, other things happening. There's a big push on making sure that we have the resources in the right places. And so some of this was just this internal stock taking, no pun intended, about how do we make sure that we're getting the priority work done with the level of effort that needs to be done on those particular things. So really that reanalysis, which in the discussion we had last night, I understand, and has been done a lot here. And so we gave a generalized presentation to the CCC that wasn't council specific, and not every council is the same. But I think that the intent for the upcoming would be for the councils to be very engaged and feel up front. And my recommendation would be, if you're not feeling that you're a part of the conversations right now, to help build what that would look like, because to me, again, Science Management Council, that trifecta is what we need. Then let's be active in that conversation space to help build that out. Because really at the end of the day, we need to make sure we're putting the effort and the resources to the priorities.
And if I may, yeah, we just finished all the we're wrapping up right now the council recommendations for the executive orders, and we just reopened the public comment period for people to make comments. So obviously we are off time by 40 days of the shutdown, but we are back in track, and we are just getting all the information together so we can make a sound decision at the end of the day.
Thank you. And Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really appreciate both of you being here. This question's for the Assistant Administrator. This work in a lot of different intergovernmental forums, and one thing that I just hear consistently, whether it's state agencies or the public, is the strong endorsement and support of NOAA's mission and the work that you all do. I think, given the lapse of appropriations here this fall, a lot of America thought about TSA and SNAP benefits and things like that. And a lot of people in this room were thinking about your all's work and the ability that we need you to deliver on your mission. The reductions that Ms. Baker referenced to NOAA are severe, not just from the lapse of, but I'm talking about this past winter and this spring. And I'm just curious, can you give some insight into how the administration is going to build the next presidential budget? And will you all have the ability to inform that proposal, or are you reacting to top-down reductions? And then also just what can we do to help? Thanks.
Obviously we have to wait for the budget to be proposed. That's the normal. That's the road to do it. But we are at this point aware of the shortcomings, and we are working prioritizing the most important things that we can with what we have. Yes, of course, we're looking forward to when for example, hiring freeze ends. We hire and get back on track as soon as possible, and obviously looking forward to hire the best people out there that we can do it. And of course, also all these decisions are going to have to be taken in consideration with every different council. So this is not a one size fits all. Everyone has different needs. So we are very much aware of that, and we're moving. We're not idle. We're waiting for that moment to occur to move in that direction, move all our resources there.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple more questions. Mr. Williams and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, both of you, for joining us today and giving us the opportunity to visit with you. I want to follow up just a bit on Ms. Kimball's question. She mentioned or emphasized the importance of our current surveys, the base surveys that we currently do, and how important those are to us. I also believe that there's some opportunity to incorporate or gather additional information in these limited resource times from fishermen based, not fishery dependent so much, but fishermen gathered data. I wanted to kind of hear your thoughts or what you think about how we might incorporate some of that kind of data given these limited resource times to supplement what we're already doing.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak to that. So cooperative research is a huge administration priority. I think it's something that we've talked about in various forums for years, and I do believe that that is an important part of getting information. The last few years, I've spent a lot of time working in the Gulf of America to try to get to a system where the best information is collected by the people who can get it the best way, and so that we have that. And I think that we've gotten it to a point with states and federal systems working together in collaboration that allows us to do it. And so in this case, what I would be looking for and leaning on Bob a lot on the science side is to what opportunities are there And again, in terms of the process, a lot of times the science can lead in terms of, hey, we've got flexibility, we could collect it this way, but we want to make sure that we don't disrupt the process to be able to do it. So I think, again, I would want to know that, hey, if we get this new information, it's going to be effective through this process. And I think that's a discussion the council and the SSC can have to make sure they're primed to be able to receive that information, whether it's traditional knowledge or, industry knowledge or cooperative research. So I think those discussions need to happen. And I agree that if we're pushing towards efficiency to get the best information in the best way, that has to be a part of the conversation.
If I may add, in this administration, the CRPs are very high on the poll. In fact, I did one. I engaged in a CRP in 2004, the Atlantic Ocean, and I was lucky enough to discover the first fish species in the Atlantic Ocean in the 21st century. This is Odontantia senslei. And what I found out, the fish was not important. The important thing is that it brings, when you engage the communities and the fishermen, you give credibility to the process. You give credibility to the process. Just as science purpose is to do away with the uncertainty in the real world, at the ocean, where the ocean meets the sand, what matters is that those projects have to involve, and you have to engage with the best of the best, so that the community and the scientific community are involved. Everyone is involved, and you create a good product out of it. So without any doubt, our major issue, the 1, 2, 3 are number one. It's a science, improve their science. Councils and cooperative research projects. That's 1, 2, 3. Those are the three keystones of these administrations, and we're going for it. We're putting our money in that horse.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here and speaking with us today and listening as well. My question builds off Ms. Baker's on the prioritization of the agency and the council. And in June, from when we heard the report out from the CCC, we saw a matrix where the focus was, given limited budgets, we have to focus on the most high-risk, high-value species. And I'm just wondering if the agency's done more thinking. Are we still moving down that track? And what does that look like?
Hi, yeah, so it's great to see you again. Thank you for that. And so, yes, I think we are still working on it, but we have been moving slow. And obviously the 43 days that we were not working has put us off a bit. I think the main thing is that we're coming back and we're beginning to talk about it more at our senior executive leadership level to look at agency resources and what we need to put to where. And so this conversation, again, clear sense that I get is that there's concern because it was a generalized conversation and that we can improve the communication and the introduction of the council management and science together to talk about this is really less about we're going to tell you what we're going to have to do. It's more about, hey, this is what we have and this is what we're able to do. So what are we going to do together? And so I think we can learn from the first 6 to 9 months that we've gone through this and readdress this where there may be parts of the system that these are untouchable, that we already know and we feel very secure that this should be on this cadence or this is the amount of information needed. But I do think that the due diligence of doing some of the secondary stocks or some of the other things across the country could help us to free up some resource possibly to get to the areas where we have primary things that are not 100% funded to the level we think they need to be. To me, that's the spirit of that conversation. But again, it has to be effective with council management science. And I think we have room for improvement there.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have one more, and I think it'd be remiss if we didn't put in a plug for getting our harvest specification rules in place. That's the biggest task for us at this meeting. Our SSC just worked for 2 days in order to establish OFLs and ABCs for 2026, and our harvest specs expire in March of 2026. So we need a rule in place. And I think normally I wouldn't bring it up to your level, but we've had some issues with kind of this the delay in getting Federal Register notices published and rules published. And so I just need to raise the red flag that we need this rule published or we will not have Alaska fisheries by mid-March in 2026. And so I just want it to be at the top of the pile, wherever that pile sits. Thank you.
You will have a fishery next year because I already signed that. So we're just waiting it back to DOC, but it's done.
And DOC has it at the top of the
Yeah,
pile.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Kimball. Thanks. Any further questions? Okay. See none. Your efforts to make it here mean an incredible amount to the council, and I think really underscores the importance of the collaboration between the agency and our body. And we really appreciate your continued support and leadership and focus on that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on to our B2 agenda item, and we have Ms. Harrington and Mr. Curlin on leads. Thank you. Ms. Harrington, thank you.
Good morning, members of the council. I'm Gretchen Harrington, the Assistant Regional Administrator for Sustainable Fisheries in the NMFS Alaska region, and I'll be providing the NMFS B2 report. To start off with, we just wanted to let folks know during the lapse in appropriations, we were able to conduct some essential functions, including our ability to manage fisheries and close fisheries and issue the IFQ for the crab fishery. And that included monitoring and security of our IT systems and completing an ESA consultation on projects that are top priorities for this administration. So some work was able to get done during the government shutdown. However, we appreciate stakeholders understanding that we could only provide limited services during the lapse in appropriations. One note, we were unable to hold a tribal engagement session prior to this December council meeting. However, we are planning to have one prior to the February council meeting, and we will be reaching out directly to tribes to organize those events. We have had some progress on rulemaking, and there's a couple of updates here. So we are working on the final rule to implement Amendment 125, and that's to allow small boats in the Pacific cod fishery to use the jig allocation. Unfortunately, this is a final rule that was not able to be published prior to being able to be implemented for this season. So we anticipate that if published, we anticipate implementing it for the next season. We're also working on a final rule. We had a proposed rule that published October 2nd for a comment period that ended November 3rd. And we are preparing that final rule, and that is to revise and standardize the time for assigning a management program to each haul for the trawl catcher processors participating in the groundfish fisheries. On November 19th, we published a correction notice for the halibut RQE recreational quota entity fee collection program. And that was just an administrative error that we fixed with that correction. We also published on December 1st a notice reopening the public comment period on the regulatory reform seafood industry challenges and innovative approaches in response to Executive Order Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. And that comment period is open from December 1st through December 15th. And we posted the notice under the B2 report that has the instructions for submitting comments. We also have filed with the Federal Register, and it'll publish tomorrow the standard prices and fee percentages for the cost recovery for Amendment 80 program, the American Fisheries Act program, Aleutian Islands pollock, and the Western CDQ program. That's available for public inspection, and it will publish tomorrow. The cost recovery fee notice for the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program is still under review, and we have a status of actions also posted under the B2 report. Also posted under the B2 report is our guided angler fish annual report and an in-season update on the 2025 catch to date. So I think that's through November 23rd. And we have folks available if the council has any questions on those reports posted. So in the NMFS B2 report, I provide more information on the reopening of the comment period and specific questions that NOAA Fisheries is looking for folks for comments on, kind of prompts if people are interested. Specifically, we are looking for input on the following issues: regulations that govern fishing activities that may be suspended, revised, or rescinded, challenges specific fisheries are facing, ways to improve fisheries management and science, how can less expensive and more reliable technologies and cooperative research be used to support fisheries management, some of the issues that you were discussing earlier today. How can NMFS improve and modernize how it collects data and uses data in federal fisheries regulations to better reflect what's happening on the water? Types of data, tools, and information. What types of data, tools, and information do U.S. Fishing businesses need most to deal with challenging economic and/or environmental conditions and keep fishing? And how can NMFS best support the development and use of those resources? And how to expand exempted fishing permit programs to promote fishing opportunities nationwide? So we do have two reports that usually you see in December that we were not able to accomplish due to the lapse in the appropriations. One is the NMFS annual in-season report, and that's the report that you usually receive each December, and that has all the maps and charts and graphs. We plan on completing that in mid-January. And we will post that online. Like I said, we do have our usual catch reports that we provide at every council meeting, but we weren't able to complete the annual report. We were also not able to complete the final annual deployment plan. We will be using the draft annual deployment plan that the council reviewed in October to start the fishing year. And if we will notify council, industry, and our partners before January 15th if any of the draft ADP selection rates will be revised, and we will provide a link to the final rates at that time. These were just two very time-consuming reports that require a lot of data and things that we weren't able to put together in 2 weeks in a quality way. The next issue I want to remind folks, we published a draft environmental impact statement on September 12th, available for public comment on the chum salmon bycatch management in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. So the comment period for that closes on January 5th. And then this is the information that we will provide to the council for their February council meeting. So we just wanted to remind folks who we provided this in the NMFS B2 report for October as well. And to provide an update for the recreational quota entity funding implementation, we have been working very closely with Alaska Department of Fish and Game and our programming folks to make sure that things are ready to go. First, ready to go in January, for charter permit holders to be able to purchase stamps online using our eFish. And then also working with ADF&G on validating the stamps then in their saltwater log, in their logbooks. So all of that work is going on behind the scenes, and it is still progressing, and we anticipate being able to implement that program in January. And the next update is we did receive on November 25th a letter from the North Pacific Fisheries Research Foundation for a 1-year extension for the EFP to test salmon excluder devices in the Bering Sea pollock fishery for chum salmon. This just allows 1 more year to continue testing the excluder devices, and we can provide more information on that as we process that. But we just wanted to inform the council we received that. In this B2 report, we're also providing a cost recovery update. So in response to the council's April 2025 motion, NMFS sent a memo to all the organizations that submit costs to us, informing them of the improvements to the cost recovery process, largely from the council's motion. And we also conducted informal meetings with organizations that submit costs. We updated our Alaska region guidance on tracking incremental costs and cost recovery. And these documents are posted under the council's agenda for October. However, and we didn't repeat them here, but I am providing this information again, because we weren't available in October. So since the April council motion and our improvements in our process, we've completed the cost recovery process for 6 programs: crab rationalization, Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative, Amendment 80, AFA, and the CDQ and the Aleutian Islands pollock. And we are providing just the overall cost information as a snapshot now for greater transparency. And then we will provide our full assessment of the costs at the in our annual cost recovery report that we will present in June. So we provide just tables here of the 2024 costs by each organization, and then the resulting fee percentage for 24 and 25 for each of the programs. And you can see there's quite a bit of decreases in costs, which I think was one of the goals, and really making sure that organizations are charging incremental costs under the Magnuson Act and agency guidance. So we're providing this information. I don't know if there are any questions on this now.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. I really appreciate this first look at the cost recovery pieces. I didn't know if you had anything to say about whether those reductions in the categories that were reduced were because of natural reductions or because of things that the agency decided really weren't incremental costs and shouldn't have been charged in the first place. What's the basis for those reductions? And then I have one follow-up.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's really hard to say. So one of the goals of providing the guidance and having the meetings after the council's April motion was just to make sure that, hey, that every individual organization is assessing their own costs correctly, right? So we really worked with each organization to make sure, including ourselves, or including the Alaska region, that we're accurately following the guidance for cost recovery. So I think part of that is that. Also part of it is just costs change every year. Different things happen. So, at this time I can't say, but, I will make sure we think about that in preparing the annual report, because I do think that's an important thing to talk about. I do know we have, based on a number of issues, including the council's motion, also changes in our way too confusing changes in our budget process. We are no longer including rent in cost recovery. So I think that's some of the decrease. And I know that was an issue that was important to the council as well. So we can highlight those in our annual report.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And maybe just a note in that follow-up report, it looks like the OLE costs were the only ones that, at least for 3 of the 5 programs, really went up significantly. In the COD program, they went up 2.5 times from 2024. So if there's any opportunity in that detailed report to understand why the OLE costs are increasing so much compared to the other components of the agency, that would be helpful.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, we have been working a lot with OLE to try to understand their costs, and we meet with them. You know, all the costs are approved by the regional administrator for each program, and we are working with them to understand their costs, and we plan to provide that the best we can in the annual report.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball's second question got to my question, so thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. And I also appreciate the snapshot that you provided in this report. My question is, will your full report in June also include the IFQ program and Rockfish program cost recoveries? This was just some of them that we have implemented.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that is correct. So this is just to date. And we also, as everyone knows, we have the IFQ program process that happens at the end of December through January. And yes, our annual report will cover all of our cost recovery programs.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Harrington, for this report. I too appreciate this snapshot. Just noting that crab, the costs went down by over $1 million, which is tremendous. I appreciate that. But I'd be curious to see in the annual report if there could be more description on what those changes were and why.
Thank you. Ms. Harrington.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we will try to, and a lot of this information too is provided by our partners, you know, and understanding that I think is important. So moving forward, we just would like to remind participants in the halibut sablefish IFQ program of the limitations applicable to the use of emergency medical transfers authorized under regulations. So we had the council, we had excluded the COVID years from the constraints on using medical transfers. However, if an IFQ holder has used this medical provision in each of the last 3 years, 2023, 2024, and 2025, then this limitation will prevent NMFS from approving the use of medical transfer provisions through 2029 under our current regulations. So we just wanted to remind folks of that. And we provide more information in the in our B2 report. And then if folks are interested, they can contact our Restricted Access Management Division. On the last item, is this an update? As the council knows, we are conducting a Section 7 consultation for the BSAI FMP, and that is in progress. And we do intend to provide a draft to the council executive director and chair when it's available for review, as we discussed at the October council meeting. So with that, I conclude my B2 report.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Are there any other questions? Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Not a question, but just want to amplify a couple of things that Ms. Harrington went over a little bit quickly, which really has to do with consequences of the lack of appropriations, the lapse in appropriations. So the Amendment 125 final rule that Ms. Harrington mentioned has not yet been published, and we're hoping to have in place to implement in January. The failure to get that in place is no fault of Ms. Harrington or her team. Is really something that was caught up in the lapse and is an unfortunate consequence of that situation. And then likewise on the last item that Ms. Harrington mentioned, the conclusion of the Section 7 consultation on the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands fisheries, the delay there is also attributable to the lapse, but we hope to be able to get the draft to the council chair and executive director very soon. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to take a moment to publicly thank the agency and the work that you did during the shutdown to get our crab fishery open on time, October 15th. I know that was a tremendous lift and really appreciate all the efforts to make that happen. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pinheiro Soler in particular, and Mr. Curlin, Ms. Harrington, and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington, for the report. And I have a few questions on different topics, but first off, the reminder about the chum salmon bycatch draft EIS. You gave us a nice summary of the open comment period. I just want to clarify for the public, because I received questions on this. The draft EIS that is currently open for public comment is the same draft EIS that the council will be reviewing in February, is my understanding. Can you please let me know if that's correct?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, that is correct. It will be the document the council will be using to base its final action on, with the addition of public comments.
Thank you. And my second question is related to your notification about the request to extend the salmon excluder EFP. And I appreciated that. You letting us know. My understanding from your report is that the agency is currently reviewing that request, and you will notify the council if indeed it is granted. My question was about it. My recollection, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was the intention was for that EFP work to primarily be done in the B season. And so is that essentially just an extension of the scope of work that we received a presentation on earlier this year?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that is correct. I think there's some very minor changes just to improve things based on 1 year of experience. But the overall EFP is the same. It's B season. It would be in the B season to test the chum excluder devices.
Sorry, just asking. My next question is specific to in-season management issues. So I just was asking the chair if I should proceed with that, and I will, if that's okay. You said you have staff available for questions, Ms. Harrington. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. I had asked a question at the October meeting, but as you commented, the staff were not available to sort of answer that. My question was specific to Central Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod, and you do have the typical information that you provide in the in-season update on page 5 of the report that you provided. And I think I just really wanted to ask, I think members of the public have noted, if you look at that Pacific cod Central GOA report, that in both 2024 and 2025, for the trawl CP sector, the percent taken or the total catch was exceeded the sector allocation. And so I get my question is just for a reminder, apparently then we don't manage those sector allocations to a hard cap, to the sector allocation. And can you or your staff describe how that management happens? And are these sector allocation overages unusual? Is it the first time we've seen this? And how does in-season address those? Thank you.
Ms. Baker, through the chair, this is Krista Milani from National Marine Fisheries Service, and I'm the head of the in-season management branch, and I can give you some more detail on that. We did provide some information in the written in-season management report on pages 6 and 7 regarding the overages for the CP trawl Pacific cod fleet or sector in the Central Gulf of Alaska. So there is some more detailed information available in that written report. There is a table provided on page 7, and in that table we show for the CP trawl sector the the initial tax as well as the catch for that sector since 2018, which shows overages for each of those years. We have in the past been able to reallocate from other sectors to cover those overages. So that's maybe why you don't see those in the catch reports, is because we're actually covering those overages. I do want to note that it's not particularly unusual since 2018, since the Pacific cod biomass has gone down and the tax have been fairly small, that it's not really that unusual for there to be overages in many of the different sectors, including the CP trawl one, as we have seen, but also it's not particularly unusual to have overages in the hook and line sectors, and then also the pot sectors. For the pot and hook and line sectors, that's usually just a consequence of the imprecisions of in-season management, as well as maybe receiving some discard data through the EM and Observer program that we maybe weren't expecting. We do not have any kind of ACL overages regarding cod in the Gulf of Alaska. That ACL is Gulf of Alaska wide, and there is usually some Pacific cod left over in other sectors somewhere in the Gulf of Alaska. We've also never been over the ABC in the central Gulf of Alaska, other than 2019, I believe it was, where we did have a ABC overage for the total central Gulf of Alaska, and that was due to overages in multiple sectors. And let me know if you need some follow-up on that.
Thank you for that, Ms. Milani. And we'll go to Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. In October, we took sorry, can you hear me? I feel like I can't hear myself. Okay. In October, we took final action on MRAs. Can you tell me if any work has started on that, or what we can anticipate as far as timeline? And maybe it comes a little front of mind because I noticed how many MRA notices of violation there were under the GC report. And that was something that was really flagged as a priority when we took action in October. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Yes, improving our management of MRAs is a high priority for us. And yes, work has begun. We have, I think, really great reg writers that are working on it, and we have a team. It's, because MRAs are so complicated, as the council knows, and fishermen, it's going to take a lot of work. But yeah, we've made a plan, and I think it's one of our highest priorities in SF.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. You might have mentioned, but I didn't catch it. Related to the EIS comment deadline being in January, I'm wondering if when those comments will be available for council members, AP members to read and to see.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie. So we, when we set that we have a very long comment period on the CIS, and, in setting that comment period, we realize that's going to truncate the amount of time to review those comments. They all come through electronically. We will, as soon as possible, process those and get those to the council, so you'll get all of the public comments. Then we also plan to do our best to summarize those, pull out key points, and provide that summary to the council as well. I think it will only take a couple days to be able to provide the electronic copies of all the comments because of improvements we're making in our process of how to digest those that we get through FDMS. So I would imagine the council would see those in a couple days, and then our summary as soon as possible thereafter.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ritchie. And I would just note that we coordinated a bit with the agency on the deadline and received did some outreach with in-river fishery participants as well as others on on the trade-offs of extending a deadline versus potentially some of the limitations in receiving the summary back from the agency, and kind of landed at, I think, a real good spot as far as getting an indication that longer time frame would be more preferable, especially over the holiday season. So it's a trade-off, and I think a balance that we're trying to work with the agency on there. So thank you for the question. Are there any other questions for Ms. Harrington? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Ms. Harrington, my question is similar to Ms. Vanderhoeven's, but on a different topic. And I see in the in-season report, there's a notice about the black-spotted and rough-eye rockfish complex and confirming, I think, what we knew, that the ABC ACL for that species had been exceeded and has been exceeded 3 of the last 4 years. And so I believe in October, we took action to create additional tools for the agency in order to deal with that in season. And I didn't know how far behind we are on that particular action, or whether we have something in the queue. It doesn't seem like a very data heavy analysis, but I could be mistaken.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, this is Krista Milani again from National Marine Fisheries Service. Nothing has been started yet on that particular action. I will note that maybe that was confusing in the in-season management report. Black spotted and rough-eye rockfish and other rockfish has not exceeded the ACL this year. It looks like we're just barely under those ACLs. We anticipate that we will stay under the ACLs by the end of the year for those 2 complexes.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Harrington? I have one, and maybe hopefully this isn't too much of a lift, but really appreciate the challenges that the agency had with getting a full in-season management report to us, and look forward to seeing that in February. So wondering, as you're completing that, whether or not it might be possible to look at it through the lens of maybe a higher degree of refinement with some of the PSC data that we receive by fishery as well as gear. I'm thinking of the paper that Mr. Witherall and Mr. Fye published, and some of the breakdown of the specific fisheries that I found really illustrative and helpful. And I know it's, of course, of interest to the public. So wondering if we could potentially ask the agency to review it under more refinement, and if possible, and if you have time to do so. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Strubnica, I think that that's very doable, and we will look at that. We have all the data. It's just how we present it. So we will be able to provide more detailed information, and we'll look at the Mr. Weatherall's report and make sure we're providing similar data, or the data in a similar way.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Any other questions? No. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, Ms. Harrington, if the agency considered on the Amendment 125, and I do appreciate, first of all the work that got done and all of the tasks that stayed ongoing and consistent, specifically counting all our fisheries and accounting for all our bycatch and putting observers on boats. All of that was maintained under the government shutdown. But that Amendment 125 for small boats being able to harvest off the cod jig allocation in the Bering Sea, is that something the agency considered implementing mid-season if that rule went through in time? It seems like it could be helpful, but I know mid-season implementation is sometimes more complex than we understand.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we talked a lot about that. This was a hard one for us because we had hoped it would publish. However, given the uncertainty of when that could happen, and given where it is in the review process, it didn't seem that it was probable. And then given the holidays and the behind the scenes programming that also needs to happen, it just was clear that it's probably not going to happen, even the fisheries primarily in January. So it would have to, we would have to have some sort of certainty of when it would publish, and then it would have to be our number one priority across the board. And I didn't think that that was practical, given that it's, we're not sure when it will publish.
Yes, and Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. I have a question on where we're at in the process with small sablefish rulemaking, and whether or not we're going to make it through that process in time for the upcoming season.
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller. Yeah, that is a very complex action that the council took, and it also relies on work from the Science Center, our programming, and the reg writing piece. We don't anticipate finishing that for this upcoming season.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just to add a bit on that, given our reduced capacity, we've had to make some really tough decisions about prioritization on various actions. And that's one that we have not made much progress on, just needing to triage what's in front of us, just be perfectly transparent about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Curlin. And Ms. Harrington, I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your report. So that brings us to our B3 NOAA GC reports. We have a written report available on our e-agenda. Are there any questions? Ms. Watson is available for questions. Yes, Ms. Watson.
Through the chair, thank you. I would also just note that the two enforcement attorneys, Brian McTagg and Andrea Hatton, are available online if anyone has questions about their report.
Great. Thank you so much. Give council members a moment. I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you. So that brings us to our B4 Science Center report. And Dr. Foy.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Brought a water bottle. That doesn't mean it's going to be that long, but while the presentation's coming up, I just wanted to say good morning. It's good to be back in this process, and my goal today is threefold. So I'm going to give a bit of an update on the prioritization process that was mentioned by Ms. Goen in the earlier questions and thoughts, building on what we had discussed here in June of 2025. I will focus on the current status of our surveys for 2025. And then lastly, I'll wrap up with the information, the stock assessment process, and where we're at this year, as you are going to continue to receive that information for the rest of this meeting. Gotcha. Okay. So that covers what I just said. I do have a picture of our strategic plan there. So the reason for that is just to highlight that throughout this conversation and throughout these discussions, when we're talking about our priorities and the information that we're going to be able to bring forward, and the constant changes in how we're thinking about our surveys and stock assessments, that it all is based on the strategic science plan that the center develops, that is based on the National Marine Fisheries Service and the NOAA strategic plans, and it's all in concert with our statutes. So we don't deviate from that, and it's built into that process as what guides our decision making along the way. Of course, the details are up to the discussion and the partnership that we have here with the council. Okay, so to begin with, just talking about priority planning, the reason for this discussion, and again, we had this a bit in June of 2025 to build on what you had heard from the CCC meeting, and to really build on what we talk about every year, our prioritization with our budget process, prioritization with our surveys. The goal here is to make sure that we have a prioritization process and plan in place that is nimble to requirements from executive orders, staff losses that we are all aware of and we spoke to last spring, and resource expectations. So behind that is a goal to maintain a balanced portfolio. And my goal on this slide is to show the portfolio right now. This is just the fish side of the house. And what you can see on the right-hand side of the pie chart is that our focus is 50%, greater than 50% surveys and assessments. That most of what we are focused on is bringing the information directly to this process and through our surveys and stock assessments. Having said that, everything on the left side of the pie is in support of that. This is the information that goes into the stock assessment, such as aging life history information. This is the ecosystem assessments, the two wedges that are there to talk about the laboratory work that we do, the assessment work that we do. And then we have other responsibilities regarding Pacific salmon, recreational fisheries, and then the last wedge there is socioeconomic information that, again, all comes into this process. So this just gives you a snapshot, and I've shown similar graphics in the past as to that balance that we're constantly trying to achieve. And how do you prioritize these wedges to make sure that you have the best available information and make management decisions? So the process that we undertook this year was a little bit more detailed, given some of the uncertainties and the variability in staffing and whatnot this year. And again, some of the initial conversations that we've had with you. And again, I will mention, as I did in June, that it starts with the prioritization that we've already done through this body for decades. So we enter this process with the information you have all provided to the agency, that the SSC has provided to the agency, for us to consider how to move forward. What this is, however, is a more detailed focus on the data that goes into this process. Usually in this body, we talk about the stock assessments, the specific Magnuson-Stevens conservation requirements for management. But we don't necessarily get into the details of the kinds of data, the way the data are collected, the amount of information and in the error or variance associated with that makes its way into this process. So this is our opportunity to take that step back and say, how can we improve that process? How can we make more efficient the information that we're providing to the process, if we can? So the vision here is to maintain that data collection, but providing stability into in the fisheries, in the information that's provided. Of course, that stability has the background of a changing environment. So that is the basis for how we move forward with this framework. The framework was developed to be scalable, so that we can be more nimble. As you know, every year I come with some change to a survey or some change to a stock assessment because of numerous factors. And what we want to be able to do is come back to you and say that we're following the framework we all agreed to. So again, and if I didn't state it, the goal here is for us to start this process and then have the conversation with you and with the SSC. This is the presentation I was supposed to give in October to both the SSC and the Council. I'm just giving it to you now, and we have talked at the SSC about a future date, probably in February, where I will provide this to them as well. So this is part of an iterative process. I can't talk about the priority planning without mentioning ecosystem-based fisheries management. That is at the base of all of this. And we know this body in particular has really led in bringing in ecosystem information into the process, and for our efforts on prioritization, making sure that we're focusing on those economically important fisheries. So in terms of a general framework, our stock priorities when we're developing our surveys, obviously we're considering what our congressional mandates are, high stakeholder and council interest, and what our focus should be. those stocks with highest economic value. And I'll note that that economic value isn't necessarily just national. There's local economic importance as well, and that has to be considered in this process. And then mortality pressures. And by that, I'm getting at things like bycatch species, choke species, and species that are affected by ecosystem changes. So the data priorities that then go into that stock process are fairly obvious, but we want to focus first and foremost on abundance estimation, the information that informs the number of fish and crab that are in the system. Second, information that provides biological data gaps. Do we know a biological data gap that is going to be responsible for a stock moving 1,000 kilometers, such as cod during the 2019 heat wave? Do we have information on biological gaps in stocks where carrying capacity could be an issue, such as snow crab in the crash of 2019? Third would be early life history or ecosystem information that directly supports stock assessment in terms of prioritization. Fourth and fifth, ecosystem information that directly informs management, so that's akin to risk tables. And then information that's indirectly informs the management process, and that's our ecosystem status reports. So my goal here was to try and put all the products that you use in the context of a prioritization in terms of the information that we're trying to collect to feed the system. And it's a balance. It's a constant balance in how we move through these topics. So apologies for all the words on this slide. I'll just focus on the highlighted ones. There is a lot of information in these slides that I encourage you to go through when you have time and catch me in the hallway or call me. As always, I'm available. Our priorities for surveys, this list here comes from the April 2025 SSC discussion. You'll remember we had a long discussion on what the SSC wanted to provide in terms of guidance to the agency on our priorities for surveys. They included identifying our core surveys, considering benefits from economic, community, social, ecological value, considering a catch specific to PSC species, biological information, being aware of episodic recruitment issues, such as what we're experiencing now with the increase in sablefish recruitment and variability in pollock recruitment. Being able to detect rapid changes. And as we have seen since 2016 in particular, rapid changes are really where we're spending a bulk of our time in terms of uncertainty. We wake up without a cod stock in the Gulf of Alaska. We wake up and we've lost 5 billion plus snow crab in the Bering Sea. How do we get in front of that? How do we help predict and help you manage through that? And then lastly, ecosystem surveys. So the reason I showed this slide, this is SEC information, is hopefully you see the overlap in what we're working on at the agency right now with what you have already provided the agency. And one of the questions that you provided me last time was, how are you going to engage in this process? Ms. Goen asked the same question here earlier today, and my answer already is you already have and will continue to be part of this process for the prioritization. So this also fits with the question from earlier today. This is directly part of the national process. So you heard at the CCC report out this last spring that the national process is considering how to prioritize stocks and data information by looking at value and risk and trying to put our stocks into that kind of a framework. And then on the data side of the house, trying to identify how that affects the information that we collect. So I'm not going to go through this slide, but this is at the center of what I'm going to provide in the next 6 or 7 slides. And what we focused on in the Science Center this spring and summer was first a survey and assessment. So focusing both on how we prioritize the survey data, the assessment for both groundfish and salmon. Second, the ecosystem science, and then third, marine mammals, which is the third leg of our the stool in our science responsibilities. So starting with survey and assessment. So just thinking through groundfish prioritization in particular. And what we tasked the group with was to consider a framework where we first identified key stakeholders. And as you know, the stakeholders in Alaska range from community on the Yukon all the way up to the largest fisheries in the world. So thinking through and making sure that we're aware of who our stakeholders are when we're trying to make the decisions on what data that we're collecting. Identifying economic metrics that represent each of these groups. And this has been an ongoing process at the SSC. This has been an ongoing process within the agency to identify how various stakeholder groups are impacted by our decisions and by the data that are available. Working with new criteria to identify how we prioritize stocks. And then lastly, identifying products and scope that we might be able to use to change our priorities. Can we aggregate our stocks in a way that they can still be adequately managed, that can reduce my data footprint, make things more efficient, and still maintain that integrity of this management process? Can we reconsider the frequency and or tier structure, not necessarily structure, but tier status of some of our stocks in a way that is consistent with how you fish these fisheries? Can we consider which stocks are not fished all the way to the TAC as a way of prioritizing the information that we bring to this process? And that flips the process up on its head a little bit. You know, the SSC focuses on our conservation concerns, our ability to manage, and the variability in those data. And we try to stay away from the topics of, well, do we catch all of that fishery anyway? On the data side of the house, we have to start thinking about those efficiencies. Okay, so
Excuse me,
this is
Foy, sorry, we have a question.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Thank you for stepping through this framework and how you're thinking about the prioritization and input from the SSC. I'm looking at the bullet on economic metrics and thinking about how you are going to define those. I'm thinking also that we just removed our economic data reports. And we're looking later in this meeting under staff tasking at the social science plan team and what that data gap analysis is looking like. Have you put thought into what information you need and how you're going to get it?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, we have. And the question about how we're going to get it and where the data will come from is a perennial issue. The credibility of the data or representation of those data is also a constant issue, making sure that we have the best information. What we have developed here, and I'm going to move forward and show in the next slide, is we've identified some indices with the information that we have available to us that at least allow us to characterize the stock assessments and characterize the data flow into them. The goal would be for this to be an iterative process where we would work with the SSPT and the Counsel and the SSC to refine it, or to use this process to better define what information we need. And I think if we had considered some of this earlier on, then I think we could have guided those conversations a little bit differently in terms of what kind of information would really benefit this process. So it's not a complete answer, Ms. Goen, but hopefully what you'll see here is that we're at least starting to think through those indices. This list here identifies the list of indices that we walked through. So we have a multi-page spreadsheet. We went through every single one of our stocks, and please don't look at the lower right-hand corner, just see the pretty colors and note that there's data there. But we're looking at those tiers. We're thinking about assessment frequency, what the catch levels are. What's the recruitment variability? If a stock is highly variable in its recruitment, I need more information. If it's flatlined, collecting data every year might not be necessary. It's a pretty consistent stock. What's the stock status? Is the biomass going up or down? Is it important in the ecosystem? Is it a choke species? Now into the economic indices, ex-vessel value, the obvious one, high, medium, low. How important is this? Community value. So looking at socioeconomic indicators on whether or not communities at various sizes are dependent on a fishery. And that allows us, I think, to get to some depth that we haven't been able to do in the past. Thinking through our stakeholder groups, socioeconomic importance, and then fishery importance indices. This is based on an economic modeling exercise where we rank the commercial community importance, the constituent demand, non-catch value, recreational and subsistence needs. I'm throwing a lot at you with there's a lot of information behind this. And my goal is just to let you know that this is the beginning of the conversation to start looking at these things. The goal in February will be to start digging into what this means with the SSC in terms of prioritization and actually whether or not these metrics are of value in this process. Having said that, we're using this right away. As you know, we're thinking about how we can be more efficient in our data collection, and we have no choice but to do that right away.
Dr. Foy, another question, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Because our SSC very recently went through this process, both on the survey and the assessment prioritization side, I guess I might be missing the big picture. Is this ground truthing what they've already done, or are these new things that our SSC would need to review in terms of criteria? Are we redoing or updating that process, giving higher resource constraints than we expected? I don't want to undo the work that they already did. So I need a little bit more context on how we're approaching this.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, excellent question. Thank you. To clarify, this builds on the process that we went through with the SSC. So the SSC's process was really focused on the stock assessment level and not necessarily digging into the data that feeds that stock assessment process. So what this is more focused on the data flow into those priorities. We can say that stock A is our highest priority, but there's 10 different ways I can go about providing information in order for us to assess that stock with different kinds of survey data or information coming from different tools, automated tools, the statistical development that we've talked about in the survey modernization process. So this is really a more refined level. And yes, the answer is we want to, in an iterative way, bring this back to the SSC to make sure that we're all understanding the process. And a good example is thinking through statistical design of our survey, which is a question that we have discussed at this meeting. SSC, you will discuss it in the next couple of days, thinking through how we refine our data collection and then its impact on assessment. So while the SSC was able to identify a prioritization process based on what we know about the assessments and our ability to manage these stocks relative to BMSY, this is much more refined in terms of those data collection, which really, from an economic perspective on our side, is just really drives the multi-million-dollar process for feeding data. Hopefully that helps. Okay, Madam Chair. So this slide just further goes into some detail here, identifying some specifics. So after we went through the process of looking at those indices for each of our stocks, our expert group came to a number of consensus points that, at some point, we were hoping to do it in October, we would elevate for discussion with the SSC. I'm not going to go through each of these bullets. I'm going to go right to the last one to just get you a flavor of the kinds of information that will come out of this process. For instance, for the last bullet, identifying changes in assessment frequency based on changes in tier level. This was something that was discussed at the SSC, but really requires an understanding of what information will be available. So that's something that may come out of this process. There were a number of stocks that were identified that are currently, the exploitation rate is not very high. They're underutilized stocks. So can we reduce effort in a meaningful way and still provide the same level of quality assessment that you're used to? I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is we're going to have to think that way in order to right-size our data collection footprint. So,
Thank you. Dr. Foy,
yes.
another question. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Foy, but I guess the fourth bullet down was striking to me about moving toward reduced survey frequency or intensity in the Bering Sea as possible. And we've spent a long time advocating for annual surveys in the Bering Sea and an annual survey in the northern Bering Sea based on just the rate of change and the level of variability that can happen year to year. And then we have examples of that with snow crab when we didn't have a survey, examples of that in cod in the Gulf. And I wondered where this is going, if this is a red flag for us, or if we really need to rethink what's possible in the Bering Sea based on budget constraints.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I would say that this is, I wouldn't call it a warning sign. I would call it an example of how everything is on the table right now. And again, the goal here is to put a process in place that can be nimble to any situation that we have in terms of our ability to go collect information. And so that particular bullet is based on the fact that a lot of our Bering Sea stocks don't have full exploitation, and we have the Bering Sea cap. That means that a lot of our exploitation is under maximum, if you will. So, and I know that's a generalization, and we have to go stock by stock and take a lot of time to go through those details. But it's a recognition that one potential way forward would be to reduce our effort there. If you contrast that with the Gulf of Alaska, where we are maximizing our exploitation on most of our stocks, and any loss of information has a much greater impact on the industry as a whole, you could come to the conclusion that we should be putting some more of our focus there instead. I'm not saying that's the only answer. That is one potential conclusion based on looking at these indices. Your comment about changing ecosystems is spot on. There is an unknown there that we have, of course, in the North Pacific know too well, that the climate impacts in 19 in particular had dramatic impacts. We do expect there to be a heat wave in the next decade. And we have to be prepared for that. Does that mean that I should take that bullet item out? Potentially. And we have to have that discussion. We've got to think through what the risks are. And ultimately, this gets back to risk and value. What are the risks of not having that information? In the long term, relative to our short term need to have a smaller footprint in data collection. Thank you for highlighting that. I think that's helpful to see the scope of this.
Thank you. And Dr. Foy, another question. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I'm still kind of formulating my question in my head a little bit, but thinking about then decreasing or reducing the frequency or scope of surveys and decreasing assessment frequency and those two pieces together, how and where do we pick up some of the ecosystem signals, because we've seen these crashes happen so quickly, where else in the system do we pick up those signals to try to avoid having the kinds of impacts when we've missed those in the past?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you. I'm going to touch on ecosystem priorities next. And I think that's going to answer your question. In short, the goal is to make sure that we're still collecting those indices. Even if we change our data collection into the stock assessment structure, that hopefully provides us the warning sign. What did we learn from 2016 and 2019 where we can see shifts in the ecosystem and then say, okay, this year we're going to need to be nimble, and I'm going to need to do an off-cycle survey. We're going to need to move into that space. I don't think we're going to have the luxury of the consistency that we have had in the past. And we're going to have to be able to be as nimble as possible with the climate changes. I'll note that we did that in 2019 when we had the heat wave, and we stood up a Northern Bering Sea survey in 3 weeks and completely shifted what we did in the Eastern Bering Sea. That was a model for this. That was a model for how we need to move forward.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and Thank you, Mr. Foy. This is following up on both Ms. Kimball and Ms. Vanderhoven's question, particularly about the Bering Sea and potential for reduced surveys. And I see one of the bullets here is Pacific cod and crab stocks are high risk, high value because of vulnerability to warm conditions. My question is that if there is potentially less frequency of surveys in the Bering Sea, is there room for, or can the system accept industry surveys? I'm thinking particularly we've been doing crab pot surveys for the last several years. Is there ability for that information to get into the stock assessments?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, yes, is the short answer. Our involvement in those pot survey discussions and some of that data collection is, acknowledging that information has the potential to inform this process, and perhaps that could be what happens every other year. We could use alternative tools. We could be using automated technology that doesn't provide the same resolution that we have right now, but perhaps provides an index in those off years. So short answer is yes. The longer answer is that is a detailed process. As was noted in the answers to the earlier questions, we have become accustomed to a level of data and scientific integrity that allows, or that we know requires, that side-by-side effort to make sure that we understand what those additional indices mean. And there's going to be a moment where we're going to have to think about taking some more risk and including some of that information. So I'd say everything's on the table, and that's included. So Madam Chair, that's it for a groundfish. I'm going to touch on salmon for just a moment because it is obviously important to this process as well as some of our other responsibilities. We are having a similar conversation about prioritizing our salmon portfolio. Obviously, our focus on salmon bycatch under MSA, focusing on our genetics program, thinking outside the box on improving those methodologies is a constant. And we have an incredible world-renowned program there that will continue. We also have responsibilities for Cook Inlet stock assessment now, and we continue to work with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game on escapement information and trying to make sure that we are being as efficient as possible with our partners. And as we add responsibilities to the list, it means that we have to be more careful about the entire portfolio and where we're putting our effort in data collection. Lastly, we do have responsibilities with the North Pacific Salmon Treaty. With the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We participate in guiding that process in partnership with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game as well. That includes responsibilities for some forecasts for Chinook and chum. Obviously, that helps us in this process as well. And then also working with our partners throughout the state on better understanding the life cycle of the salmon and processes, oceanic processes that are driving salmon stocks. And while this might be tangential to this process under MSA, it is still one of our responsibilities and something that we have to weigh and consider where our focus is in that space as well. So, Madam Chair, next I'm going to move into the ecosystem science prioritization. So it's just framed very similar to what I just showed you with the stock assessments and survey data, only it's focused on the ecosystem information. We're interested in identifying our stakeholders. We're interested in, very similar to the last slide, identifying how much we currently use the ecosystem data. Can we tie directly our surveys and the survey data collection to each one of our stock assessments, making sure that we're identifying that. What information goes into our risk tables, right? You've seen risk tables. You know when a piece of information is being used for risk, but there's 50 variables that were considered but not brought forward. So how do we prioritize those 50 variables? They're important to this process, but they might not always bubble up. So that's what this exercise is about, is how do we refine our use and understanding of ecosystem data in this process? So For this slide, and I'm going to go a little faster through these next couple of slides because the tone and intent is really the same, and that is to consider a series of metrics. So for each stock, we are in the process of walking through a series of metrics related to growth, mortality, catchability, recruitment, and their distribution. Hopefully you recognize these terms as being directly used in our stock assessment process. Then we're looking at the information in the ecosystem, temperature, fish condition, diets, prey, all of the ecosystem metrics that you have seen through the ESRs and the ESPs. And we're identifying which of those are critical for our stock assessments. We're bringing in our subject matter experts to identify what data is available and how important it is. And what we end up with is a figure like this. So this is for Eastern Bering Sea pollock. So what this, and again, it's a little small on the screen, apologize, but what you can take home from this is that everything in green is information we're currently collecting at an adequate level that the experts think is necessary because those are bottlenecks for pollock. We know that temperature in the summer drives pollock. Bottom temperature drives catchability. Sea ice extent is critical for our understanding of pollock in the Bering Sea. Those are ecosystem data we have to keep collecting. Yellow means that it's not currently information that's available, but we think that it's driving some of the recruitment in the system. And for this particular example, it's adult fish diets. So it is the removal of pollock from the rest of the ecosystem, driving some of the recruitment. And there's some unknowns there. So again, the framework here is the goal is not to get into the details associated with pollock, but to show you that what we're coming up with is a framework that we can work with the SSC on in order to scale properly the ecosystem data that we collect by going through the process that you already use in order to use ecosystem. I think that'll make things more transparent for you as well. Moving on, I just have 1 or 2 slides on marine mammal focus. This is focused specifically on marine mammal interactions with fisheries. We know they're important. The question moving forward is how do we prioritize data collection associated with marine mammals? This is a little bit different because the resources are not necessarily in competition with the fisheries resources. These are different funding lines, but prioritization required nonetheless. And I just put a few figures in here to just get our head in the right space. Marine mammals eat commercial fish. Marine mammals eat the prey of those commercial fish. We have information on that. That informs the natural mortality estimates in our stock assessments. Those aren't numbers you usually see. It's M and it's a single number that shows up in the model. But just some basic numbers here. Stellar sea lion estimates, 179,000 metric tons of pollock and Pacific cod every year being removed in the system. So what it highlights is understanding marine mammals' role in the ecosystem is important. And we want to use this process to understand which one of those stocks, which information, what data is critical so that we can prioritize that and make sure that, again, you have the information you need. Some of that is bycatch related, some of that is ecosystem related. And that's really what this slide here shows. This is the framework where we're considering what the direct interactions are, what the indirect interactions are, and then what information can help us in that process so that your management of fisheries and fish stocks are not negatively impacted by our lack of marine mammal information. So, Madam Chair, that's all I have for the framework for the prioritization process. And again, this will be an ongoing conversation, and it's hopefully you can see that it is, we put a lot of time and effort into thinking about how to do this, and this is the step where we're starting the full engagement with the council process.
Yes, Dr. Foy, another question? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Foy, for walking through that. That's really helpful. And so just to make sure that I'm understanding the takeaway, you've been clear that this is sort of a preview to the conversation that you envision kicking off in February. And so will that be the appropriate time? This is my question, for us to consider the process implications and timing for this council process. There's the internal at the Science Center, but I very much appreciate in your slides that you've been clear that this conversation needs to include not only the council, but your management partners, stakeholders. And I think that's incredibly important going forward with some of these discussions. And so I want to confirm my understanding that sort of in February, it's your expectation we can expect to start thinking about how those discussions are going to happen, at what time, who's involved, all those sorts of things.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I would say yes, but I wouldn't wait till February. That's part of what this presentation is about. If the council has thoughts on that now, providing some input that there would be much appreciated. Considering what the SSC might do and making sure that we've got some time for that in February would be much appreciated. But in general, yes, the intent is to continue that process in February. As I mentioned before, some of these decisions are happening at a pace that, it's not clear right now as to when some of these decisions will be made. So again, we started right away with our some of our staffing decisions that had to be made this last year, and recognizing that we needed to be in this kind of a space. So that's just a caveat to the answer of yes, we're moving forward and we're doing it with you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy, for your presentation here. I've got a question on slide or page 16 here. I was curious on the marine mammals and their projected or consumption of seafood. I didn't see, well, it's not there. Sea otters on the list here, marine mammals. Is there a reason why they're included?
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller, the only reason that's not in this slide is that we don't track sea otter information. We don't manage sea otters, so we're not focusing on the sea otter science. Some of that information is available, and as we mature this and think about where research should be focused, we would consider that.
Thank you. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Foy. My question is on this prioritization, and I'm looking at your pie chart on the priority planning and where the Science Center's time is spent. And on assessment frequency, has there been much thought put into, here you've shown groundfish and salmon, but is there much thought put into state managed species that are jointly managed, federal and state? I'm thinking in particular crab, where the state sets the harvest levels, and is that assessment frequency needed every year for species like that?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I would say that the bulk of that conversation was really had at the SSC and at this body in that last process, where that was certainly considered. We have not really focused on that with respect to the Science Center level of the information that goes into the stock assessment process, but we will. Let me think about how that, because we have that process in place, does that mean that the data that we collect could change in terms of our ability to manage those stocks? It's a great question. I'll follow up with you offline as well and see if you're thinking about anything in particular.
Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. For years, we've been talking about these kinds of things. And I guess now we're getting to a point that I'm getting really concerned and almost freaked out about how much data we're potentially losing that we're used to having. And so I'm trying to think about like fishery dependent data. Is there a way to fill some of those gaps or prevent some of those gaps from happening by including fishery dependent data? And we recognize the biases that are associated with that, yada, yada. Are those the kinds of conversations that are happening now with the internal process, or is that the kind of thing that we need to bring back when we're having this next phase of discussion in February. I guess I'm still just a little unclear on process and when we have those different conversations.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I would say yes, yes, and yes. We should. It is happening right now. Those discussions on how to include fishery-dependent data as well as cooperative data collections are part of the process and part of what our staff are engaged in both groundfish and the crab side of the house. We should bring up and remind ourselves to continue that. The SSC in that prioritization process this last year highlighted fishery-dependent data as a source of information that we need to keep considering how to rely on more in the assessment process. So I would say that is all part of it. I would also just comment that the intent here is not to scare us all and think that a shift in the amount of information is going to limit our ability to continue to manage these stocks as incredibly well as we have for decades. The goal is to go through this process in a way that we have not done before, to think about how we can do it more efficiently, more effectively with new tools that are available to us, and refine it so that it doesn't impact our ability to maintain that level of integrity that we've relied on for so long. And and again, while it might seem scary because there's a lot of potential direction here, the goal is to do this now so that when it's needed, especially if it's needed in a short period of time, that we have this process in place to inform us.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie, did you stop? Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question. So I'm going to move to something more now time. So this is going to just focus on, this is my usual presentation on what we're doing with surveys and a bit of an update over what I presented in the spring. So most of our 2025 surveys were completed, and I'll walk through that here in a moment. So it was given all of our challenges, we focused on our priorities. Staff went out of their way to do things they don't usually do. We had people at sea that aren't often at sea. We had people in different oceans, and we made sure that our priority data were collected this year. So a real testament to how important we think and understand the surveys are to this process. So it was a successful year. FY26 planning is underway. And we have a couple of things that we're working out in terms of challenges. You may hear soon that we had an event recently where we lost some gear due to a shipping accident where some containers were lost off a shipping vessel, and a bunch of our gear that we used to assess the Bering Sea was lost. So we are working on what that means. I can assure you that we are thinking right away. We just found out about this recently as to what that means for this next year. It does not mean that we will not do surveys. We will do our surveys. The question now becomes, how do we replace that gear? And that leads me into the second conversation. You mentioned, or you asked questions about survey monetization. As you know, this is a major priority for us. It could be that we think on an elevated timeline, and we work on moving forward with the new survey gear faster than we would have. We're still assessing just what this survey gear loss means in terms of what we currently have versus what we lost, how many surveys we can accomplish this next year. But what I'm hoping we can do is recognize and embrace the fact that we were already on a process for modernizing our gear. We already recognized it needed to be improved, and we've already spent years on collecting the information to improve it. So again, I will bring this forward to you in potentially February at the very least, and the council meeting after that, a more broad discussion on what we're moving forward with and what gear we were able to salvage from this process. But I wanted to make sure you were aware of that before you heard about it. I want to talk further about survey modernization. We are at a stage in the modernization where we have one more series of tests to do in the flume in Canada to work on the right nets and the right doors. As you know, hopefully remember, we have industry directly involved with that. They go to the flume with us. They have been with us at every step to make sure that we've got the best and the brightest, considering what our data collection tools should be. So we're continuing that. We're trying, because of the shutdown, we were not able to go on the time schedule that we were planning. So we've pushed that forward. We're going to try and go in January. We're trying to keep this on schedule. As I noted in June, we had some delays that were going to slow down the survey modernization process. We're continuing to push, and it could be that we're pushing faster because of this gear loss. The decision may have been made for us. But we are also trying to balance that need of doing it in a very methodical way. And I know that's really not a satisfactory thought that, we might be moving faster than we want to. But again, I hope that we all recognize that we've been working at this for quite some time. And I will bring some decisions forward to you when we have them. Right now, we don't have them. Another example of survey modernization, you have or will hear more about statistical design shifts in the 2025 Gulf of Alaska. This was a discussion at the SSC and the plan teams in October, and again at this meeting. And that is an example of how we're working to optimize how we collect information, recognizing that the number of stations that we actually do from year to year can change. You're going to hear the number that 17% of our stations, we did 17% fewer stations in the Gulf of Alaska this year than we did before. We don't consider that a partial survey. That fits into the statistical design that we've developed that allows us to be flexible from year to year. That is all part of the survey modernization. You're also going to hear concern about that, because when we do something like that and stocks go up or stocks go down, the first question is that because we just changed the number of stations? So it's an excellent question. And that's why we've, again, got the best and brightest at the SSC, and we've got our analytical statisticians here to help compare that information to the assessment process and make sure that we understand what's driving the changes in front of us. So that's all I'm going to say about survey modernization, other than that it's continuing to move forward. Last topic on survey updates, the Oscar Dyson is going in for its midlife repair in 2027. We've been talking about this for a few years. We weren't sure of the exact timing, but it looks like it is for sure scheduled for the October 2026 timeframe throughout 2027, meaning next year we will not have the Oscar Dyson. The agency has a plan to have the Shimada, which is the NOAA vessel on the West Coast, be available for our priorities in Alaska, while the West Coast has for the last few years been working on a program to make sure that they're not negatively impacted as well, and by jointly working on the Alaska. So that process is moving forward. The contracts have been completed, so we're expecting that to happen in 27. Right now, our staff are working to make sure that it's a seamless transition so that the data coming from the Shimada are equivalent to the data that would have come off the Oscar Dyson, especially for our pollock acoustic assessments, as well as our ecosystem work. So that's moving forward.
Dr. Foy,
yes,
a couple questions. Go to Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy, for the presentation so far. My question, I apologize if it's complicated. It's about the last slide and some of the things that you were regarding there. As you mentioned, we're in a period of survey modernization. A good example right now is you brought up, we just re-stratified the Gulf survey. We're also in a period where we might see in the near future that we have more times where there's survey results but not stock assessments. I think for stakeholders, especially this year, when you see, we re-stratified the Gulf and we see a drop in rockfish in the survey and an increase in cod and pollock, but there's not the context that a stock assessment would provide that sends alarm bells to stakeholders that a lot of people might not understand. And I'm wondering if there's a good medium that the Science Center could provide to get some of that basic context to stakeholders so that they can understand simply what might be happening and why there might not be the alarm that they're seeing.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, thank you for that. I appreciate how you characterize the situation. I've been trying to consider how to best articulate that in this process. And perhaps what you're saying is that having some venue or an opportunity to help explain this process and what this means to people, to fishermen, would be a good thing to do. So I mean, I guess at its base level, we're open for those questions anytime. But what I'm thinking, just based on your question, is perhaps we need to have a presentation or a seminar or a gathering in when we're in different towns or whatnot, where we could sit down and have that discussion. And really, it's a basic discussion about how stock assessment works. I would encourage anyone who didn't listen to the SSC for the last 2 days to listen to the SSC's discussion for the last 2 days, which is online. We had a very robust discussion on the fact that a single survey data point does not drive the entire assessment. And that just because a survey goes up or down does not necessarily mean that the stock went up or down. This is why we do stock assessments. There's a lot of information on biology, on understanding the length distribution of cohorts moving through our system, on understanding the ecosystem, on looking at ages and all this information, which is why we do models, which is why we do the stock assessments the way we do, because there's also inaccuracy in our surveys. These species are not just randomly distributed, they're aggregated all over. So there's error associated with that. So the process is about making sure or trying to put the best number forward. The survey data alone are not necessarily that. I will say that in some respects, when we don't have an assessment and there is a survey change, it could very definitely be real. And in other respects, it might be highly variable or highly uncertain. Unfortunately, and we saw that this year, when we don't have the process in place for that level of review, for that discussion to say, is that data point trustworthy? Or is it based on a single toe somewhere, which is inherent from a usual estimate? Or is it real? Is that something, yeah, it looks like we're seeing increased recruitment. That's the piece that wasn't able to happen this year. That's the piece that does happen in the stock assessment process. So, sorry, long-winded way, and I'm actually getting to my final slide, but on this topic. But I think what you're saying is we need to take some more time and help people through that process, and maybe go back to first principles with folks. And I'm certainly interested, as our staff at the Science Center.
Thank you. That does answer it fairly well. I guess I'm more wondering if it's possible for AFSC just to include, and I'm not sure how this works, just something as simple as a memo, just with like a couple paragraphs about the context of the survey and what some of those changes might be derived from. If that's something that AFSC could provide in the future for the council to post.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, I'll definitely look into that and see. I want to make sure that that's appropriate in the context of this process. Again, I think the SSC did an excellent job of working through just that, so I wouldn't want the agency to step in front of that process. But I will definitely think through whether or not we could assist and provide more information that might not be readily available, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if you're trying to get to your last slide, but it's so related to Mr. Ritchie's question. I thought I'd take the time that, I mean, is there a test to do to understand whether the survey design really affected our ability to survey rockfish, for example? I mean, some of those complexes stayed about the same or even went up a little bit, some so significantly, most went down. It was just a little bit striking. And I understand your statement about taking that raw data and making some assumption on stock trends overall. That's not appropriate. But is there is there something to do, a test or some evaluation of that survey design to understand whether that had a greater effect than maybe we thought on the ability to survey some species?
But through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes. So the plan teams discussed this in September. There was some dialogue with the Science Center survey staff on assessing just that and going back and at a very raw level, looking at the information. Did we not occupy as many deep stations as we usually would? So that might affect some of our deeper species assessments or create more uncertainty there. Is there any information in the other data, size composition information, for instance, that would lend us to trust the changes in the abundance? There's also a recommendation to do some more complex modeling exercises where we take the types, and this is the beauty of the modernization of our statistical analysis, is we can go back in time and run some post hoc analyses on the previous data sets with this new stratification idea and say, what would have happened? What would have happened if we had applied that with that information? It's not perfect, but it would at least provide us all some better information on whether we trust those changes and better understand, were they a result of the change in the stratification, or were they truly a result in shifting abundance and distribution potentially? So that is underway, and we'll continue to work towards that. And it really does highlight that as we make some of these changes, we're going to have to continue to do that and be open to it. It's not, we're going to change all our gear and here accept these new numbers. It is going to have to be a process where we're really thinking through what those numbers mean. Unfortunately, or fortunately, our process uses the data from the survey so quickly it's faster than anywhere I can think of, where you finish our survey in August and you're looking at the data and the assessments in September. Inherent with that process is a moment where we didn't get a whole year to dig in. And we put that information out, and I think that's just, again, you're going to hear that from the SSC as well. That's something that it's a trade-off we accept, to have data available so quickly in normal years.
Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry to hear about the gear loss curveball. My question for you is on the modernization and where you're at in the calibration between these two nets, with the new net design and the old net design, and how this gear loss is affecting that. Can you speak a little bit to where you're at in the calibration and catchability?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, we've gone a long way to the calibration work, meaning we have multiple years of side-by-side data. You'll recall that we did not do the Northern Bering Sea for 2 years in order to take that Northern Bering Sea bottom trawl survey, in order to take that time for staff to do all of this side-by-side work. So that was a decision we made together to reduce our data collection in one area so that we can improve the whole process. So we've made a lot of progress on that side-by-side work. We are really at the final piece, and I don't mean it to sound so simple, but of going back to the flume to better understand and just get the final dial in on the doors and the type of net that we need. So I'm fairly confident that we can move forward with this hiccup, if you will. Yeah. You can't make these kinds of things up, but I am very happy that we took the time to do the work that we did leading up to it.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, hopefully this looks familiar, although it's getting a little more dense. I think I'm gonna have to cut some years off. This is the figure, one of 2 figures that shows our prioritized surveys and what we've been able to accomplish or not accomplish over the years. These are ranked in order of priority. The priority was developed both with you and with our partners nationally. This shows both our Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands work, shows the platform information, whether it's a charter or a ship, with the specific survey. Again, you've seen this many, many times. Green means it was planned and completed. Yellow means it was planned but only partially completed. Red means it was not completed. White, it wasn't planned. And the X means that we, again, collectively in this process have decided that it's going to change moving forward. So really, you can ignore everything except the last 2 columns. So if you look at 2025, this is what we accomplished. So you'll note that we were able to complete our bottom trawl surveys, our core surveys there. I put the word note there to talk to what I just mentioned, where you're going to hear about the difference of 17% of our stations, but we do still consider this a completed survey because of the design. Unlike the yellows that are in here from previous year, where we really were not able to do portions of the survey. The only other thing I'll direct your eye to here is the long line survey. You'll remember in 2024, because of the market process for how we conduct that survey, it's a catch recovery type of a survey, working with industry, where we're not able to conduct the survey that year. We moved quickly, we moved resources, and we also shifted to the survey design. And now we have shifted so that when we would have done the Bering Sea in 2025, we did not do the Bering Sea Longline Survey in 2025. We focused only on the Eastern Bering Sea. No, apologies, Gulf of Alaska. Gotta read my own slide here. We focused on the Gulf of Alaska, not the Bering Sea. And then at the bottom here for 2025, you can see the Shumagen pollock acoustic survey that we did not get done. And that was just related to issues associated with ship availability. In 2026, our plan is to move forward with all of our surveys, and everything is moving forward in that regard. I have the X there for the longline survey. Again, this is due to the new structure and the new plan that we're working on with industry. That's been a partnership in identifying resources, identifying how to maximize the number of stations that we do collect and still get information from each of our oceans. This is critical for our stock assessments in the deeper water. And I think we've come to a pretty elegant solution that hopefully we can continue to move forward with. I will note that the market for sablefish got better this last year, and that just means good things for the availability of resources to continue this survey for us. So this is the same information. This is the our lower prioritized surveys 12 through 24. So at the top here, this is our acoustic survey for Boguslav. This is focused on our metric for working in the donut hole agreement and providing information to that agreement on international focus on pollock fisheries. I have an X there for 2026. We made a decision with the rest of the parties in that agreement last year to move that to a 4-year cycle. That helps us because it means our program can focus on domestic fisheries and surveys, and we believe that it'll be adequate for that process where we're providing information around Boguslav. You'll note here the ecofoci survey that we were not able to complete this year due to a staffing issue in 2025. And then I won't go through the details, and I'll probably start taking these off of this slide, but the X's at the bottom really represent what we have all done together to address changes in resources over the last decade, where we have reconsidered the slope data collections in the Gulf of Alaska, the Bering Sea, and the Aleutian Islands, and those surveys are no longer conducted. Madam Chair, that's all I have for the 2025 surveys. If there's any questions, and then I only have one more slide.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Dr. Foy, I see that, those are 2026 planned. So how dependent are those on the budget? If we get the president's budget versus the Senate budget, like what would we expect to see in our next presentation? Or are all of these pretty safe regardless of the budget we see?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, For this year, these are fairly safe. And I'm generalizing there mostly because of how we structure our forward funding from previous years. It allows us to know what we're doing next year, if you will, so that we can start planning. And for right now, those surveys are those platforms are for the most part already contracted or in that process. So I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to move forward.
Follow up. Thank you through the chair. So the risk then in the budget situation is really for 2027 surveys.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to my last slide here, I just wanted to take a moment to comment on the situation that we're in this year with respect to information. And I want to start with a huge thank you. You have heard council staff and others talking about the process that we have worked on for provision of information for the stock assessment specifications process this year. And I really just want to take a minute to thank council staff for the clear communication, the level of engagement as we address the shutdown. We were out for over 40 days. We've only been back for 15 work days. And what you're seeing in the next couple of days is really an incredible testament to the partnership where we were able to maintain the scientific integrity of this process. So, you know, I want to thank all council staff, but in particular, Diana Evans, Diana Stram, Sarah Cleaver, Anna Henry, and every one of the staff specifically because of the engagement in the last 15 days has just been incredible. Working with folks who just walked back into their office to put the amount of information that was available at the SSC in the last 2 days, second to none. So thank you for that. For what we were able to bring forward, and I commented on the AP about this as well, the focus on the December 2024 stock assessments. And I just wanted to make a comment about that from the AFSC perspective and just remind us all that those stock assessments are incredibly robust. That what we put together last December was based on decades of information, decades of decisions, piles of information on biology, surveys, and whatnot. And this leads back to the conversation that we had with Mr. Ritchie about the impact of a single data point from that survey and the fact that we were not able to incorporate that. So I just wanted to highlight that and also highlight the fact that it's this process that makes the scientific integrity and really defines that best scientific information available through that review process. It's not just the fact that we didn't have an assessment. It is the fact that that assessment was not vetted through hours of plan team process of AFSC staff being able to go through that process of SSC review, et cetera. In terms of 2026, our current plan for assessment work is to get back on track. We've proposed, and you'll hear more about this from the SSC, we've proposed that we basically take what we would have done for 2025 and do it in 2026 so that we are moving everything forward. We would also go through a process of considering what in 2026 needs to be prioritized. It is unlikely that we can do it all. There's a reason that we have split this out amongst years. But the goal would be to make sure that there's no harm in what we don't bring forward next year, or we bring forward something that is at a different level of review. Again, you're going to hear more about this from the SSC, but this has to do with whether our stocks are 1-year stocks or whether they're 2 or 4-year stocks. And again, these are all decisions that you've already made in terms of the importance of these stocks. We are going to continue to work with the SSC in this process and come up with a plan. I believe we're going to bring it to the February meeting and discuss with you further what that would be. The other work that we would continue to do in addition to the numerous working groups that we're all on with the council, CIE reviews this year, and then again, just working on our stock assessments. Our authors take a full year to go through the mathematical process of understanding how to incorporate those data. Having said that, and my last point here, I just want to make it clear that we're going to continue to work with you on alternative processes. And that includes thinking through our stock priorities, communicating what we can do with harvest projections or with full assessments. Should that be the discussion, we are here to work with you and let you know what the implications of that are in terms of what we bring forward for next year. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Foy. I'll see if there are any final questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I think this is a bridge to a question that's related to the Gulf specifications, but I'm not sure if you would be here then. There seems to be, and there is on my part as well, a lot of interest in looking at Gulf Pacific cod and Gulf pollock and whether there's an ability to update the harvest projections, including the 2025 survey data, early next year in order to see if there would be any positive effect or benefit change to the ABC. And I only ask this because it was very clear through the SSE's 2 days that there was not any ability to respond to any new trends or data by increasing any ABCs. The only opportunity for the SSC was to put on additional buffers for max ABC and decrease. And I appreciate all the work that you went through stock by stock to do that. But there still was no ability, and there were some huge increases in cod, 39% increase in biomass, and pollock, 32% increase in biomass. And I don't know if you had an opportunity already to talk to stock assessment authors about whether that would provide any benefit to people had we done a harvest projection using 2025 survey data. I ask because there's clearly an interest in pursuing that, regardless of how long it might take to get a rule in place. And maybe you've done some level of evaluation to know whether that's even of value to people. And if not, I then say no, but it's something that's been buzzing, and I'd like to hear your take on it.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I have heard the buzz. And I'll start with a caveat that, as you mentioned, this is not, I'm not speaking to the process on how this information would be incorporated. I would just talk through what we could do at the Science Center in terms of the stock assessment. So starting there, it is possible for us to consider what we would have normally done in the October to December timeframe. And we could not do this for all stocks. If we're only talking about a couple of stocks, there is the possibility of doing that. We could do a half measure that could be available in early February. We could do a closer to full measure that could be available at the beginning of March. I will caveat that if the model and the survey data are not fitting well or are providing results that don't make a lot of sense for whatever reason. This happens every year. Usually it takes our authors months to go through that process and really hone in on what's causing it. And that's what leads up to those plan team discussions. So that's the only caveat. We can do it for a few stocks, and we can do it on that time frame. I would not recommend that we push the February timeframe, because that would mean that we, really don't have all the information that we might have typically incorporated. That would be a half measure, and I don't know that that would provide the level of certainty that we're used to in this process. I think it would be more difficult than not when it came up for review. But on the March timeframe, it could be done. Specific to the stocks in question, Pequod and pollock in the Gulf in particular, we have looked at that. This is anecdotal, but based on the information that we have from the survey. So what that means is we haven't included all of the length frequency information, for instance. But the pollock number, that's up substantially. If you look at the error bar on that pollock number in our survey slides that were provided to the SSC and the SSC used, it's one of the largest error bars, if not the largest error bar in the time series. What that means is that the increase likely came from, we believe, from a single station out in the West. And, for whatever reason, again, these stocks aren't randomly distributed. The number was up. In the modeling process, which is why we depended on the models, it's not likely to go up at the 32% that we saw in the survey. It might be flatlined because of the amount of error. And the way the models work, the more error a data point has, the less we try to fit it, because we don't necessarily believe the numbers. So for pollock, I don't believe, my, again, anecdotal estimate at this point would be that it would be all that beneficial. For cod, we don't have the details. We have not dug in to identify just which stations were associated with the increases in cod. There was no smoking gun from a single station. And I'll just note that we have seen increased recruitment in Gulf cod since the crash. So there's potential that if we were to run a full assessment, that might be might show a positive result. Again, would it go all the way up to the 39%? That's a question mark. We just really don't know until we have all the information. But one more thing I just wanted to add on timing of that. The other reason for not being able to do it right away is the shutdown also meant that we weren't aging fish. We weren't collecting that other information that goes into the assessment. So I would have to work with my staff. Hopefully none are panicking now, and just make sure that, we have an understanding and I can communicate back to you as to what gaps might be in that process. So that's the best answer I can give you now.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd. Any further questions? Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
So that I think we are in a good spot to take a mid-morning break. Come back at 10:50, and we will resume our discussion with our B5 NOAA enforcement report. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we are resuming our B report discussion, beginning on B5, our NOAA enforcement report. And this report is written. We do have Ben Cheeseman and Alex Perry here for questions. I'll give council members a moment to pull that report up, and I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. My question is about outreach. At the October meeting, I know you weren't here. I don't know if you were able to listen in online. The council talked a lot about like compliance outreach, and I appreciate that section of the report. It looked to me that it was very heavily focused on like small boat fisheries, and I don't have it open in front of me, but I only recall that there were 1 or 2 or 3 outreach noted for like the larger commercial fleets that we normally deal with here. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to your outreach to the larger boat fleets and compliance. There's been a lot of enforcement activity, like I had noted earlier about like the MRA, the volume of MRA citations in the notice of violations. And so just looking for some of that balance, if you could talk a little bit about that.
For the record, Alex Perry, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, and Ben Cheeseman. So we put some meetings that we had in January of last year into this report, where we were meeting with the large catcher processor companies or cooperatives. So we also are in the process right now of sending emails out to the cooperatives and the companies. Should be coming out any minute, planning to have meetings at the end of this year, and then have meetings. Actually, we'll be making a trip to Seattle and have meetings in Seattle in person in January. So those emails will be forthcoming. And during those meetings, typically what we'll do is we'll put together summaries of observer program statements that we've received. And then we will, for transparency's sake, walk through lists with the various individual companies. And so, for example, on page 4 of our report, you have meetings that we held with Fisherman's Finest, Ocean Peace, Bristol Wave, Phoenix Processing Limited Partnership. I won't read the whole list, but we make an effort to have these meetings and go through the statements that have been provided to us through the Observer Program. And we also make a training available for ensuring a safe working environment for observers. That was the training that was given in January of this year. And Special Agent Smith is working on updating that training, and that will be available for folks to elect to have that training in December and January.
Thank you for that. I guess I feel like for years, OLE has been pretty good about communicating with the observer issues that come forward through observer statements. But in recent years, we've seen increases in things like, I keep talking about MRAs because they're very front of mind for me for the last several months. But also, like over the couple of years, we had the issues that came up with pelagic gear and the questions and definitions about pelagic gear that we've already dealt with. And so some of those things that wouldn't necessarily come through in observer statements, and how is your office working to assist with compliance and yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the question through the chair. So we do a lot of outreach when there are new regulations that are being implemented. For example, ahead of the Cook Inlet salmon fishery, we had multiple public meetings where we would really address the education side of things and before the implementation of the program. Similarly, as you are aware, and as others around the table are aware, the process of going through the EFP and building the trolley electronic monitoring program, for example, was a very collaborative process that we participated in from the beginning. When we run across like trends in noncompliance, or if we encounter a particular type of noncompliance within a fleet, we'll often make use of compliance assistance letters. So we'll compose a letter that reminds the participants of the particular regulation wherein we're seeing some noncompliance issues. And so, I guess I would say that if I have been asked by industry folks in the past to please put together compliance assistance letters or host meetings about a particular issue. And so that's something that I would welcome if folks from industry would come forward and make a request of me to put together an educational document or a compliance assistance letter. I'd be happy to assist in something along those lines. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that gets me most of the way, and I can follow up with you offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your report. I just had a question focusing down on your work in July and August in the Upper Cook Inlet salmon fishery. From what I'm reading there, it sounds as though an issue we discussed a year ago regarding some Chinook handling issues, it looks like that largely probably resolved itself maybe. But the question I have is, I should know this maybe, but I don't. What is a marine mammal authorization program permit? I'm not familiar with that one.
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Williams. So that is there's an assessment that NOAA does to determine the number of animals that can be taken within different populations. And then within the commercial fisheries, if there are incidentally taken species, there is an assessment done on how much impact that may have on particular marine mammal stocks. And then folks will have that permit on board their vessel if they're participating in a fishery, which is part of the MMAP program. And they must carry that on board. When we're working with folks who are new to a fishery, that's one of the big pieces of education and compliance assistance that we'll do. If we board a vessel in Cook Inlet and they don't have one, we're capable of actually issuing those permits on the spot.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had two questions. One's related to Ms. Vanderhoven's question, and just generally, has OLE's approach or thinking about compliance assistance changed? It really does seem like that used to be the center of what you did, and now we're just seeing lots of little violations on all, big and small boats that. It just stands out, I guess, that it used to be more of a partnership and compliance assistance was always the focus. And now it feels different. And I don't know how better to say that, but if you could explain whether there's been a change in policy.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. So compliance assistance is an enforcement tool that we use to try to get people into compliance. We want to get fishermen into compliance. What it's not meant for is for something to be done over and over again. And so what we have seen in the last few years is that, or prior, was that compliance assistance was utilized more than it was necessary. We'd have vessels that would have, 5 or 6 or 7 compliance assistance notifications for the same type of violation. We weren't seeing the behavior correct. So at that point, we tried to move it up to the next level, stepped to try to gain that compliance. So what you're seeing now is that we do compliance assistance. We try to get everyone the outreach or get the, get the information out. But once we've done the compliance assistance and we haven't seen a change, we're acting on it accordingly. What I saw when I got here a few years ago was that we would have just so much compliance assistance in some of these fisheries where these issues just nothing would happen. So we looked at it again with, do compliance assistance, get everyone together. To Ms. Vanderhoven's question, we can have that outreach. We can have those compliance assistant letters that can, develop that question or that communication. But then after that, once it's out there and everyone's in agreement, we have to make sure that we're seeing the compliance.
Thank you. My second question is on the IUU, I don't know what to call it, effort that you did with Canada. And there wasn't, it looked like quite a few, 40 potential violations on Chinese vessels or Japanese vessels, Russian vessels. Would we get more information on that in a future report? I realize with the shutdown, this is an abbreviated report.
Thank you for the question. So those patrols were partnered with DFO with Canada on one of their vessels. So those run through the NPFC process. So once it comes out on their annual meeting in, I think late in the spring, we can probably present to that too once it's out in the open, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is actually on enforcement cost recovery. I appreciate the agency's work to reduce cost recovery, and under the NMFS report, they had listed where NMFS OLE had reduced costs for, I think it was CDQ and Amendment 80, but not the other fisheries. And I'm just wondering if Office of Law Enforcement is working with the region to be more transparent when that annual report comes out on why some fisheries had reduction in enforcement costs and others didn't.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thank you for the question. Yeah, we did not address cost recovery in our particular report, but to answer your question, we have been working with the region in order to, make sure that there is that transparency with respect to the costs that we're allowed to attribute to the cost recovery programs, and we fully intend to, continue that relationship and work with them collaboratively. And be available when that information comes back before the council in June.
Thank you. Any further questions on the OLE report? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your report. So that brings us to our B8 ADF&G reports that is available in written form, and we have Ms. Carla Bush available for questions if anyone has any. Maybe we'll wait for Carla to come up. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bush. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't even know if it is for Ms. Bush, but I just note the Board of Fish adopting a higher state water cod fishery in the Western Gulf, up to 35% of the ABC. So would that regulation be in place in time for our 2026 specs process? So we have to adjust down for our federal tax?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that regulation will be in place prior to 2026 fishery.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks. Any further questions on the ADF&G report? Thank you, Ms. Bush. So that brings us to our B7 U.S. Coast Guard reports. We have a written report and opportunity for questions from Lieutenant Commander Rasky. Not seeing any questions, but do you have any context that you would like to provide? Go ahead. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question. I didn't have a prepared oral report, but I do want to just address some of the issues that have come up so far related to government shutdown. So the fisheries enforcement was still a priority during the government shutdown, but we did receive direction to focus on mostly the safety aspects and the facilitation of commerce. So if anybody saw anything different on the water, which I don't think really translated to much of a difference on the water, but I just wanted to quantify that as the impact due to the government shutdown. We were still out there doing fisheries enforcement, but we just had a little bit of a direction on kind of focusing our efforts towards safety and facilitation of commerce. And then I will mention that the southwest border and numerous other administration priorities have reduced the amount of assets we've seen over the last probably about 6 months or so doing fisheries enforcement in Alaska. So I did brief you earlier, I think it was in October, on some of the assets that were pulled to the southwest border, including the deployable specialized forces, which typically do about 45% of our boardings, mostly on the recreational and charter vessels in Alaska. Those were pulled this year to support southwest border operations. And I did want to give an update that we do now have 6 fully mission-capable fast response cutters, which are the 154-foot FRCs that replace the 110s that aged out. So we should see those fast response cutters operating in Southeast Alaska, the Gulf of Alaska, and also maybe out in the Aleutian Islands. And we've already had them operating in Bristol Bay as well. So those are a few of the differences that we'll see over the next few years. And then related to the question to Mr. Cheeseman about the North Pacific fisheries, the international fisheries, we did not have an asset supporting the what we call Operation North Pacific Guard this past year because, again, a lot of these resources that are limited were pulled to competing mission priorities. However, we do expect that we're going to have a national security cutter for the North Pacific Guard mission this summer. That's all I have.
Thank you for the update, Lieutenant Commander. Looks like we have a question, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, you talked about the emphasis on the vessel safety over the course of the shutdown. On your figure 1 here, where it speaks to lives lost, sinkings, and lives saved, in 2025, fairly substantial. It's a good thing, 51 lives saved, but that's almost double many of the previous years. Is that a function of available resources? Or what was it more dangerous out there in 2025? What was it that caused that rather large difference from previous years?
Yes, Mr. Williams, thank you for the question. Through the chair, I'll do my best to answer that. I'm not a search and rescue expert, but I can dig into the numbers a little bit more. From my understanding, we've gotten a little bit better at doing the quicker response. So a lot of times what we'll see is the Coast Guard may not be the first asset on the scene. We've had a lot of Good Samaritan vessels actually pull people out of the water when their vessels sink or something like that. So I think what we've seen recently is our air stations in particular have gotten better at getting out and actually being the first on scene. Sometimes that's just a factor of other vessels not being in the area, and then that translates to us being the first on scene. I will say that we have not seen a decrease in fleet compliance with safety. We haven't seen any major shift in the fleets being less safe or compromising safety or anything like that. So I can dig in the numbers with our search and rescue specialists a little bit more, but that's my understanding. We do get quarterly briefings from the search and rescue people in the district, and that's my understanding of why the numbers look different. But again, I'll dig into it, and if it's different than what I just briefed you, I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question was a little bit personal in nature. Over the summer, my friends and I noticed that there was very little enforcement on our recreational fishing out of Seward, Whittier, and other locations. And I noticed that in your report, and I think you briefly mentioned it, that those resources were pulled away. Did I hear that right? That those resources were diverted somewhere else?
Yes, Mr. Sakata, through the chair. So the maritime safety and security teams that will typically deploy to what we call Sector Southeast Alaska and Sector Western Alaska and U.S. Arctic, they deploy specifically to those communities that don't have major cutter presence, like or not major cutter, the bigger cutters, but the like the fast response cutters that are based only out of Kodiak and Ketchikan, 3 each in Kodiak and Ketchikan. So we also have small boat stations, but they're only located in Ketchikan, Juneau, and Valdez. So that leaves a lot of very important remote Alaskan communities that are not directly patrolled throughout the year by Coast Guard assets such as cutters and stations. And so what we've done in the past few years that's been very successful is we've deployed the maritime safety and security teams to those communities on a rotating basis. We try not to hit any specific community too hard, but that, like I said, comprises about 45% of our overall boardings for the year, mostly on the recreational and charter halibut fishers. So that's why you saw a reduction if you did experience that, and your friends experienced that, is because we didn't have the MSSTs deployed up here like we normally would. What we call Pacific Area, which is based out of Alameda, California, has a DSF force allocation process. We were at the top of the list to get the MSSTs. They know it's a huge priority for us every year, not only for fisheries enforcement, but also for safety. But again, with limited resources and shifting priorities, those were some of the assets that were drawn down to, like the southwest border and California area.
Just a quick follow-up. Is that a situation that we can see continuing into the future here, or has that been resolved?
Thank you, Mr. Sakata, through the chair. I believe that situation will continue based on the administration's current priorities. We've definitely voiced our concerns to Pacific Area and the force allocation manager. We'll do our best to get as many resources up here during the summer. But I will say that with the addition of the 3 fast response cutters, we now have increased capacity to do those types of patrols, and actually the fast response cutters can operate off shore further than the stations can, and the MSSTs only come up here with what we call a small boat, which is, I believe, 29 feet. So the FRCs will give us that persistent presence in these areas, and we can shift them a lot easier than shifting a land-based team. So I think it's going to get better overall, but I think we'll probably not see the deployable specialized forces up in Alaska in the next few years, based on competing requirements.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your team's always professionalism. They always seem to do a good job on the water, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the report. So we'll move on to our BA U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service report. We have Taze Jones with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few things to report on. One being that we'll still continue to take a team approach towards our representation here at the Management Council. And the team that we have is supported by our Fisheries, Ecological Services, Migratory Birds and Refuges programs. In that, our information from our federal fisheries reports was shared in the October B report. However, due to the government shutdown, we don't have any further updates from our fisheries at this time, but further reports will be in advance of the February meeting. And then finally, I just wanted to report that the Gravel to Gravel partnership continues to be supported by the Department of Interior agencies, and federal coordination of that partnership continues to be administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Land Management. And so that is our report for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Okay. Appreciate your time. So that brings us to our B9 agenda item. We have the Bering Sea Pollock Industry Report on 2026 dynamic spatial closures.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, this is Anita Kroska, council staff. Today I am introducing B Report B9, the Bering Sea Pollock Industry Report on Dynamic Spatial Closure Measures for 2026. If you recall, in June of this year, the council requested that the Bering Sea pollock industry develop some dynamic spatial closure measures for the 2026 A season to protect Bristol Bay red king crab. This was supposed to be based on new winter pot surveys, tagging data, and other recent data sources. This request was part of the larger pelagic trawl gear innovation motion, and it is intended to provide an interim update while the gear innovation work continues. The council in this motion indicated that salmon bycatch should continue to be the highest priority for avoidance. Thus, the measures should include mechanisms to consider salmon bycatch, such as rate-based exclusion, that would override identified closures. The council requested this industry report back at this meeting during B reports. Today, presentations will be provided by 4 industry representatives, Susie Zagorski and James Mize, and Caitlin Yeager and Austin Esterbrooks from the various catcher vessel, mothership, and catcher processor fleets.
Thank you, Ms. Kraska. So before our presenters come up, I'll just remind the members of the public, this is our last B report. Please sign up for public testimony if you wish to testify in any of the B agenda items. I'm not sure if I don't think we'll get to public testimony before lunch, but we will see. Nonetheless, we'll close public testimony after the conclusion of this report. And just members of the council, there was an administrative email forwarded about our lunch, so please do review that if you haven't had a chance. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. So for the record, all 4 of us up here are representing the pollock industry today. So I'm Susie Zagorski, and with me representing catcher vessels is James Mize. And then representing the catcher processors, we have Caitlin Yeager and Austin Esterbrooks. So myself and James will be giving information on how the catcher vessels had not only developed the information we used to develop a dynamic measure and then go through that measure. I'll also give an intro kind of to the task that we had on hand, and then I'll pass it over to Caitlin and Austin here in a minute. It's just a little slow. So again, as a reminder, you, the council, had passed a motion in June asking us, the Bering Sea pollock industry, to develop a dynamic spatial closure for Bristol Bay red king crab protections with a mechanism to prioritize salmon avoidance. And we did just that. There we go. So since there's a lot of information to synthesize for you today and present, we plan to first highlight the current regulations that our fleets must balance in the A season. And then I'll provide the data and information that the CVs had used and our dynamic closure. Then pass it over to Caitlin and Austin for the CP's info and dynamic closure.
And for the sake of getting through our presentation, we asked to hold questions until the end, at which time we would be happy to take them. Yeah, okay. So during the A season in the Bering Sea, the pollock fishery starts on January 20th. And there are multiple regulations with spatial components that our fleets are already having to balance and be in compliance with prior to us developing a dynamic spatial closure. To start, there's NMFS area 512 to the northeast, and this is closed to trawling at all times throughout the entire duration of the year. To the east of that and adjacent is NMFS area 516. This is open to trawling at the beginning of A season and then closes to trawling on March 15th for a month. And as you can see, this overlaps with the eastern half of the RKCSA. Then adjacent and moving south from area 516 is the Leitzel line, and there's no trawling in the A season to the east or the shore side of that line. Next, we have the SCA or the Sea Lion Conservation Area. So all pollock fisheries are limited to how much they're allowed to harvest within the SCA up until April 1st. And so this is what we often will refer to as our inside and outside fishing. So we are limited inside this stair-step feature closure area of how much pollock we can harvest. And then since all of the pollock vessels are part of an IPA, within those IPAs, they all mandate that there's no fishing within the Chinook Conservation Area Agreement or the CCAA. And that's this smaller kind of pinkish purple box here in the middle of the SCA in the nearshore waters. And so most of our presentation will focus on the RKCSA, but I also want to point out that there's additional areas in the Bering Sea that we are always keeping in mind. And so there's additionally stellar sea lion rookeries. Those often kind of pepper the nearshore. And it would have just kind of cluttered the screen a little if we had to put all of those on there. And then there's also constant ongoing bycatch avoidance measures. So these would be our rolling hotspots that occur on a weekly basis throughout the season, and other movement and avoidance. So avoidance for other bycatch species and movement for high quality target species. So before I walk through the data and the information that the CV managers had used to inform our decision, just wanted to let you know that this task was kind of like putting together a puzzle with a lot of weird shaped pieces that don't always all fit together. But some things to keep in mind as we walk through this is that obviously fish and crab both move, and they're in different areas of the Bering Sea at different times. There's also different fishing seasons. So all the crab fisheries are at different seasons, different timings, and those are at different timing than the A season that we're focusing our efforts on here. There's also interannual variability that goes for not only with where the target species are, so like where pollock is being targeted, but also with where we're having to avoid Chinook and herring and other PSC. But the big one to keep in mind is that the surveys are at different times. So a lot of the data that we use, we had to kind of piece this all together based on all the different timing. And so the CPS data and the EBS surveys occur at different times, and all of that occurs at a different time than the A season, where we're primarily up in those northern waters near the RKCSA. So the catcher vessel managers had gotten together and per the council's request, we had approached this with a goal of using as much information as possible, especially since the A season is complex. We wanted to make sure we covered all of our bases. So we started with some literature searches and some data review, and I will be presenting to you just an overview of some of the pot and trawl survey data that we looked at, as well as the tagging data that was available to us. Then I'll walk through some of the historical salmon bycatch data and avoidance measures that we were able to pull for this area and the total Eastern Bering Sea. And then touch a little bit on some CV operations and considerations that went into our decisions. And then finally walk you through our dynamic closure for the catcher vessel fleets, both the shoreside and the mothership. So to start out with the CPS and the survey data, one thing to note here, the CPS 1 full report was available to us. The CPS 2 only had some preliminary data as well as the raw observations from all the sampling stations. So we had that to look at, but the full report was not available to us quite yet. And then we also had the EBS surveys with, I think, the preliminary out for 2025. And so we saw similar observations between the CPS data and the Eastern Bering Sea survey data. The CPS 1 report explicitly stated that the crab were absent diagonally below 5650 north and 164.15 west. And so that's essentially that southwestern corner or quadrant of the RKCSA in red on the screen. The CPS 1 also had reported that less than 20% of the Bristol Bay Red King crab observations were inside the RKCSA versus the rest of the stations that were outside the RKCSA. And so this, again, was similar with the Eastern Bering Sea surveys. And overall, we noticed that there was the lowest densities of Bristol Bay Red King crab were observed in the southwest corner of the RKCSA. And then most of the Bristol Bay Red King crab concentrations were to the east and to the north. And so you can kind of see this in the figures of the all crab observations from both of the CPS surveys and then the Eastern Bering Sea Summer 2022 survey for visuals. You see some of those less marks, less circles and dots down in that southwestern corner of the red RKCSA box. We then paired this with the tagging data that was available to us to really understand where we might expect crab to be in the A season. And so crab heads, based on the data that was available, we found that crab that were west and inside the RKCSA to start had moved east back into shallower waters between October and January. And so this is that time frame just before our A season starts. And then tagged crab had consistently moved from the RKCSA to shallower waters north and east from October to June. And so this is the time period before the A season as well as overlapping with some of the A season and continuing past our A season. So a little bit more detail was provided to us that the female crab had also moved further east than males. So you can see on this image, mostly in that area 512. And so overall, the general movement seemed to indicate that during the season that we're focusing on, there was eastern movement to shallow water prior to A season there in that late fall. And so this just this made it very apparent to us that that southwestern corner of the RKCSA was an important area for us to focus a lot of our reliance on. But we wanted to continue to look at some more data to kind of support this. So we looked at salmon bycatch data as well. And the way that the CV fleets use kind of this area of the Eastern Bering Sea is that the majority of the time that they're using that area or relying on it is in January and February. Oftentimes that has to do with where the pollock are aggregating and moving to and avoidance efforts from salmon that may be down in that south, kind of more of the southern areas of the Eastern Bering Sea. So in January and February, we focused on those months and found that over the last 18 years, Chinook bycatch rates were less inside the RKCSA than outside the RKCSA. And you can see this in the top figure. The outside is the pink line, which is well above in most years, well above the blue line, which is the inside the RKCSA. But in every year between 2008 and 2025, the rate of Chinook bycatch was lower inside the RKCSA. We also decided to look at bycatch avoidance efforts. So for this, we look at the rolling hotspot closures that had occurred between 2020 and 2025. And so this bottom image shows all of the rolling hotspot closures for the CVs and the CPs that were charted over the last 5 years. And the majority of them were outside of the RKCSA, and only 3 of them had some overlap with the southern portion of the RKCSA box. We then paired this with the 2024 PSC impact analysis, which stated changes in Chinook PSC had occurred primarily in the A season, and displacement from the RKCSA led to Chinook PSC increases in all years. So this confirmed the fact that there is reliance on this kind of more southeastern portion of the RKCSA on Chinook avoidance, especially in the early A season. We went a step further and conducted an analytical exercise to look at VMS tracks and reliance on the RKCSA. So just looking at our haul tracks. And it shows that over the last few years that 6% or less of the RKCSA area was fished annually by catcher vessels. And so while this area is minimal, this area is also extremely important for salmon avoidance and complying with the SCA limits, like getting our outside fish. And with all of this information understood, obviously we were looking at the southwestern portion. And then on top of all of it, took into consideration that we are dealing with operations of multiple catcher vessel co-ops, multiple sectors, so the shoreside sector versus the mothership sector, which operate differently, and other various fleet dynamics, so fuel consumption, how close you are to town for deliveries, freshness, capacity, etc. And all in all, we came up with this orange diagonal polygon area as our dynamic closure for the catcher vessels. So the orange area that's filled in would be our closure area. It is 64% of the RKCSA, not including the sub-savings area. So the pink outline is the RKCSA, the green boundary on this image is the sub-savings area. So the way this would work is that starting at the start of A season from January 20th to January 30th, this entire RKCSA, including the orange area, would stay open. This matches our IPA measures in which for the first 10 days of the season, we are not setting our rolling hotspot closures because we need enough data to inform these in-season management measures that we're doing on a weekly basis. Then promptly on January 31st, we would close this orange area to catcher vessel pollock fishing. It would then, for the Chinook avoidance mechanism, it would then open if Chinook rolling hotspots were triggered outside of the RKCSA and if cleaner Chinook rates were inside the RKCSA during active fishing. So this is essentially saying that if the Chinook rates exceed the base rate outside the RKCSA and the fleet needs to move somewhere to avoid salmon, the entire RKCSA would be available to them if needed. It doesn't mean that they have to go in and fish in this opened orange area, but it would be available. It would be closed again, so we have kind of an on-off switch here. So it would close again if there were no rolling hotspots triggered anywhere, and if no fishing was in the RKCSA, or if the Chinook rates outside the RKCSA were cleaner than inside. So saying, if this is no longer an area for us to avoid salmon bycatch to the extent practicable, then this entire orange area would close again to the catcher vessels from pollock fishing. This will be notified weekly through our IPA report to the fleet and to our co-op managers, and myself and C-State and others will be monitoring this on a weekly basis from the start of A season. And I'll pass it over to Caitlin to present the catcher processors.
Good morning, and thank you again for the opportunity to share an update with you. As Susie previously mentioned, the CP fleet has also adopted dynamic spatial closures for the upcoming A season. Given the council motion in June requesting that Chinook avoidance be kept in mind, we needed to accommodate some slight differences in our IPA structures, as well as natural operational differences within our fleets. So for today's presentation, we'll start off by walking you through the tagging data, pot survey data, trawl survey data, in conjunction with information shared with us by the Bering Sea Fishery Research Foundation. And after that, I'll highlight our historic salmon bycatch closures and other considerations, bringing us to the provisions in the CP fleet dynamic closure. So to start off, we began by reviewing the 2023 and 2024 crab pot survey data, noting similar trends in each, which higher densities of crab along the eastern side of the red king crab savings area and in area 512 to the east. Winter distributions were also consistent with tagging and migration patterns. Most notably here was that the pot survey data showed the lowest densities of Bristol Bay red king crab in the southwest corner of the king crab savings area. This brings us to the 2025 Eastern Bering Sea Bottom Trawl Survey, and I'll note that we've included survey results here for both mature male and female crab. Once again, higher densities of male crab were noted in the eastern half of the savings area, as well as in 512. Whereas female crab were somewhat different, being more prevalent in area 512, but also in 516 beneath the savings area. So when we take this in conjunction with the tagging data, we noted that generally crab were moving east and further shallow in the fall, with females moving further than males. So our biggest takeaway from this slide here is that lowest densities of crab were observed in the southwest corner of the red king crab savings area. I appreciate the work that the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and Scott Goodman provided in working with us in advance of this presentation. And the Research Foundation did provide us with a number of alternatives to consider in development of our plan, each of which highlighted the continued importance of the king crab savings area. We took that information into account and, like the catcher vessels, also considered more broad approaches. So I wanted to highlight some of the information that's included on this slide here to provide some context to the approach that we have. Noting that a significant proportion of Bristol Bay red king crab in the NMFS survey was located in Area 512, which is already subject to trawl protections. And this aligns with what we saw in our other earlier exercises and allowed us to focus and refine our efforts once again to the red king crab savings area. As we previously mentioned, the Council's request from June this year was to develop a dynamic spatial closure while keeping salmon bycatch avoidance as the highest priority. The entire CP fleet operates under a single IPA and is subject to weekly bycatch closure announcements. A provision of our IPA requires that if a closure is triggered by the catcher vessel fleet, that we also comply with that as well. So the map to the left highlights the locations of both CP and CV salmon bycatch closures between 2020 through 2025, noting the majority of these areas are located outside of the red king crab savings area. The table to the right illustrates Chinook bycatch rates inside versus outside of the savings area from 2008 to 25, and much like the catcher vessels, we note here that rates inside the savings area were considerably lower than those outside the savings area in every single year. This highlights the continued importance of maintaining access and flexibility to areas with lower bycatch, given annual and seasonal variability. So this brings us to the CP fleet dynamic closure for 2025. The closure would be effective from January 31st through the end of A season 2026. As a reminder, our fishery proceeds on January 20th, and a provision of our IPA states that salmon closures do not go into effect until January 31st. This is due to the fact that we need to gain understanding of what's actually happening on the fishing grounds before we start restricting fleet access. The closure area in black and white cross-hatched region across a diagonal incorporating the northeast corner of the red king crab savings area. This closure does exclude the red king crab savings sub-area, noting that the sub-area is open to trawl fishing in years when there is a directed fishery for red king crab. And it's also helpful to remind you that the 10-minute strip constitutes an important fishing area for their fleet as they need to maintain compliance with stellar sea lion regulations. And that restricts the fleet to catching no more than about 28% of their annual allocation prior to April 1st within the SCA. So this brings us now to our Chinook provision. So this closure area will remain inaccessible to our fleet unless the CP fleet weekly bycatch rate exceeds a rate that is equivalent to about 80% of our Chinook performance standard. Noting that for 2026, this is approximately 0.034 Chinook per metric ton of pollock. And finally, our notifications will be issued to the CP fleet through our weekly IPA reports, and closure status will be reevaluated on a weekly basis, consistent once again with our IPA programs. So much like we started, a variety of elements were considered in our respective proposals, and given the Chinook priority, we needed to account for compliance with our sector's IPAs, hence why each of us is at the table with you here today. But perhaps most importantly are operational differences between our fleets. For example, salmon accounting that occurs at the hull level versus the trip level, or the sheer number of co-ops and vessels in the inshore sector versus the offshore fleet. We are subject to a number of existing regulatory closures, with a reminder that Area 516 along the eastern half of the Red King Crab Savings Area is closed to trawling starting March 15th of each year. And last but not least, I particularly look forward to the developments that are stemming from the upcoming EFH review, which we'll hear about in greater detail this week. This will provide more granularity on the sex and life stage data for all 5 crab species. And we also look forward to the new data that will arise from the ongoing disaster relief research. And so with that, that summarizes our presentation here for you today. And I think we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for the presentations. See if there are any questions from council members. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Maybe it's slide 17 that would help. First, I just wanted to confirm that for the CV fleets, the closure is in place January 31st through the end of the A season as well. You probably said that, but I didn't see it on the slide, so I wanted to confirm that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. It would be through the entire A season.
And then through the chair, my second question. So Area 512 to the east of the savings area, that's already closed to all trawling. And I wondered if you considered then, given that the sub area is open next year, I wanted to hear again the rationale for not including part of the sub area to the savings area, that little tan box, at least on that lower eastern corner, why that wasn't considered, or maybe it was and you had rationale not to include it, just because it looked like it wasn't as important for salmon avoidance, and it was a place where we saw some crab, at least in those 2 data points. Maybe it's too limited a data set to draw from, but could you remind us of that rationale?
Sure, I can take that one. I'll let Susie clean me up. So as I had mentioned before, the fleet is subject to the stellar sea lion regulations in the SCA, and that's that stair-stepped box on the screen before you now. Particularly for the CV fleet, but also for the CP fleet, it can be quite difficult to juggle your inside and outside allocation of pollock throughout the year. And so maintaining access to that substrip is pretty critical for the fleet in terms of flexibility and things of that nature. So we had a very hard time making this determination, but felt that for where we're at in this point of the juncture, that this is the most realistic for right now.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, just to follow up on that, for the inshore catcher vessels, having that closest area for our outside SCA fishing is really important, especially to the smaller vessels that are not quite less than 99, but kind of just over that. And so echoing what Caitlin had said, it is important to getting our outside fish, especially if companies and co-ops decided to get that fish earlier in the season. And while there were only 3 overlapping rolling hotspot closures with that sub-savings area, that was 3 out of 5 years, or 5 years of rolling hotspots. And so it still is an area for us to often avoid salmon when the salmon are closer to like Unimac Pass. So that was also within our considerations.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the same dynamic exists with the mothership sector.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. I'd like to make sure, since we're on this slide, that I understand the mechanics of the proposed dynamic closure areas. And so I think this is directed to Ms. Yeager, but will incorporate and check my understanding of the CV dynamic closure as well. Ms. Yeager, it looks like the closure area that we're talking about here, the dynamic closure area, as you said, it's closed, but it opens under the trigger that you've identified here, which is CP weekly bycatch rate of greater than 80% of the Chinook performance standard. It seemed to me in the CV presentation, there was another trigger for it to close again, that same area. But I'm not seeing that here. Am I understanding that correctly? And can you please help me understand if I'm not?
Sure, I trying to be efficient with our slide preparation. Yes, so our, because ours is a rate-based trigger, that rate is constantly revisited as more and more data comes through. And so with our weekly C-state announcements and our IPA reports, when that report comes out, if the rate falls below that threshold, that area would naturally close again. So.
Thank you for that. I really wanted to clarify that. My second question has to do, and you did cover, which I very much appreciate, the data that was available to you to have these conversations and put these closure areas together, which was the council expectation, which I think you picked up very clearly from the council motion. It's a little bit speculative, but I think Ms. Zagorski did mention you essentially didn't have the 2025 data from the cooperative pot survey, for example. And I'm not remembering exactly how long, what's going to be available when, but what data did you have? What data would have been more helpful to have in putting this together? Can you evaluate that at all for me?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes. We were working, we were in communication, all three of our sectors were in communication with BSFRF, and we started this shortly after the June meeting when the motion was passed to start coming up with a plan and trying to think about what data did we want to, was available that we were able to consider. When we first met, it was apparent that the CPS2 data, so that 2024 CPS was only available in preliminary, only the preliminary results were available. But because we were in communication with them, we both recognized that they had a lot of work to do still, and we had a few other components that we were working on with this. And so we were kind of in an agreement of when the data became available that we would receive that and we'd have that back and forth communication. So I think it was later in the late summer, early fall, we had received more information on tagging information, and then kind of an upcoming project or report on tagging, as well as those the observations from the CPS2 sampling stations. So that was in a raw format. It wasn't assessed yet in a report form, and that was given to us and our C-state partners so that we could essentially plot that similarly on a chart and see, you know, with the RKCSA overlapping and see how that compared to CPS1 as well as the Eastern Bering Sea survey data. So in terms of the crab specific data, we were in communication, we were getting information as it was becoming available to us.
If I may add through the chair, there was no pot survey done in 2025, so that winter pot survey, so that would have been helpful to have. And then secondly, the 2025 Eastern Bering Sea bottom trawl survey data wasn't quite available. They do post the raw survey data on a publicly accessible website, but Steve and I checked pretty late in the game and still wasn't up there, but for obvious reasons.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at page 10. I guess my question is for Ms. Zagorski. It says that less than 6% of the RKCSA was fished annually over the last few years by CVs. And I guess I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit. Is that the same 6% that gets fished consistently? Does it shift around, and what percent of your landings come from that 6%? I mean, I know that's kind of getting into the nitty gritty, but I'm curious.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. So this was a kind of a complex exercise to try to put it all on the screen. So we slimmed it down for you, but thank you for the question. So we ran the last 4 years because this was a huge data set of trying to first off accumulate and determine all of the VMS tracks that were just specifically from the haul times and durations. So we first had to find that information, and then we were able to find that for those 4 years and what that comparison was versus the entire RKCSA area. Now, when we did these calculations of that percentage of the total area, that was assuming that none of these hauls were duplicate passes. So this is kind of the maximum potential of the RKCSA that had hauls in it. The 6% or less than 6% is from 1 year. I believe it was 2023 was the kind of the highest year. It was 5.8% of the hauls that were inside the RKCSA. It was 5.6% of the total RKCSA area was where our hauls had occurred from CVs. All the other years were around the 2 to 3%. And so just to kind of simplify, we were saying less than on an annual basis, 6% of the RKCSA has CV hauls in that area. Off the top of my head, / notes, I don't quite have the full percentage of CPV for just those 6% of those 4 years, but I can say that over the last 17 to 18 years, similar to the salmon data, is that only about 425,000 metric tons of catcher vessel pollock harvest came out of the RKCSA in those 18 years. And I don't know if James has any mothership catcher vessel information to add.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie. I think Susie covered it rather well, but there is a difference between the mothership sector and the inshore sector just on basis of where the processing is and the haul by haul catch accounting in the mothership sector. And in order to protect Chinook salmon, stocks and protect against excess bycatch of that, we're constantly moving our operations based on the real-time data. And while this percentage may be a small percentage, I don't think it should be interpreted as an unimportant percentage, that the flexibility to move in response rapidly to the data that we receive on a haul by haul basis is a critical component of the Mothership Salmon Savings Incentive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate all the work that's been put into this by the pollock industry to come up with these avoidance measures. I think it's very much appreciated. So thank you. My question's on the effective date and having it start on January 31st. I think everybody knows our Bristol Bay red king crab fishery closes on January 15th in response to the biology of the stock, because that's when they start molting and mating and becoming soft shell. So I'm curious why you're not picking your closure by January 15th or January 20th, right at the start of your season.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Goen. As we mentioned before, at the start of each fishing season, we have a general idea of where fish aggregate and where salmon might be, but no year is ever the same. And we want to maintain the maximum flexibility in order to figure out where we should or should not be at the start of the season for salmon bycatch avoidance. And we didn't want to preclude that opportunity from the fleet right out the gate. That being said, people typically, when they start out fishing, stay close and then venture out further. So it would be speculation at this point to say that, to charge right into the red king crab savings area would be unlikely. But generally, we look to the areas where we have maximum historical catch rates. And as you've seen, a relatively low proportion of our fishing had occurred in those areas in the past. But I'm happy to let Susie convey thoughts from their side.
Thanks. We kind of went at this at a similar perspective that Caitlin did. And one other thing that we had mentioned and agreed to was that we are on a weekly basis, especially at the beginning of the season, are tracking that data, catch reports, bycatch reports, etc. And so even though the rule itself has where it's open for those first 10 days, That's not to say that we're not monitoring the data that's coming out of there. And so because this is a dynamic measure, we also have some ability to say, if we get any new information, to kind of adjust as needed to close it to be more restrictive. But like Caitlin said, most of our fishing in those first 10 days are often closer and near shore just to get the season started. And then we have the vessels that basically get that rotation at the plant started and then can go out, venture out and start kind of scoping around to see where the pollock aggregations are. And so we kind of combine all of that data into one. But that's not to say that if we get reports from the crab fishery there at the end of the crab season, that we can't incorporate that somehow.
Ms. Gone.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm also curious if there's a plan to follow up with the council and report back on how this dynamic spatial management went once the season's over.
Through the chair, I don't think that's been explicitly addressed before, but that's definitely something the fleet would be amenable to. And I would defer to your expertise as to what the appropriate time for that would be.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, as a representative of Mothership Salmon Savings Incentive Plan and recognizing the request by the council of balancing these voluntary provisions against our protection of Chinook salmon encounters, it's been my expectation that we would report on this within the IPA reports.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your reports and your responsiveness to the council's request. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I think it's a good time to break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:30 and we will begin public testimony on B reports at that time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we've finished our B report presentations before lunch. We're ready to move on to our public comment on B reports. We have 10 members of the public signed up to testify. As a reminder, individuals and companies will get 3 minutes to testify, and organizations and associations 6 minutes. So we have Lauren Wild will start us off, followed by Mickey Sharp.
Hello, through the chair, members of the council. My name is Lauren Wild. I am an assistant professor in the Applied Fisheries program at the University of Alaska Southeast Sitka campus. And I teach a fisheries policy class, and that's why I'm here today. We have our applied fisheries program does career and technical education training and workforce training for fisheries around Alaska. A lot of our students work in aquaculture, work for Fish and Game, and go into fisheries management careers. And so this policy class, we rotate around between following various policy entities with the state. So some years we cover the Board of Fish process, some years we cover the IPHC process, some years the Federal Subsistence Board, and this year we're covering the Council process. So students learn how proposals come to life, how the process works with the Council, and then they follow a proposal or an agenda item through. They pick one that they're interested in or that's important to their community. And they follow it through the SSC and the AP, and they follow public testimony and public comment on it. And then they watch the council deliberate on it and discuss the item. And then they write a report and do a presentation in class about it. So I just wanted to introduce myself and the class. So there's a few students in the meetings with here in town that maybe could raise their hands and wave or something that might be kind of coming up to you, asking questions about things that they might want to learn more about. And then there's a few online watching as well. We have students from as far south as Metlakatla up through Nome that are in the class right now, and in Sitka and one in Juneau. So yeah, just wanted to say hi, introduce myself, and we're just going to be floating around. And thank you all for this public process that students get to learn from.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for introducing yourself. Really appreciate always the engagement of young people and students into our process. I know a number of council members have been involved in various classroom activities in the past at the university level and high school level. And if there's anything that we can do to help support, please let us know. But if there's, I'll open up the floor to any questions. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Ms. Wild. I just wanted to understand how long you and the students would be around at this meeting so people can seek you out and make introductions while you're here.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Most of us are around through Sunday. We'll be in and out, but yeah. So, and then one of the students is living in Anchorage, so she might be able to be around a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like he's ready for the gavel.
He was so cooperative this morning.
Thanks again. So Mickey Sharp is next, followed by Frank Woods.
Hello, buddy, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Sharp, Twin Hills Waters Commission, Captain Hunter. Yeah, Togiak Bay, Round Island Sanctuary Area. As you could see up there on the screen up there on the far bottom right, the Round Island area, that area, a couple of years ago, during springtime, we're on our way to Caluca Bay, and my son and I and my nieces, we heard very loud, like banging sounds. I'm pretty sure it was right behind Round Island. That's their direction. We heard loud banging sounds, you know, but and last year's false hunt, subsistent walrus hunt on the beach was only one walrus. And I know for a fact a few years ago there would be at least 100 or more. My only concern is the loud noise during the spring and summer time from those possibly the trawlers, but over decades of viewing coasts, seeing many dead, washed up walrus and many whales in Togiak Bay area and past further down south, my concern is walrus and whales aren't getting the food they are getting. Many disturbances from trawlers in the bottom ocean floor. Everything is being caught and many bycatch. And what will it take for the cycle to stop? Everyone around the world, everyone knows about this. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions from council members. Mr. Sharp, I probably should know this, but what is the primary prey species of walruses?
The ones I see about total, like I think it's getting more like every year, including the whales. Like I said, it was my first time this year in October I ever seen a whale on our way to walrus hunt at Round Island. And I even told my crew that it's the first time I ever see something like this in this late in the season. Of all the times I thought they would be up and gone, springtime and summer, they'd feed and go. And like about a week later, with one of my Facebook friends from Port Titan, he posted a picture of a dead whale on the beach, and I'm pretty sure that was the whale I seen, because my concern was that it was probably a sick whale, and I was thinking that was the whale that was washed up at Port Titan.
Thank you very much. So do walruses eat shellfish primarily, or do you know what they eat?
I'm pretty sure, but I know the main thing is the cockle clams. And fall time when we would be seal hunting around by the high island, that's the island next to the Hagemaster. That's the one with the big circle. Around there, we used to see sometimes walrus feeding off the ocean floor there, but I don't see them around there anymore. Yeah, and the total about of walrus I probably count on the beaches are like about probably more than 10 a year.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate your time. Oh, excuse me. It looks like we have one other question. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I guess I'm just trying to understand, is what you're seeing a recent decline in walrus populations, like this has happened in the past year or two, or is this something that has happened steadily over time?
The few years ago was hunt from the hunters I used to see there would be a group like anywhere, probably a 50 or more, with the Togiak group turned at the Round Island area. And this year we seen only just one walrus.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. So Frank Woods is next, followed by Theresa Peterson.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Council North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. My name is Frank Woods for the record. I'm a resident of Dillingham. I'm here to represent the Cossack Walrus Commission. I'm appointed chair of the 9-Village Consortium that co-manages the hunt off Round Island with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'd like to thank you before I start my presentation. Your information that was presented at the front table is real helpful, and your staff have been really accommodating. Number one, I read the documents because this is my second meeting in 20 years. The last one was in 20 years talking about the same issues. That we balance conservation, economic, and social concerns. We set harvest quotas and set prohibited species catch limits, set gear and season and area restrictions. This is why I'm here. Design ecosystem and habitat protections. Community protections, Togiak, and the 9 communities that I represent. Togiak, Twin Hills, Mattakotuk, Togiak, Dillingham, Leknigik, Clarks Point, New Stuyahawk, Ekwok, and Ekok. They depend on that traditional hunt off Round Island to provide a resource for the communities. The price on subsistence has gone skyrocketing, not only access, but also to go out and harvest a resource. We don't want to put a price on subsistence, but just in comparison, if we got 20 walrus in our allocation, that's about 2,500 pounds of meat. That's 50,000 pounds at $10 a pound for what we'd have to pay is $500,000, 500,000. There are cumulative effects that I have to address in this committee and ask you the number one, like my predecessor, Mickey pointed out, there's huge impacts in the last 20 years. The map we have up front of you is where we're talking about Round Island and the sanctuary that we hunt off of. The next slide, if I could go. Talks about the report that I could find. The only report that I could find on habitat protections is the next slide will. Oh, I just sent one. Okay, I'll present them later, but then oh, I thought I sent 4 of them. It's from the 1999. The only information I could find is a report for habitat protection in Bristol Bay from the yellowfin trawl fishery, development of marine mammal habitat protection in Bristol Bay, generated from this council. And that was in 1999. And then they had crab rearing studies from 99 to 2005. Those are online in your records too. Why I'm here is I'm asked for a habitat disturbance, a noise disturbance, feeding disturbance, because those are the things that are charged by my communities. The second thing is that ecosystem is huge. I commercially fished there since 1997 for salmon and commercially fished there from 1983 to 2021 for herring. And before you in the next few weeks, you're going to have a herring proposal for increasing bycatch. ADF&G came up with a RC26 that counters that the Togiak, Bristol Bay herring fishery has not been sustainable or labeled sustained because they haven't had age class composition, nor do they have a harvest study. So that ecosystem that we're talking about is real fragile. is that as we go in, we need, my stance here is to work with everyone, the trawling industry, North Pacific, our tribal entities, all the ADF&G and science that they can bring to the table and hopefully come up with a solution. I hope that this board listens because number one, the impacts that we have, and I go back home, I have to go back and tell our people what we're faced with every day. And it's getting harder and harder, as you know, as resources dry up and things change. In 20 years, the report that I read was 20 years old. It was 2005. The habitat, that it was talking about, I would reference page 20 it started on. And I'm just gonna reference it real quick because it says survey to information on crab abundance and distribution. That's a crab rearing area because of the abundance of herring and the fisheries that are there. And page S20, trawl impacts and habitat. I read that and it's 20 years old. Ground fisheries. Our halibut used to be a huge population of local and offshore and onshore halibut. They fed canneries and our people lived off those resources. And the next one is the yellowfin trawl fishery on page S22. That's the impacts that we're talking about. Those are the things that we have control over. That means bringing the information and the science forward. Right now, there is no science. They're 20 years old. And, God bless our process because it's a process that I believe in. And I believe that each person that comes to this table and are out in the lobby and here working together, trying to get things right, that's a huge responsibility. And I appreciate all the concerns and anything you could do. And I'll list them in E, and I'll write a letter from our Cossack Walrus Commission to your body and the most favorable thing I could say is your advisory panel has really been a joy to work with. It's a lot better than jumping in right in the middle of the North Pacific and have to sort it all out because that was what I was used to when I first got here, right? So I appreciate it and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Woods. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woods. In a previous position that I held, I worked for a CDQ group and we did some work with the Cossack Walrus Commission. And I know there was dialogue at that time between the yellowfin fleet and the commission. And so I guess my question is, are those conversations still happening or have you reached out to the yellowfin fleet to see if you can come to a resolution without involving the council?
Yes, I just started today. Yesterday I met Chris and Doug did a report for Bycatch report and their harvest and our other hat I wear is I'm a CDQ board member. We all have to wear and have different roles, have to balance the act of not sacrificing one resource for the other. So me and Chris and our natural resources director sat down. We're going to get a bycatch report. We'll get a full, I don't know if there's a resolution to this because we don't have the money or science in our area to do these things that we ask. Yes, thank you. I reached out and getting reports and doing a dialogue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Woods? I think the documents that you referenced we're posting on our website to your testimony. So just for everyone's reference.
Oh, thank you. I'll resend them if I have to. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Theresa Peterson is up next, followed by Linda Behnken.
Hi, good afternoon, council members, Chair Dramika, and congratulations, Mr. Paplin, Ms. Evans. Nice to see you up at the table. My name is Theresa Peterson, and I'm here today speaking as a Kodiak-based commercial fisherman and a member of the Community Leaders in Marine Carbon Dioxide Removal team. It's CLAM for short, and our work is supported by a grant from a nonprofit, Carbon 180. And we did submit a comment letter, which
the team signed that provides some background on who we are and why we're talking about marine carbon dioxide removal. In short, marine carbon dioxide removal, or MCDR, is a term that describes any strategy that seeks to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in the ocean as a way to mitigate climate change. And proponents of MCDR predict that it could be $1 trillion industry to rival the global oil industry in time that will be funded by the purchase of carbon credits. And what we're finding thus far is most Alaskans have never heard about MCDR and therefore are not able to make an informed decision about whether to welcome the industry in our waters or provide guidance on how it should be regulated. The primary goal of the CLAM project is to bring together coastal community members to learn more about MCDR and discuss what it could mean for Alaska. Our team members include community partners like myself and marine scientists who work and live in Alaska. And for this project, our outreach is focused on Kodiak and Cordova, where the community partners are based. And we hope to build understanding and gather input and on how to support informed decision-making with community members from our regions at this juncture. So at present, the work is narrow, but this is obviously a topic that would benefit from increased awareness from coastal communities, fishermen, and policymakers alike. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to share about the work with the council and really kind of explore the interest for a more in-depth conversation down the line. And I don't have time to get into the details today, but we put this graphic up that was produced by Ocean Visions that's doing a good job about just putting this complicated technique into layman terms. And like basically MCDR can be broadly classified into two categories. One, abiotic, which leverages the ocean's physical or chemical properties to remove CO2 from the atmosphere, and two, biotic, which rely on biological processes of carbon taken up through photosynthesis by marine plants. And some of the MCDR approaches that are most relevant for Alaska include coastal wetland restoration, seaweed cultivation, nutrient fertilization, and ocean alkalinity enhancement. And some of the biological examples include cultivating seaweeds and then sequestering the carbon embedded in the deep, down into the deep ocean. The deep is kind of like 500 meters or more as it's being defined in these discussions to date. And then looking at storing it there for a long time or turning it into long-lived bioproducts. Another biological example is fertilizing the ocean to promote the growth of microalgae that can take up carbon and sink it into the deep sea. And microalgae can be fertilized from surface applications of nutrients such as iron, which can only be done in iron-limited waters, like the Gulf of Alaska is an area that's of interest due to the low iron in our waters. Some of the abiotic or chemical examples include ocean alkalinity enhancement, the addition of alkaline minerals, which are either mined or manufactured to seawater to increase alkalinity and therefore carbon storage in seawater. And at this juncture, the research and the interest is advancing rapidly, and there's support for pursuing these technologies through federal research initiatives, philanthropy, and nonprofits. And while no large projects have been permitted in Alaska to date, there are some early testing proposed in the North Pacific in the few years, and that's being done by Exios, exploring ocean iron solutions. And that's a group of international experts based at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. And they're interested in attempting a large-scale field trial of iron fertilization in the eastern North Pacific, looking at about 620 miles offshore in the central Gulf of Alaska. It's by the Ocean Station Papa. And the project would seek approval and public comment through the permitting process with the EPA, which I understand is under the London protocols. So at this point, though, since the MDR industry is so new, a big question is who will regulate these activities in the state, federal, and international waters, and to what extent coastal communities will be informed or consulted. And our group is neutral on MCDR technologies. However, we firmly believe that sound policies begin with informed communities. And so we'd welcome the opportunity to support engagement, gather input, and share feedback from the community workshops in the council venue. And so just wanted to take this time to share a little bit today about the project, and we'd really be glad to make our team available sometime in the future, maybe something during B reports or host an evening session or perhaps at an ecosystem committee meeting. And we're viewing this discussion and this project as a beginning of broader community conversations, and again, look forward to sharing what we learned from these two really important fishing communities. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, or your testimony, Ms. Peterson. I'll see if there are any questions on the testimony. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Peterson, for bringing this information forward. We are seeing through our ecosystem reports changing pH levels. I'm thinking particularly for the Bering Sea. And I know I've heard of potential projects in Bristol Bay on the ocean alkalinity enhancement, and also with the iron oxide fertilization. Some fishermen have already been approached on that. So I think it's really important that this was brought to our attention and that we start paying attention and weighing in on the effects of this on multiple species at different stages of their ages, and how this could affect our ecosystem in Alaska. So thank you for raising this.
Thank you. I think all of us would have quite a bit of expertise and knowledge and local knowledge and policy knowledge to add to the conversation. So that's, part of why we're doing this outreach, to increase all of our understanding and hopefully, increase the communication ties. I'm not quite sure, where this is going to go, but I guess the more we know going into things, the better we can contribute to discussions.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Ms. Peterson, I know you said it was uncertain, but who is doing the permitting of just the initial tests or something that you mentioned in the Eastern Bering Sea? Who's permitting that kind of activity now?
Thank you. I appreciate the question, because I had the opportunity to meet with some of the representatives from the Axios a few weeks ago via Zoom, and I asked the same question. And the response that this permitting process will take place through the EPA. And for me, it's a little confusing since we are talking about international waters. It's 620 miles out offshore. And as I understand it, it's very close to the ocean station Papua, but we've had long-term monitoring buoys with NOAA fisheries and partners. And I haven't had a chance to do a little bit deeper dive yet to see how that process works. But my understanding, it was an EA through the EPA, and they're going to be seeking the permitting and then pursuing the funding, because the projects, those type of research projects are, I think it's estimated the initial project would cost $17 million. And so it's been a challenge whether to raise the money first or go through the permitting process. But there's a lot of world interest in pursuing this as a mitigation for climate change and the buildup of carbon in the atmosphere, and the oceans viewed as a very tangible solution for removing and sinking for long periods of time. And I think long periods of time is looking like up to 100 years. So it's very new, and I'm working hard to bring myself up to speed on it. So that's thought we'd introduce things early on, and then say there's another time we could spend an hour with some marine scientists here to do some deeper dives on things.
Thank you again for your testimony, and please keep in contact about a potential evening session. I think that would be an appropriate venue. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll kind of pursue the timing. There's a workshop taking place today in Cordova, and then we're going to be doing a workshop December 12th in Kodiak. And then once we are able to start putting together community input, we'll have the opportunity to kind of get a sense on when it might be a worthwhile time to come and share some of the community feedback and input at a council meeting down the line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Linda Behnken, followed by Megan Williams and Michael Levine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Behnken, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I just wanted to start by acknowledging Rick Lauber's passing. I did serve on the council with Rick. He was a very good friend and a phenomenal chair, and I will certainly miss him. Relative to B reports, I think I have 5 issues I want to touch on briefly. I want to start by saying that our organization, just relative to the Coast Guard report, is really concerned about personnel cuts at NIOSH and how that's impacting commercial fishing safety training. As you may know, NIOSH personnel were put on leave during the government efficiency operations. Those people still have not been reinstated. Congress has appropriated funding for these employees. There's $29 million in a budget line for NIOSH, but the positions have not yet been restored, and these highly skilled and important people are starting to move on. First, as you know, NIOSH's evidence-based non-regulatory approach has created practical life-saving solutions for fishermen across the nation. The specific personnel targeted for separation or that were let go manage the commercial fishing incident-based database, the Fishing Safety Research Grant Program, and the NIOSH Training Project Grant Program, which conduct an average of 179 hands-on trainings annually. These programs reach roughly 2,500 fishermen each year with essential courses in emergency drills, vessel stability, first aid, and opioid overdose response. By allowing these reductions to persist, we're disrupting critical research, training, and overall support for commercial fishing safety. Restoring these positions can and should happen tomorrow. Restoring full commercial safety training support also depends on additional $12 million being included in the FY26 budget, which is, of course, its own challenge. But I wanted to raise the issue here today of the NIOSH staffing and make the council and other industry members aware of the situation and ask for people's active outreach and support for NIOSH and AMC to ensure we maintain the maximum support for safety of our fishing industry. Second, I wanted to thank the agency for completing the review of our application for a regional CQE for Southeast Alaska. As you may remember, with the CQE, we're working to restore access to some of our small and indigenous fishing communities in Southeast. We're working with Sea Alaska, Central Council of Tlingit Haida, and Spruce Root to do that. We deeply appreciate the work completed to move this forward by the region. We're now waiting for the Secretary of Commerce to sign off so we can purchase quota right after new quotas are set this spring. Third, I wanted to mention our support for the work of the Science Center to transparently share stock assessment trade-offs and what we need to consider going forward if there's less funding available for that process. Given the rapid changes that we're seeing in our ocean, I think we heard some about how that's affecting walruses and people in the Bering Sea early this morning, that the assessments that they're doing, along with the climate modeling that they've been bringing forward to us in recent years, is really important for this council process. It's also something that we have really been depending on in the climate adaptation and resilience planning that we've been doing for our communities, and we believe will profoundly affect our fleet and fishing communities if we don't prepare for those changes that are coming. So our organization is very supportive of that ongoing climate research and ongoing mapping and forecasting of how that's going to affect our fisheries. Fourth, I wanted to thank the pollock industry for the work they did bringing forward the dynamic spatial closures for the 2026 pollock A season. Important that that work is doing what it needs to protect crab. We also want to agree with comments submitted by OC. I think they're testifying next, but in their written comments, they mentioned the importance of bringing forward some of the testimony that was shared at the Council's June and December 25 meeting and moving forward with regulatory action that ensures that at least until we have a meaningful performance standard, that we consider pelagic trawling and manage pelagic trawling as having contact with the seafloor. It's really important that when that gear is having that contact, that we don't act as if it is not. Finally, on the delayed implementation of small sablefish release, that has been a really widely anticipated change that people expected to be in place this year. I realize the situation, the circumstances were something that could not be avoided by the agency, but I would just ask that the agency be very public about noticing the fleet that will not be in place this season. Otherwise, I would anticipate that we may see some violations from people who think finally they're allowed to release small sablefish. So thank you. That completes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Behnken. Yes, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Behnken. My question was on your first point. I was only recently made aware that AMC doesn't have, the Alaska Marine Safety Education Association doesn't have funding, and then those NIOSH positions were gone. We can't lobby as a council, Congress, but is your testimony to make people aware of that so individuals and associations in the fishing industry can do such a thing? I just want to make sure I'm understanding the ask from the council.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to make sure the rest of the industry was aware that safety training that we have depended on for so many years is really at risk. And with NIOSH, the funding is there. It's just that those positions were terminated and nobody has been rehired. And I think the urgency of the situation is that there's a huge amount of institutional memory, skills, just experience with safety training. Those people are starting to move on. They just can't wait any longer. And it will be a huge loss to all of us if they do move on and we don't have them back at NIOSH. So I know we have been talking to our delegation. We've been working with AMC to try and find ways to make sure those people are reinstated and also to make sure the funding is there in the future so that the safety training is required for people operating vessels outside the boundary waters. If there isn't funding for AMC, it's hard to know where we're going to go get that training that is required. So just really important that people are aware and are taking action to make sure we have that training available in the future.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So Megan Williams and Mike Levine, followed by Scott Goodman. Is Mike online? Okay, great. All right. So yeah, Mike Levine will be joining me today online. He's and he can unmute himself is the word. But my name is Megan Williams. I am a fisheries scientist and I'm here with Mike Levine. He's a senior director here. We are both part of Ocean Conservancy's Arctic and Northern Waters program. I will be speaking to 2 items today under B reports. I'll briefly address the B9 Bering Sea pollock report on dynamic closures, but would like to spend the majority of testimony today discussing the recent oil and gas leasing draft proposal. So we thank the Council for the June 2025 motion calling for the pollock fleet to establish spatial closures for the 2026 A season. We appreciate the industry's science-based response at this meeting, and we hope to see future updates come forward on this issue in a transparent and consistent manner. At this meeting, we urge the Council to advance the proposed spatial closures that best meet the intent of the June 2025 motion.
We additionally urge the Council to reinforce the really critical need to protect both habitat and crab from the impacts of seafloor contact associated with trawl operations. And while this represents a first step in addressing issues associated with pelagic trawl gear impacts to crab in the seafloor, there is still, of course, a lot of work to be done here. Conversations from both the June and December 2025 meetings should be used to inform future action in June of 2026 at the latest on this issue. And really at that time, we'd like to see a follow-up report on the 2026 A-season measures, as well as the consideration of more meaningful regulatory actions to reduce bottom contact in pelagic trawl gear. This could be through the development of a performance standard or recategorization of pelagic trawl gear as a mobile bottom contact gear. So we look forward to seeing that in 2026 and really want to reinforce the importance of this action. So switching gears, I'd like to take the remainder of my time to comment on the November 2025 oil and gas leasing draft proposal. So a few weeks ago, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which is part of the Department of Interior, released the National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Draft Proposed Program. The draft program, which follows a request for information released earlier this year, is the next step in the agency's offshore oil and gas leasing process. When finalized, the leasing program will establish a schedule of lease sales that the agency will plan for the 5-year period from 2026 to 2031. So BOEM divides the outer continental shelf, all of these areas from 3 nautical miles to the extent of the EEZ, into planning areas, and there are 15 planning areas in Alaska. The current draft includes sales in all areas in Alaska other than Bristol Bay. There are sales scheduled, and these are areas in which the Council currently manages fisheries, the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Gulf of Alaska, and the Arctic. So according to the draft program, 12 of the 15 Alaska program areas have really negligible oil and gas resources or negligible development value. These 12 program areas include the Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, and Aleutian Islands. And there has been no leasing in any of these areas for 40 years, if it has happened at all. Conversely, these same areas support Alaska's fisheries, communities, and subsistence users. So walking back a bit, you may recall that the first Trump administration took a similar approach in its 2018 draft leasing program, and at that time, there was significant opposition to leasing in many of the proposed areas, including from the Alaska congressional delegation. And the Council at that time sent in a letter encouraging removal of planning areas in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. This comment letter was effective, and at that time, the administration listened and removed these areas from the next version of the plan. So we are now asking the Council to help protect our reputation for clean, healthy oceans that support productive fisheries, and to submit a letter again requesting that BOEM does not include sales in areas that threaten commercial fisheries in Alaska or jeopardize U.S. seafood competitiveness. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. And Mike, do you have any statements that you'd like to put on record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Thank you. And no, Ms. Williams did an excellent job of summarizing our position. I'm here simply to answer questions. And I apologize for not being able to be there in person.
Okay, great. Thank you. See if there are any questions on the testimony. Yes, Ms. Gohan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Williams, for the testimony. So what I'm hearing is the ask is for a letter from the Council to BOEM during this comment period, asking that certain areas not be included because of their value for seafood. Just want to make sure I'm getting the ask correct.
Ms. Gohan,
Go ahead. I was going to defer to you.
So thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, we are seeking to have the Council take up at staff tasking that same kind of participation as in the last iteration of this 5-year program in 2018, and send a letter requesting that the important areas be protected from offshore oil and gas operations.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Williams and Mr. Levine. This is an issue that I'm not super familiar with. It's not in my sphere. Do you recall when in 2018? I'd like to go back and look at the council's letter from before to kind of get a flavor of what we commented on.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. And we would be happy to send you a copy of that letter. I think Dr. Williams has it someplace, and if not, I can share it with her and we can distribute that letter to council members so that you can see what it was. I, to be honest, off the top of my head, do not remember which meeting this issue came before the council. Actually, I apologize. I do, because we were in Kodiak. So whichever Kodiak meeting was in 2018, it would have been that one.
Thank you. I think we're trying to pull that up right now and we'll send that around. Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to you both for your testimony. You noted that there was 12 of the 15 potential lease areas have negligible oil and gas reserves. Could you just describe the 3 areas that might potentially have bidders? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pamplin, and through the chair. The three areas with potential reserves are Cook Inlet, the Chukchi planning area, and the Beaufort planning area. And of note, in the One Big Beautiful Bill, Congress mandated a series of lease sales in Cook Inlet. So there will be lease sales in Cook Inlet independent of whatever the administration does in its 5-year program. That's the only area currently in which lease sales are scheduled.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Scott Goodman is next. He's joining us remotely, followed by Cory Lescher.
I'm here online, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'll go ahead and start. Thank you for the opportunity to share here a little bit. For the record, I'm Scott Goodman. I'm the Executive Director for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And I'm going to comment on B9 here. I know that you are hearing many different topics, but I'll focus my comments on B9. And I just have a few notes and a few comments here to go along with what you heard from the pollock industry folks, and also in addition to the written comment that we submitted. In general, we are very appreciative of these efforts that you heard from the pollock industry to develop plans in response to the June council motion, which would be an effort to reduce the potential impact on Bristol Bay red king crab. And you heard that we submitted a set of options, and I just wanted to quickly note those if there are folks that haven't seen them, but we came up with 4 very generalized options. The first of which was to basically close the entire red king crab savings area. The second option was to stay out of the eastern half of the area. The third option was to stay out of 3 of the 4 quadrants. So basically everything but the southwest quadrant of the savings area. And then the fourth option was focused on an area that was outside the box. So to speak, it was the south and east section below and all the way to the peninsula. So those were 4 of our options that we tried to come up with. We acknowledge that this is definitely a multi-dimensional problem in the context of salmon bycatch avoidance and other issues. And because of that, we tried to do this as a first clear step that we would offer to characterize meaningful and clear options for the pollock industry to consider. We know that ultimately the shape, size, and timing of crab closures should reflect the best science, and we're in the middle of that, which is still emerging. One of the efforts that we shared in our meetings, which is continuing, is a project with Dr. Sean Hardison, which is a synthesis of basically everything available, all the data available. And we note that a little bit under option 1. And that generally highlights the savings area and some of the adjacent areas as continuing core areas for Bristol Bay red king crab stock. Let's see a couple of quick details. Rather than get too far in on crab movement, we will follow up specifically with pollock industry folks about interpreting tagging information accurately, both to characterize male and female movement. And just for now, I would note that it's worth saying that the male Bristol Bay red king crab use the savings area in the fall and winter a lot more than females do. We appreciate the notes about the female in the small map that was included here today, but it's as important or maybe more so to acknowledge the male use of the area as well. Again, I would say we are pleased with the proposal that we heard, and we view it as a welcome first step for sure. We know and we heard and acknowledge that there are some contingencies built in that could allow fishing effort in the proposed closures. And we also know that there's some level of difficulty in determining precise metrics to evaluate the impact of these options. But we did, kind of try to digest a little bit as we were going. And after our first preliminary review based on the information available to us, we would see these plans as presented, that they appear to be meaningful. So we're happy to see them. The only thing I would offer in closing, and then I'm available for questions, is that we look forward to providing more information as it becomes available to the council and to our collaborators and to the industry as appropriate. There's a lot more going on, and I think our next scheduled sharing of information, which would be similar but probably a more complete update to the one that we gave in June of this year, is in the next couple of council meetings, and we look forward to helping with that. So I think that's all I've got. I'm open for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Goodman. Are there any questions from council members? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Goodman, for the testimony. You mentioned Dr. Hardison's work on modeling for crab movement. Do you know when that will be available for use? And then my second question is, can you speak to what new crab research will be available over this next year that could help inform this process?
Thank you for the questions. Yes, both important through the chair. Ms. Goen, first of all, Dr. Hardison's first summary is available now. It's in press, it's in review, but it's not published. But we have a shareable document that we did send and share to the pollock industry. That's the one that we're referring to. That's kind of the first look of synthesizing information that's most relevant to where crab are during a season. I would say it's not maybe as precise as we had all hoped, but I think it's a good indicator that generally there's not much movement as they kind of assemble in the wintertime. So that is known right now. To answer your second question, we are anticipating doing what is characterized as CPS 3 in March and April of this year. So this would be the third replicate of seasonal distribution for Bristol Bay red king crab. And there may be some additional tags that go out on that. I think collectively we all understand that there are some tag applications and some interpretations that would be a benefit if they are ongoing. So I don't think that we're going to just indiscriminately keep tagging crabs into infinity, but there's some definite gaps and potentially some seasonal linkages with temperature that we would see as very important. So we're anticipating continuing that. So I think to summarize, at the next update, we would be able to speak to results from CPS 3 that would likely be preliminary. We would also have some of the other information that I think the pollock folks referenced published by then as well. The written results from CPS 2 would be complete and ready by then as well.
Great. Thank you. And Ms. Baker? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Goodman, for your testimony and for your participation in providing information to the Bering Sea pollock fleet to facilitate development of the proposed dynamic closure areas we heard about today. And I very much appreciated the part of your testimony where you acknowledged that with this dynamic spatial closure approach, it is difficult to develop measurable objectives, to sort of lay out there for the closures to meet. So in thinking forward to, I think your recommendation that it would be helpful from your perspective to hear back after the 2026 A season as to how the spatial closure approach went for both sectors. What would be the most useful information in those reports hearing back? What would you like to see?
Great question through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I don't know that I have that formulated yet. I think I would like to, from a spatial and temporal aspect, hear what the reality was. I think the options of being able to explore early at the beginning of a season kind of made sense to me, but then stopping that at the end of January. So I'd be kind of curious if that was a reality. I'd like to hear that. I'd like to hear about the challenges, if there are some that become material about, if there's a salmon threshold met, that some of the differences would be adjusted. So part of this, I would say, is just the basic temporal spatial activity. We'll keep abreast of that because we can see through the Alaska Marine Exchange some of it. But if there are ways that are a little more quantitative in terms of what the reality is and what impact it might have on the reduction of effort over the potential overlap areas, I'm still thinking of those right now, so I don't think I have a way to say much about that at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Cory Lescher is next, followed by Chris Woodley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. It's great to see you all here in person again this meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I will be testifying on behalf of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. And Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers is a trade association that represents the majority of crab harvesters that fish with pot gear for snow, tanner, and king crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab rationalization program. My testimony today is really intended to hit on three topics. First, and just briefly, I just wanted to acknowledge our government agency staff back in action and attuned to what Ms. Goen commented on earlier in the process this morning. Really appreciated all the efforts by staff on the front lines and behind the scenes to ensure that our crab fishery got kicked off on October 15th this year. And we're really excited to see crab stock bouncing back and our boat fishing. And so just wanted to acknowledge that there was a lot of movement before the shutdown, and then just appreciate all of the work that you guys do for us. So thank you very much. Next, I just wanted to touch on B9, and I'm at a loss for words, but really appreciated the presentation by the pollock industry. And this started with the council motion in June of this year. And I appreciated the motion and kind of the guidance that the council provided, and the opportunity for the pollock industry to really come together and reach out to Mr. Goodman and the Research Foundation and the crab industry to work together to try to understand what information is available, to understand crab movement, the needs of the pollock fishing industry, and really balancing and managing the importance of avoiding salmon species, as well as acknowledging the importance to put forward efforts to protect crab. And I know that there's a lot of research that is ongoing, and some research that we hope will come online soon that might be able to shed more light to this process moving forward. But with the tools that we have available to us now, I just wanted to be on the record and acknowledge the pollock industry's efforts and the collaboration. I think this is, sitting in the audience and seeing the folks that sat up here to provide the presentation and understanding the lengths they went to work together with the crab industry, crab scientists. I'm just very happy to see this process happening, and I hope that these lines of communication and collaboration can continue into the future, and especially as we have more research coming online and data becoming available. So just wanted to make sure that that this council heard that appreciation with the motion that came out of the June meeting, but also the folks sitting in the room behind me. I think the last thing I wanted to touch on today is stemming back from a council meeting, I think 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. We were dealing with two back-to-back Bristol Bay Red King crab closures. Those season closures were due in part because the female red king crab did not meet the abundance threshold to have open fisheries. And following several council actions, the council invited sectors to come forward at the December meetings to inform the council their best efforts to avoid female red king crab. And in doing so, the crab industry, Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, I believe, has provided that report to the council every December. And so I'd like to provide it just briefly one more time. It's very similar to what we've spoken to the past few years. But just as the pollock industry and other sectors are working to avoid crab, it's important to acknowledge the work that the crab sector is also doing to avoid female red king crab and minimize our own regulatory discards. So every year we strive to send out vessel packets to other sectors. For example, the pot cod sector, when they begin their fishing operations, we provide them with some information that we have to encourage safe handling, sorting, and discarding practices for king crab. And we do the same for our own fleet at the beginning of every fishery. And so our vessel packets have spatial and temporal data based off of observer coverage and I believe the bottom trawl survey, biomass maps, and soak time information. We understand that when the crab industry provides longer soak times, they can minimize their regulatory discards. In-season communication, so our skippers communicate with each other through a WhatsApp and their own radio groups to advise on hotspots if they encounter higher rates of discards. And then, of course, our skipper surveys. This might be one of the newer best use tools that we have. And so our red king crab skipper survey is coming to a close, and we'll be analyzing those results here shortly. But there's a big component of that is focusing on reducing bycatch. So I see I'm out of time, Madam Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide my comments, and I'll end there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Lescher, for your remarks. You mentioned longer soak time reduces regulatory discards. Could you just finish that thought for me, and so I can understand what's going on with that? Thanks.
Certainly. Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, also welcome. Great to have you here in person. Yes, that's what I said. We reached out to Alaska Department of Fish and Game a number of years ago when we first started this this effort to inform our own fleet on how to reduce their impact on females and sublegal males. And there's some interesting data, and this is based off of historic observer data. The number of retained legal males to discarded females, you can see the relationship over time. And so really 48 hours is a great threshold that we ask our fishery to do their best efforts to soak their gear. And speaking of king crab, for 48 hours or greater, and the number of females drop off. And this is, you can also read this in the literature, but that's kind of common information and understanding how the baiting process works. And when a pot fills with larger males, the smaller males sort themselves out, and females as well. So I'd be happy to dive into that with you, but we send the plot to our fishermen so they can kind of visually see this, but it's interesting information.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Chris Woodley is next, and our last testifier will be Jason Clark.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. I'm speaking today based on some testimony that you heard today, and I first heard over at the AP regarding concerns of the yellowfin sole fishery, which occurs in the upper reaches of Bristol Bay in the springtime, primarily an area of 514. As I listened to Mr. Woods and Mr. Sharp yesterday, I was reminded of the council action, or the action that the council took in 2014, which established transit areas through the Walrus Protection Area at Round Island and Cape Pierce in northern Bristol Bay, and so as they were sharing their testimony, and there was something in the back of my head saying, first of all, we knew that the council, or I knew that the council had looked at this issue somewhat back in 2014, but then I was also reminded, I wear a different hat. I'm also on the Aleutian Island Waterway Safety Committee, that there's a lot of other vessel traffic in that region that doesn't necessarily have to abide by the transit area established by the council. And next slide, please. Or am I driving? Oh, sorry. One more. I'm sorry. We'll get there. We'll get there. Boom. There we go. Oh, there we go. It's totally out of control now. It's standard for the course. So there is a fleet of tank vessels and tank barges that operate in that region during the spring and summer months, and it's a fuel delivery system for the villages in the region. So you have foreign flag tank vessels that come into the region, anchor up in certain locations, and they're there for sometimes up weeks up to months, and then U.S. flag tank barges come in, load up fuel, and then deliver it into the, to various villages in the region. And it's been my experience in talking with other communities in Western Alaska that sometimes our vessels are confused for those tank vessels. And so when after the testimony yesterday from Mr. Woods, I had a chance to talk with him this morning, and I think that what we talked about was for my group to spend some additional time working with the villages in the region to explain our operations and when we're actually there, what we're actually fishing for, where we actually operate, and trying to provide that additional clarity so that people aren't confused by when they see something like, you know, these tank ship operations, that they understand that it's not us. And as I had a chance to speak with Mr. Ricci with Bristol Bay Environmental Development Corporation, and we've had some board members actually in the last month meet with the BBEDC board to discuss those very things. You know, what our boats are doing in the region, how much bycatch we have, you know, explaining the fact that we don't have any salmon bycatch in that region at all. And so I think that, you know, with some additional, you know, communications from our group, that I think we could, you know, address a number of these issues. But I think that something that is also needed is that, again, these tank vessels, they're not bound by the transit corridors that that were established by the Council for vessels with federal fishery permits, and so it is possible. I don't know. I'm kind of speculating here, but it might be worthwhile for NOAA Fisheries, who is involved in this process, and for the U.S. Coast Guard, who is involved in establishing these lightering operation rules, to maybe provide some additional input into that process, so that we can make sure that, you know, all vessels in the region are abiding by these kind of conservation measures that were developed by this group to protect walrus habitat. So I'll just put that out there. Glad to answer any questions about, you know, how our group is trying to interact. But, you know, again, this all stemmed from the conversation, you know, expressing concerns over our fisheries. And as I listened to it, I just thought, I think this is a different, you know, there's other issues at play here. And so I just wanted to present that additional information to you all. So that's all I have, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Woodley. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's another slide I saw on your deck here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got excited. When I saw the little boy come up here and testify, that was the most joy I'd ever seen in front of the council from this table. And I wish I could duplicate that. But yeah, so here's through the chair, Mr. Ritchie. Yeah, so there was another slide here which shows the anchorage locations of where these tankers anchor up off of Cape Constantine and up near Togiak. And based on some of the conversations and descriptions I heard yesterday, this is very much where they were talking about, where these tank vessels are anchored up for extended periods of time. And as a matter of fact, this last spring, when our vessels were operating south, just southwest of Cape Constantine, and in that limited area that's open to us, there was a tank vessel that was anchored right in the middle of our fishing grounds. And so when we contacted them, when our captains contacted them, I wouldn't call it a polite exchange between the two of them, but it was kind of clear to me that the tank vessel operator didn't have a good appreciation of the normal vessel traffic and concerns that occur in that area. And that's why I think maybe some more outreach is necessary with this group as well.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodley. I also heard this a little bit for the first time yesterday when I was listening to the AP, and I really appreciate you reminding us about the action that we took to create those transit corridors. And I'm struggling again to get this into a question a little bit, but I also appreciate your suggestion to kind of get the right parties talking to each other. And so to make it a question, do you think including Fish and Wildlife Service, who has the Round Island, I think it's a sanctuary, including them might be helpful in those conversations?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yeah, absolutely. The slide that I have here, it's not a complete list of agencies. I don't know. I would imagine that U.S. Fish and Wildlife is already probably engaged in this process, but I certainly agree with you that yeah, having the groups, you know, the different stakeholders that all carry out business and live in this region, you know, in the same room is would be very helpful. And so short answer is yes, I think so. And again, I had the pleasure yesterday of meeting Mr. Woods for the first time, um, and and so I think we had a really good conversation, and I think we've got you know some ideas about how to improve our communications to the folks that live out in the region there, so that you know we can be good neighbors.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick one. I'm looking back at the regulations that you're mentioning where you're prohibited from transiting or fishing within the 12 nautical miles around island and some other areas, but there's no anchoring then in that area by fishing vessels, certainly not within 12 nautical miles, but I just wanted to understand that difference.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm only going to speak for our fleet, but if we had a boat that needed to anchor up, there'd be a real problem. That boat, I mean, our boats aren't there to anchor up. We do offload to trampers up between the mainland and Hagemeister Island. That's a federally approved anchorage for trampers and a federal approved specifically by NOAA for offloads. As far as anchoring inside any of those other areas, I really don't know what all of the regulations are for it. So I can't quite answer your question, but you know, for our boats, no, we would not be anchoring in those areas.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That was some pretty stiff competition up there, so don't be too hard on yourself. So our last testifier is Jason Clark, and is he joining us in person or is online? Okay, I think he's online. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This is Jason Clark. I'm a resident of Fairbanks, Alaska. I grew up commercial fishing in the 70s and 80s, and I'm really encouraged to hear that there's kids participating in, you know, in this meetings and stuff and paying attention to this. This is wonderful. Thank you, teachers, to, you know, to be the leaders and to, you know, get kids involved. That's wonderful. That's what we need to do, because when it comes to the end of the day, that's what we need to protect. I grew up fishing in Catchmack Bay, pot fish for shrimp and crab, seine for salmon, and Catchmack Bay and Prince William Sound and Kodiak. I still own a seining permit, Kodiak, long line for halibut and Cook Inlet, Shelikoff Strait. I don't actually fish my Kodiak seine permit. I'm actually just a businessman in Alaska. I'm in Fairbanks there, and and I travel quite a bit, so I'm traveling right now, so I apologize for not being there in person. But anyway, grew up commercial fishing in the 70s, 80s, and it was the Wild West. You know, we had in Catchmack Bay, we had trawlers, and they were trawling for shrimp. And you won't find any trawlers in Catchmack Bay now. And why is that? Because the shrimp are gone. They dragged the bottom and they ruined it. You know, you go to Hawaii, and what do they teach you? Don't touch the coral. Don't walk in the coral, protect the coral, the whole ecosystem side of the coral. Meanwhile, we allow fishing industry yeah, to touch the bottom. Even though they're not supposed to touch bottom, they're touching the bottom all the time, because there's hundreds of thousands of pounds of you know, starfish, you know, called bycatch, you know, being killed by it. So it is touching the bottom. I would encourage you guys to take a hard look at this. I've seen it in Catchmack Bay, even as just I know I was about third or fourth grade when I started fishing. Even that I could see. You know, we shrimp with pods, and we seen bycatch, but you toss it over and it goes to the bottom. Well, some of it didn't, but that was a shrimp controlled pots compared to dragging the bottom, just literally raping the bottom. And so I really question, this practice that we're allowing. Show me a location in the world where trolling is a successful pattern or of sustainability. It ain't there, and time and time again. And so, I'm a businessman. I understand business, but I'll always tell my kids and grandkids, follow the money. Who's getting paid? Someone's getting paid, and that'll dictate why people will testify this way or that way, but follow the money. And I plead with you guys, as a council to really think about this. That, where we get caught up in this study and that, and we're just look at the past. The past is clear. I mean, they caught millions of pounds of shrimp dragging out of the Catchmake Bay. You can't catch that now anymore because they're not there. It's not sustainable. We used to have crab pots in Catchmake Bay. We could put the same crab pots out, wouldn't catch one crab. And it's really, I go down, pull my boat from Fairbanks to Homer every year, and I go out there, and it hurts to see what we did. And I understand, the difficulty of money, and people want to, we're motivated to do things. And when there appears to be abundance, we have a tendency to be wasteful. So I apologize. I see I'm out of time. So I just plead with you guys to really watch and take care of our kids' future.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Clark. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our public testimony on B reports. Let's take a 15-minute break, consider public testimony, and then we'll come back to see if the council would like to take action or have any discussion on the items and presentations that we heard this morning. So let's come back at 3:15. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we just finished our public comments, public testimony on B reports. I'll circle back, see if there's any discussion that the council would like to have on any of the presentations or public testimony, or any action council would like to take, or anything that members would like to flag for staff tasking. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank testifiers under the B items, and especially thank those who brought up information about the lease sales. Speaking for myself, before recommending any action here, I would like to take a couple days to socialize the ideas and see what's possible and just learn more. And I think that this might be something that's appropriate for us to discuss it at staff tasking. And just to say, I'm looking forward to learning more about that from people who testified today and talking about it with other council members. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ritchie. Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a clarifying question, I think, of Mr. Curlin relative to the small sablefish release rulemaking. I did not hear you, and listening to public testimony, there was at least the impression left was one public testifier that we would not have that program implemented in this next season, but that's not what I heard your response to me when we were discussing it earlier. Is that the case this season, or was the answer the opening of the season, or is it for the remainder of the season? So my point is it possible to implement through partway into the season if the agency found the time to get through the rulemaking process?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Mueller, thanks for the question. So we would have a lot of work to do to implement this action. And we have been forced, just by necessity of our reduced capacity, to not put this at the front of the queue of all the things that our rulemaking staff and computer programmers and others are working on. So it is, it's in our to-do pile. I guess, we would be open to input from the council on relative priorities if the council wants to prioritize this over other actions that are pending. We can certainly have that conversation. But at this point, it will not be ready for implementation at the beginning of the season and likely not during the season at all.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Thank you for that interaction. I just wanted to close the loop on, I think the public testimony we heard was just, it was really important to ensure that there was, we were avoiding compliance issues. And so I think until the public hears affirmative confirmation that that rule is in place, that sablefish release is not currently allowed under regulation. So I would just we'll make sure that the public is aware as soon as that rule is implemented. We can have further conversation about prioritizations, but we know we have a lot of things in the queue. So thank you. Yes. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do not have action at this time, but I did want to note that I, again, very much appreciated the industry reports under B9 on dynamic spatial closure measures. I would like, there was a lot to absorb in those proposed programs that we saw for the first time. And so I would like to take a thoughtful approach over the next few days about potentially asking for a report back and what that might look like, and recommend that we come back to that in staff tasking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything else, council members? Okay. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I'll just flag that, we appreciate hearing the marine carbon dioxide removal report and look forward to that group coming back once they have more information from their community meetings and talking with the council about what might work for an evening session or something like that in the future.
Thank you for that. Anything else from council members? We also, I think, heard some positive interactions about the discussions surrounding walrus concerns, and that there was going to be some coordination occurring on the side and some conversations, and there are a bunch of different authorities involved in the different habitat protected areas. So we'll look forward to hearing future public testimony on that and getting some updates and seeing whether or not there's a future role for the council in those discussions. Okay. So with that, I think that concludes our B report discussion, and we are ready to move on to our C1 crab arbitration presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, Taylor Holman, council staff. And before you this afternoon is agenda item C1, crab binding arbitration. This item will be presented by Dale Brannon of Brannon and Associates. The council last saw this item in June of 2025 as an initial review analysis, and the document before you today is an analysis for final action in which 2 action alternatives are analyzed. At this meeting, the council may provide final recommendation on proposed amendments to the BSCI CR program arbitration system, as well as clarify regulations about withdrawing IPQ and IFQ applications in the CR program. These actions are being considered to increase transparency, provide flexibility, and reduce program costs and burdens for participants without changing the overall program structure and objectives. And with that, I'll hand it off to Mr. Brannon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Again, for the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I will be walking you through agenda item C1 for final action, potentially. The crab arbitration program, RIR, that's in front of you, analyzes potential changes to the crab rationalization program arbitration structure and clarifies regulations regarding the withdrawal of IFQ or IPQ after NMFS has accepted the application. The crab rationalization program was implemented in 2005, and it was implemented to address a variety of concerns that were occurring in the crab program at the time, including very short fishing seasons, excessive effort in terms of the harvesting and processing sector, hazardous fishing conditions, people going out and fishing due to the short seasons to catch part of the guideline harvest level that was available, inefficient prosecution of the fishery. As part of the program, and this is the only program in the U.S. that allocates both harvesting and processing shares to limit shifts in power. This program was implemented after the IFQ program, and there was concerns expressed at that time that only allocating harvesting shares could create substantial shifts in market power between the 2 sectors. So Congress provided the council the authority under this program to allocate both harvesting and processing shares. As you're well aware, there are other programs in the U.S., including the North Pacific, where the balance of power is kind of tried to maintain balance by allocating harvest shares to processors, which is allowed under the MSA. This slide is intended to kind of show you the overall structure of the TAC setting process and how it's allocated between the various entities in the industry. This, where the red circle is, that's the issue, that's the portion of the quota that's of concern under the arbitration program. And you can see how there's flows to the harvest or the vessel operator owners and the crew, and how the catcher vessel shares are divided between A and B shares, with 90% being allocated as A shares. And so as we talk about different aspects of the program and different information that's provided in the document, it's really that 90% of the quota that we're really focusing on in this action. I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through the background because this is a fairly complex program, and it may be worth a little bit of extra time at the beginning instead of jumping right into the alternatives to provide a little bit of background. As I showed in the previous slide, there's the harvesting and processing shares, and this program requires share matching between those harvesting and processing of the Class A harvest shares. And the arbitration system was included to resolve contract terms efficiently and equitably and settle price, quality, and performance disputes between the harvesters and processors. And because there's a one-to-one matching between the Class A harvest shares and the processing shares, there was a lot of concern when the program was being developed about kind of last man standing, having to match with a processor. For example, if you're a harvester and all the other individuals have already matched up and there's only one process that you could potentially match with. So to ensure that under those types of circumstances, individuals could get a fair price, the arbitration system was included in the program. The system also includes dissemination of information, including a non-binding price formula, the coordination of share matching, and the opportunity to use a binding arbitration program to settle those price disputes. Share matching process must be conducted in a short period of time, and we'll go over that in a little bit more detail later. And once matched, the contract terms must be established, again, in a very short period of time, or both parties can agree to a lengthy season approach, which basically delays the defining the contract terms till later in the year. And so instead of having to come up with those contract terms in a very short period of time, if the harvesters and processors both agree, they can use the lengthy season approach, which delays the defining of those contract terms until potentially very close to the end of the fishing year. There is a certain deadline when those must occur by, but it is allowed to delay that process by a considerable period of time. When the council developed the crab arbitration program, they selected the last best offer style of binding arbitration to settle contract disputes. The last best offer arbitration requires that the IFQ holder and the IPQ holder submit their best proposal to the contract arbitrator, and then the contract arbitrator must select one of those two proposals. The last best offer arbitration was initially selected for a variety of reasons that are listed in the PowerPoint, including it being an efficient system that incentivizes members of the arbitration organizations, and this is the harvesting arbitration organization and the processing arbitration organization, to submit reasonable offers to the arbitrator. It would eliminate strikes by harvesters to establish ex-vessel prices. It reduces economic losses from not fishing when scheduled. And as everybody's well aware, to have fishing occur at a certain time, there's a lot of work that goes into getting the right people in place at the processing companies, and having those people set idle for a substantial period of time can create some severe economic losses. And for the harvesters standing down, there's also economic losses that occur. It also helps ensure predictability and fairness for the parties involved, and is assumed to have lower costs than other arbitration models or civil court to settle these disputes. And that's based on information that's typically associated with how last best offer for arbitration works, in terms of people generally assume that it has a lower cost structure than other forms of arbitration.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. Ms. Goen has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brannon, for the presentation. So I appreciate that you listed out here why last best offer arbitration style was selected. So is it fair to assume that if we move away from last best offer arbitration, then these wouldn't be met? In other words, we wouldn't have such an efficient arbitration system. Is that a fair assumption?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I think there's a lot of like game theory involved in this, and what actually happens when this program goes into place and how the individual parties react. I don't think all these would go away, like the elimination of strikes by harvesters to establish processors. I don't think that would go away. I think people would still continue to use the lengthy season approach and be able to establish contracts. You know, there is the potential for shifts in some of these. as I will talk about as I go through the presentation, my expectation, having talked to some individuals that have conducted these arbitrations and who are experts in that field, indicated that they expected there would be higher costs, which is what I had originally indicated in the previous draft of the analysis. So I guess a long-winded way of saying some of these may change and some may not of the bullets listed.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. How many arbitrators did you talk to get their opinion on that?
Ms. Drobnica, I'll go over this in more detail, but I talked to all three arbitrators that are currently under, I don't think it's really contract, but it's kind of that have contracts with that they could potentially be chosen as arbitrators. I talked to three arbitrators. Only one of them has ever conducted an arbitration. The other two, I talked to, one of those individuals indicated that they didn't feel that they really had any insight that they could provide to me because they had never conducted an arbitration in this program. Although they've conducted many arbitrations under their law practice, they didn't feel comfortable providing much information. The other arbitrator that had not conducted any arbitrations under the CRAB rationalization program was willing to provide me some insights. But again, he caveated that with, he's never done a CRAB arbitration, even though he's been under contract or under retainer for many years to potentially do an arbitration.
Follow up, thank you. And then your slide is very particular about these were the reasons that this type of arbitration style was initially selected, and that was decades ago. So is it fair to say there may be objectives that are not being well met as why it was initially selected, and there are possible objectives of the program that have come out in the last 20 years that we might need to meet?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that there are certainly other objectives that the council may wish to consider that if they're being met or not, in terms of especially like efficiency and profitability of the participants involved on both sides. I think it's no secret, and every person sitting around this table is well aware of the economic conditions that both harvesters and processors face. And you've heard lots of testimony from both sides about how, for example, costs have changed for both sides, and they've increased for both sides. We certainly don't have the data or the information to go into that in detail. And I would note that I talk about in the analysis that there was a discussion paper brought before the council to address those types of issues that Ms. Marinan presented several years ago. The council chose to take no action at that time, but again, conditions in the fishery have changed dramatically even since that paper was produced.
Thank you. And Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see it in the next few slides. I'm wondering if you can speak briefly to provide us some context on how many times last best offer arbitration has been used since the program started.
Since the program started, I don't know off the top of my head. There's a table in the document that lists every time an arbitration has occurred under the last best offer arbitration. I know that since 2012, 2013, there's only been 3 arbitrations. 2 of those occurred in 1 year. And there was a third arbitration that occurred in another year. But there's been no arbitrations that have occurred since getting old, can't remember all these dates, since about 2019, I would guess, but don't hold me to that number. So there have been arbitrations. There haven't been a lot of arbitrations that occurred in the last several years.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Again, just a reminder on the structure of the last best offer arbitration. The last best offer arbitration may only be initiated by the harvesters who are in an FCMA cooperative when an agreement cannot be reached to reach contract terms. And this is relevant for alternative to option 1 and option 2 when we go over those options. Also, the use of last best offer arbitration has been expanded in recent years. And this bullet came out of a question, I believe it was Mr. Williams posed to me in June wanted a little bit more information on kind of, what can we learn from other sectors that potentially use this, and where is this being used in other places? And so in this document, I tried to address that question since I didn't have a good answer in June. And so some of the places where last best offer is currently being used are some states use it to resolve public sector salary disputes, especially when strikes are not permitted. For example, the police departments, the fire departments, state hospitals, and other essential state employees. And it tends to be being used more and more often, in my understanding, by those types of agencies. New York State also used the last best offer to resolve out-of-state medical billing issues. And the construction industry has been using last best offer under certain cases or certain instances, but it's not well suited for disputes that involve more than two parties, or when the disputes are very complex. You get an offer from each side, and there's a very complex issue. It's hard to pick just one of the two offers given that type of information. These are some examples of where it's being used currently. Again, it would have been nice if each of these different sectors, provide results of what the arbitrations were under last best offer, but I was unable to find out very much information at all on kind of the outcomes of how they're using this and the impact it's had on the various groups. But that's some of the information that I was able to come up with trying to address Mr. Williams' question from June.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, Mr. Brannon. And I guess just, actually, Madam Chair, I will pass. I think this is going to be better for later on. So sorry about that.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious if you can speak to why last best offer arbitration is becoming more popular in recent years compared to other arbitration styles.
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, what I was able to glean, and again, I'm just pretending to be an arbitration expert at this point. It's not really my area of expertise. But again, the reasons that were stated from what I could see were very similar to the reasons the council stated when they selected last best offer arbitration initially, in terms of it's an efficient system to come up with a dispute, that it can be settled in a timely fashion when people don't have the option to go on strike or use other means to force a settlement. And so for some of those reasons is why these specific entities seem to be more and more involved in using last best offer arbitration.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. On this slide, then, on your second bullet, that is very particular to only option 4. So under alternative to option 1, that arbitration system may only be initiated by the harvesters. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct.
Thank you.
Alternative 1 can only be initiated by the harvesters.
And Mr. Brannon, just to that, and maybe you spoke to this, but in the other examples that you used in different sectors for LBO, though, is there a similar circumstance where only one of the parties can initiate arbitration?
I don't know, Madam Chair. I don't know that it's always the case, but typically these are used where it's a fairly large organizations and there's individual entities like the entire police, the city or the state are setting prices, and individuals that are police officers or individual negotiating units are negotiating it. And so my understanding is that in several of the cases, it could only be initiated by the person that was by the entity. But I don't know that that's always the case, and it wasn't always clearly stated in all these cases, that level of detail. So So I'd be speculating if I said it's always or not always the case.
Thank you for going over that again. Appreciate it. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just for clarification, would it be possible to change to where either party could initiate an arbitration but keep it at last best offer?
Madam Chair, I don't know that you could, because it's very specific to only being the FCMA cooperatives that are allowed to initiate last best offer arbitration under the circumstances, which means that not all the harvester organizations or groups or co-ops can trigger an arbitration. It's just that specific of independent harvesters that have that authority under the specific FCMA cooperative structure. I don't know that processors would meet that it's an individual entity. And so I don't know that they would necessarily be under the FCMA structure under the Volstead Act that would allow them to trigger an arbitration. But again, this is not my area of expertise.
Yes, Mr. Sukata.
Yes, thank you for the presentation so far. I think I read in a comment letter that LBOs are typically not used in business decisions, and you had referenced that in complex multiple party cases, that's not true. My understanding is that conventional arbitration makes up a vast majority of commercial business arbitration cases, over 90%, I think I've read somewhere. How do I say this in question? I guess, would you agree with that statement that conventional arbitration is vastly used more than the LBO?
Madam Chair, Mr. Scotta, I think that's a fair statement. I don't know that I could confirm that it's 90% or whatever percent, but I do believe that it's more widely used than LBO arbitration is being used in business structures.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll proceed. And this is a figure that you saw in June, and this is just a reminder for some of the various options that we're thinking about under the proposed amendments, kind of the timelines that people are operating under. And I think, you can see when the person that may be potentially hired to be a market analyst has to be hired, and that's on June 1st. IPQ applications must be submitted by June 15th. Then there's a fairly long gap, and you get into the plan team meetings and the council meetings and the setting of tax and all that. And when the arbitration must be triggered by, and it's really a tight timeline. And that's really all I'm trying to show in this, is especially when you think about some of the options before you in terms of withdrawing quota applications, for example. There's very limited knowledge potentially about what the fishery may look like on June 15th. The information available to the industry would be much greater after the TAC is announced, but you still have a fairly short timeline of when you must make economic decisions at that point. With all that background, Madam Chair, here's the alternatives that are before the council today. In addition to the status quo, the no action alternative. Under alternative 2, the council is looking at 5 potential options. Any of these options can be chosen in combination with each other. The first is to remove the requirement that the arbitrator select a remedy proposed by one side. In other words, removing the requirement that last best offer arbitration be selected, or being the methodology used by the arbitrator. And it allows the arbitrator to select an independent or compromise remedy based on the facts provided in the arbitration. Option 2 under alternative 2 requires a written report and rationale from the arbitrator to the parties to the arbitration. Currently, there's no requirement that the arbitrator provide such information. The report should, and the council identified in June that the report should largely be mirrored On the written report submitted by the contract arbitrator to the National Marine Fisheries Service to avoid external costs and to limit the potential for antitrust concerns. Option 3 would remove the requirement for a market report. And I failed to mention that the bolded items in the list are the PPA from the council's June motion. But the council clearly stated that when they identified these PPAs, that they were reserving the right to modify them as appropriate at final action. Option 4 would remove the arbitration option for non-performance after a contract has been established to define the BSA crab price. And it says remove the option, but technically it's allow them to still use arbitration of a non-binding or any other type of arbitration if both parties agree to it. So the option for arbitration would still exist. It just wouldn't be mandatory under option 4. They could use other remedies if they chose. Under option 5, which is the new option that was added at the June meeting, is to streamline the information submitted to the National Marine Fisheries Service in the annual Arbitration Organization Report, and notifications by removing information NMFS already has is unchanged or is no longer necessary. And in the analysis, I kind of go through and talk about some of the regulations that I was able to identify that may be potential for removing, and a discussion of the regulations that may just need to be modified depending on the action taken by the council. Finally, alternative 3 is the alternative that clarifies when IFQ or IPQ applications could be withdrawn. And as noted, the council at the last meeting selected option 2, which is that applications could be withdrawn anytime before 48 hours after the TAC has been announced.
Sorry about that, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. And I just wanted to clarify, perhaps for myself and for the public, under this alternative 3, option 1 and option 2, my recollection is that those 2 options were developed with the input of NOAA Fisheries RAM staff. I'm just reflecting that because the comments that I've read recently and in past iterations of this action are very clearly supporting as much time as possible for this. But I think if you can just confirm for me that we worked with the agency to come up with sort of feasible options for this alternative, and that's what we're looking at. Is that correct?
Hi, through the chair. For the record, my name is Stephanie Orpinski. I work for National Marine Fisheries Service, and I'd like to answer this question on behalf of the agency. We did come up with this, or we brought forward this recommendation from RAM. So this is what was discussed with RAM.
Madam Chair, in an attempt to help you sort through the revised version of the document, there was a table presented in the executive summary on page 6 of the document that outlined the major changes that have occurred to the document since you reviewed it in June. And I'm not going to read through all of these, but some of the major things that were changed were, as we discussed previously, the discussions that I had with the current list of arbitrators regarding their opinions on the last best offer arbitration and producing the written report and how costs might change depending on how the program changed. The lessons learned that we provided, and that's in section 3.2.3. The new alternative that was added, alternative 2, option 5. And then some additional information in section 310.3.3, which I'll get into at the end of my presentation. What happens if no one applies for IPQ, and how would the National Marine Fisheries Service react? And that was a kind of an open-ended question that we talked about in June, but there's been a little bit more information added to the document. The other things that were added are typical things we add to final review, like the national standards discussion, the net benefits discussion, net benefits to the nation discussion, and those types of issues. Getting into the discussion of each of the options and alternatives. Under alternative 2, option 1, we spent a little bit of time talking about it already. And I tried to be clever in this and provide a picture of crab negotiation, but ChatGPT wouldn't let me use snow crab. They insisted that I use a Dungeness crab, which makes no sense, but it is what it is. Selecting option 1 would remove the requirement that the contract arbitrator select one of the offers submitted, eliminating regulations that require the use of last best offer. Arbitrators could still use the available facts and arguments from each side to select an outcome within a range of the proposed offers, independent of the offers, or matching a proposed offer. So they would still have the option of choosing one of the 2 offers presented by the 2 parties, or they would be able to select an option within that range, or they could go outside of that range depending on how they view the facts that were presented to them after the offers were laid down and the information was provided. My discussions with the crab arbitrators that are currently under contract, they generally felt, the ones that were willing to provide an opinion generally felt that the last best offer arbitration was a more economical system, and that the 2 parties were incentivized to submit their last best offers, which are likely to be closer than when the arbitrators granted the authority to select a settlement from one of the two parties. In other words, based on theory and what the arbitrators themselves thought, they thought that the offers would be closer together under last best offer than under other types of arbitration. They also thought that last best offer makes it incumbent on the parties to do more work on their own to ensure that their request is supportable, since the arbitrator doesn't have the authority to choose something other than the 2 offers selected. So the arbitrators thought that the individuals would do more work to support their position. The arbitrators generally thought that there would be less time required to reach a decision after the offers are presented to the arbitrator, especially when the offers are relatively close together. And I would note that my discussion with the one arbitrator that has conducted arbitrations in the past indicated that the arbitrations generally didn't take that long. And so while there may be more time required, they didn't necessarily say that there would be a lot more time required. And I would note that I've reviewed kind of the contracts that these arbitrators had with the arbitration organizations, and they're paid on an hourly rate. So if it takes more time to come to a decision, there's going to be some increase in costs. And that's kind of an assumption that I've had throughout, that costs are likely to increase. But if the time required to reach these decisions are relatively close to the same, or there's not huge increases in cost, it's unlikely that the cost of arbitrations are going to increase dramatically under either structure.
Sure. Brandon, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this slide. I appreciate your reaching out to talk with the contract arbitrators. And I had a question on some more detailed bullets that were provided in the analysis regarding those conversations. And one of the bullets that I see provided in there might be captured in your slide, but in the opinion of the professionals you spoke with and who provided opinions, that removing the requirement for last best offer arbitration could result in increased costs, but not necessarily the quality of the outcome. And do you have any more insight to provide? I realize a lot of this is theoretical, but I think that's a really important point for this action. And can you share what the person might have meant by that?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, the discussion basically centered around they're given information. They're not necessarily experts in this. They don't conduct these types of arbitrations between these parties all the time. You know, it's been several years since they conducted one, for example. And so they don't have perfect information to make decisions on what the amount should be, that under the arbitration. You know, they could spend more time and dig through more information that's provided, but you know, they're very dependent on what the information is that's provided to them. And so they're ultimately going to come up with a decision, the best decision they can, based on the information provided. But is their decision on dividing up the what the price will be, is it better than one of the two offers? And especially if it's fairly close together, and they're kind of making a decision in a narrow range, they didn't know that the decision they made would be any better than one of the offers that's presented to them.
Thank you. And better meaning better compromise or better closer to whatever digging deeper in that information might give you?
Madam Chair, my interpretation, Ms. Baker, was that is there the ultimate perfect solution that's the exact right number that they should fall upon? Can they come up with that number based on the information that's provided? I think better's kind of in the eye of the beholder, but I think are they coming up with the true right number based on the parameters that they're given to consider in selecting that outcome?
Thank you. And I have a question regarding your second bullet. I understand that the performance arbitration hasn't been triggered or in very limited circumstances. I think the council was interested in looking at that originally because changing circumstances, shifting dynamics with the processing sectors and some, you know, real potential risks in the future. But did you, I know that this bullet really speaks to the assumptions on LBO and the parties, you know, realizing that the outcome may, you know, will land on one of those positions, and so that's why they're incentivized to really put that forward. But was this discussed in the context of a performance-based dispute where there could be drastically different positions if there's no, you know, there's no harvest of crab and no product landed?
Madam Chair, in terms of my discussion with the contract arbitrators, I don't think we touched on that specific issue. I have had in discussions with other individuals, attorneys that talk about if it's impossible for a party to perform, for example, under a contract that's been established, whether it's, you know, what the prices are and what the terms of the contract are, that, you know, if it's impossible to perform, then, you know, the contract may be null and void. But I don't recall having the specific discussion on as it relates to option 4 under this issue. I apologize.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The slide notes that moving away from last best offer could increase the costs. Is there any scenario where you could limit the number of arbitration sessions to help keep costs down if you move away from last best offer?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I don't think that that's necessarily something that the council would want to establish. It seems like that's more along the private contract terms that the individual arbitration organizations agree to when they agree to go to arbitrations. But I don't know that it's something that the council would have sufficient information on to say that you shall have no more than 2 meetings or whatever before, you come to a decision. It seems a little bit outside the role of the council, in my opinion. But I think certainly if you wanted to do it within private contracts, you'd have that authority when you develop the contracts.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Again, many of these things we've kind of already touched on. I'm going to skip down to the third bullet, that the increased effort by the arbitrator would be needed to determine the right decision when more divergent starting points are offered to choose and verify a decision. And in other words, my discussions with the arbitrator said that, if they get a bunch of information and the two offers are very far apart, they felt that they would have to do more work at some level, to try and figure out exactly what they thought the more correct decision would be within the range or outside of the range of the two offers submitted. They also indicated that the cost would increase, but the quality of the outcome may not, and that I think gets back to a question that Ms. Baker asked earlier. They could do more work, but do they still come up with the exact right number, the theoretical right number for what the price should be in this case? They didn't feel that would necessarily be the case. The arbitrators also noted that they generally don't like to grant summary judgments. In other words, they like to go through the process of arbitration. There's not likely, without going through that process, there's no way for them to know what the right decision would be for the two outcomes that are presented to them. And so they generally don't like to do that. They want to go through the process, collect the information, and then make a decision instead of shortcutting that process. In terms of the change in the number of arbitrations that might occur if the council were to recommend moving away from the last best offer arbitration, in this slide, it goes back to a discussion we had earlier that there's been only 3 reported arbitrations for contract arbitration since 2012, 2013. And based on my discussion with Jake Jacobson, that there were no contract arbitrations that occurred in 2024-25. Allowing the contract arbitrator to select from a broader range of outcomes could result in IFQ holders seeking a more favorable outcome than in the past. I think you've heard testimony that they only go to arbitration based on their testimony if the processor is offering a price lower than any of the other processors had offered. And if that range is broader, there's the potential for the harvesters within an FCMA cooperative to go ahead and trigger arbitration to come up with a different price. However, the cost of arbitration is still expected to limit its use. People aren't going to go to arbitration likely for no reason. There's still costs associated with it. There's the cost of the arbitration itself and cost of the lawyers and the individuals to provide information to the process. And so, it's been indicated to me that the costs have not been high in comparison to some of the other arbitrations that these arbitrators have done in the past. There are still costs associated, and it's still expected to limit use.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I should look ahead and make sure I'm not jumping the gun again. But I wanted to ask that very last bullet point on this slide. Thank you for that, because it was occurring to me as you were presenting that presumably all parties would still have an incentive to minimize arbitration costs, even under this change alternative to option 1. And so in terms of it might be expected to limit its use overall, but is it reasonable to think it might also serve as an incentive to provide a reasonably participate in terms of providing your first offer in this arbitration process by either party. And I'll explain that, meaning the rationale for last best offer was that it incentivizes the parties to provide reasonable offers rather than something quite divergent. And so it seems like because the cost of arbitration as an overall incentive would remain under this alternative to option one, I feel like that incentive would still be there to provide a reasonable offer initially.
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I think there would still be some of that incentive to do that. Yeah, the range of the offers that may be provided could expand some, but it seems logical that they would still try to provide some sort of reasonable offer for the arbitrator starting point to consider.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of building off that question. Is there a difference because this fishery is so high value where, any change in 50 cents to $1 makes a huge difference in financial gain for either side? So is there any difference because this fishery is so high value and the incentive to have more arbitrations?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, the money's always driving, people's decisions and what they're going to do in these fisheries under arbitration or any other consideration, and they want to get the best deal they can, certainly. You think about the changes in costs that the money that they could potentially receive. I guess that it would be an internal calculation of how much am I willing to pay for arbitration if I think I can gain X amount of dollars from that? And what is the risk of losing that arbitration and getting a worse outcome than I would have had before based on information provided to the contract arbitrator? And so I think it's going to depend on the individual case and the positions the individuals take entering the arbitration, and it's playing that kind of game theory, how much risk am I willing to absorb in the hopes that I will get X dollar more income from that, with the potential that I could lose X dollars by initiating an arbitration. Or under the structure we're under, if I were a processor, for example, because I can't initiate arbitration myself, would I be willing to put a low ball offer in that would kind of force harvesters to trigger arbitration to see how the outcome would change and how the income would change? Again, changes in the arbitration cost. The cost of arbitration would increase if more arbitrations were initiated. There could be more information submitted to the arbitrator to help support the individual's case, especially if the arbitrator can select among various outcomes outside of the two offers submitted. I don't know how the contracts would be structured by the two parties, but if there are more information submitted and there's more divergent offers, there may be some requirements added to the contracts that require some submission and verification of the data that's provided to the arbitrator. The duration of arbitrators could increase to review the additional information presented, but as I've said already, probably more than once, that the arbitrations haven't really taken that much time that have occurred in the past when they have occurred. And attorney fees may increase as more time is required to compile information and prepare for the arbitrations themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. It seems like all of these points are based on this assumption that more arbitrations would be initiated. And yet I think some of your other points in terms of allowing the arbitrator to pick a compromise position or one of the other positions might actually decrease
the incentive to go to arbitration. So I don't know why all of this is starting from the point of an assumption that arbitrations would increase.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, you're correct. It's an assumption that the number of arbitrations would increase. From my perspective, and it's just my perspective, and I could very well be wrong, if the system were to change, I think in the short term, there might be incentives to kind of test the new system to see if there are different outcomes than had occurred under the last best offer arbitration. I think in the long run, once industry participants gain information on how the new arbitration system is working and the decisions of the arbitrator, there may not be more arbitrations in the long term. But, you know, if I were involved in the process and kind of curious about, you know, how things might change if I tried something, you know, there may be incentive at least in the short term for more arbitrations. This is just a very short discussion on the impacts on harvest crew, and everybody's aware that harvest crew are typically paid on a share basis. So if going to arbitration increases the ex-vessel price, that crew that after other compensation. Could I start over, Madam Chair? I'm not doing very well on this one. The impacts on harvest crew, we all know that the crew are typically paid on an ex-vessel share basis. And so if after other costs are deducted from the ex-vessel value that's received by the harvest vessel, if arbitration increases the amount, then there could be more compensation paid to the crew under any arbitration structure. The impacts on communities and the impact on communities, I tended to focus on you know, what changes have occurred in the processing sector in the communities that they operate in. I think everybody's well aware that this past year that the only processors that were actively operating were in Dutch Harbor. There were only 2 processors operating. There had traditionally been a processor in Acatan. There had been some crab deliveries taken to Kodiak, especially the last trip of the year when people were steaming home or home ported in Kodiak. They may take the last trip there. And there are several other communities that had crab processors in the past, but no longer have crab processors active in the fishery. And this is an overall concern in the contraction in the number of active processors in the crab fishery, and it's a very real concern. Any changes in ex-vessel price under arbitration would impact community taxes and revenues. And there's also the north, south, east, west share designations that require deliveries in certain areas to help protect communities in the north area and in the western areas. And so given the fewer number of processors acting in some of those areas, there has to be agreements made, and I think agreements have been made for both types of shares to help compensate the communities that aren't able to receive the crab with the designation for their areas. And my understanding is that those negotiations can potentially become much more complicated as you would bring in additional communities in, and they must be conducted in a fairly short time period. And so there's complications that can occur. This applies under I think the current system as well as any future system that the council is going to have to may consider modifying. With that, if there are no questions.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. I just did one more question. Yes, on option 1, I didn't see a slide on the impact to processors or the processing sector, or maybe that's wrapped up with the communities, but it's almost like we're not seeing the forest for the trees here, since
one of the reasons that this was even offered as a proposal to analyze was that there are a lot of IPQ holders that don't own processing plants. There are very few active processors, and they are withdrawing their quota or not applying for their quota in large part because of the risk of arbitration outcomes. So if that's not addressed or provided as a potential outcome of option one to help remedy that situation, I don't know what would be. But I don't even see a slide on the impact on one sector of this kind of three-legged stool here.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, my intent was that it was wrapped up kind of as in this community discussion and talking about the processors that are no longer active. In the presentation in June, and I did not include it in this version of the slides, we went through how many, and there's tables included in the document, how many IPQ holders there are, how many active processors there are, a discussion of the entities that hold IPQ or have purchased IPQ that don't have the processing facilities in their portfolio, and the impacts that the program can have on them, especially as the number of processors decline. And excuse me. And the increase in custom processing fees that those individuals must pay to have the crab that they have processed, the contracts that they must enter into under the share matching agreement, either short-term or under the lengthy season approach, and the financial risk that they're under because of all those situations. You're absolutely correct. I did not go into that in great deal in this presentation. I did talk about it more in June, and it's included in the document. And I should have probably included additional detail besides trying to cover it under this one slide that's before you now.
And Ms. Goen.
Just kind of building off that, Ms. Baker's earlier question on getting rid of last best offer may not improve the quality of the outcomes. Does the analysis speak to, if it's not improving the quality of the outcomes, how that affects processors, when I think what we're really facing is a lack of shore-based active processing facilities?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I can't say that I really got into that type of a discussion in the analysis. I think that there's, under the arbitration program, whether it's the status quo arbitration program or the other arbitration program that could be potentially included in this, it could potentially benefit processors if they receive a better outcome from the arbitrators, given more latitude and the ability to expand the arbitrator's decision process. Whether, I'm kind of dancing around the issue, but there's larger forces at work in what's going on in the fishery than just the arbitration structure that's also driving some of the changes that we're seeing in the number of processors. And the economic outcomes could be changed, certainly if the arbitration structure is changed. It may be better for the processors, it may not be. It may be better for the harvesters, it may not be, depending on the outcomes that are selected. I think we are in a situation, as I described, where there were only 2 active processors last year. And that's not a situation where the harvesters would like. They would like opportunity to have more markets to deliver to. I think it's a clear indication that the processors are struggling in these economic conditions. Hopefully they improve. But to say that changing the structure is going to solve all these problems, I don't think is realistic. I think the hope is that if the arbitration structure is changed, it could provide some relief to processors if they're able to get a better outcome or whatever happens under this program.
Thank you for that. And just a quick follow-up. So if it does provide that relief, do you think it's going to create more active shore-based processing facilities, which is the core issue we're up against?
Madam Chair, I think it's a question that there are so many external factors that come to play in those decisions that selecting one item like arbitration to increase the number of processors that would be active in a year is, I think is kind of beyond what I'm able to say. I think we'd all hope that the conditions improve and there's more processors. I think if there's greater uncertainty, or if conditions are that the processors aren't willing to undergo the risk under the current conditions and they think they might receive a better outcome under an arbitration structure where the arbitrator can select from a broader range of alternatives, and they think that reduces the risk, it could potentially lead to more processors being active, but I don't know for sure that that would occur.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue. Thanks.
And this is under alternative 2, option 2, the requirement for a written report by the contract arbitrator to the parties involved in the arbitration. And the contract arbitrator currently provides a written report to the National Marine Fisheries Service. And the analysts assume that under option 2, the written report only requires the contract arbitrations. There's been no performance arbitrations conducted. But based on what I thought the council had indicated, that this would only apply to contract arbitrations. And I'm requesting that if that isn't the case and there was the expectation that this would also apply to a written report for non-performance arbitration, that I would appreciate if the council could clarify and let me know if my assumption was correct or not. Because the written report under this case would fall on the contract arbitrator would be required to ensure that the information provided was within the antitrust boundaries. The council modified this option in June to structure it more like the report provided to the National Fisheries Service. And I would assume that most of the information provided would not necessarily trigger antitrust issues. If there were pieces of information included in those 4 bullets, minutes from meetings attended by the contract arbitrator, the last best offers made during the process, and with contract details, the names of the participants, and information supplied to any other person. For example, if there's information in the minutes of the meetings that would cross the antitrust lines, I would assume that before it could be submitted to the harvesters and processors, that information would have to be redacted or removed from the written report. And it would be up to the contract arbitrator to make sure that that occurred. And it's very likely that given the seriousness of antitrust issues and the penalties that can be imposed on individuals that cross that line, if I were a contract arbitrator and had to write that report, I would tend to err on the side of providing less information than more information. The second part, and I tried to break this into 2 parts.
We have a question. Excuse me. Sorry. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead again, but just to make it very clear, I think the intention of the revised option in June, the council's option in June, was to try and minimize additional work for the contract arbitrator relative to what information is provided to NMFS. And so just to be very clear as we're having this conversation, the report provided to NMFS, the antitrust concerns aren't an issue. And so any additional work to produce a report to provide to the parties would be over and above what has to be done to provide the report to NMFS. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, that's correct. And for example, if in the minutes, the harvesters told the contract arbitrator in the meetings that processor A provided this, it was offered this price, processor B offered this price. And so that's why we're asking for price C. Then the contract arbitrator could not provide that information to the harvesters and the process. Or they could provide it to the harvesters, but they couldn't provide it to the processors because of antitrust rules. And so I think they would just have to, instead of just putting a stamp on the minutes and sending them to both parties, they would have to make sure that there was nothing in those minutes that may trigger antitrust concerns.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Mr. Brannon, like Ms. Baker, apologies if I'm getting ahead of you. I know you've got a little bit more rationale on this coming up. This strikes me as a potentially thorny issue. Something that, as evidenced by the Arnold Porter memo from 20 plus years ago, was quite complex beyond the expertise of NOAA General Counsel at the time, hence the need to get input from outside counsel. I guess I'm just looking for some sense from you on, given the nuances of this issue and the complexities with changing the requirements related to this, I'm quite sure exactly what my question is. Is there anything you can say to the council to sort of illustrate the choice to be made here? It seems like something that could significantly complicate implementation if the council were to choose this option.
Madam Chair, Mr. Kurland, given concerns with antitrust issues that I think could potentially be raised under this option or the rationale option, especially when it comes to things like the minutes from the meeting. Some of the other issues I don't think would raise antitrust concerns, like the last best offer made by the two parties. I don't think that's an antitrust issue with the contract details included in it, in the participants of the arbitration. And that's kind of why I focused on like the meeting minutes and what information might be included there. But as you said, as an economist pretending to be someone who knows anything about antitrust issues, it puts me in a kind of a position where I'm fairly uncomfortable. And so that's why I emphasize that, if this was a requirement from the council and they in the contracts that are developed by the two parties required that the analysts or the contract arbitrator provide this information, then it would have to fall on the contract arbitrator to ensure that didn't occur. Outside of that, and if there are still concerns that there could be antitrust issues, then I would expect that, when this program goes through formal review within the agency, that those issues would be raised and any concerns would be highlighted. And if it was determined during that process that those issues rose to a level that it was a concern that it should not be implemented, then the agency would have the authority to accept part of the council's motion and maybe reject this option or do some other method. But I assume this would be scrutinized very closely within the agency if it was put forward by the council at this time.
So if I may follow up, Madam Chair, so from an analyst perspective, I guess, are you assuming going into this that if the council were to select this, that the agency would, in the rulemaking process, provide some sort of clarity for that so that the contract arbitrator would have some guidance to go on? Again, that just speaks to the complexity of implementation again. So,
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're thinking as an analyst?
Madam Chair, Mr. Curlin, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It would have been nice if we didn't have a government shutdown for 43 days and you guys would have had an opportunity to actually read what I wrote before it was made public. That would have been helpful. But when I developed the discussion for this issue, I tried to make it clear that there potentially still could be some concern, and because of the arbitrator be doing that, they would have to sort through that. But if those concerns rise above that level, then they would be noticed in the rulemaking process, which could be more complicated, or I guess the secretary could disapprove that one portion of the council motion and approve the remainder of the motion if they so desired.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'm trying to follow along. I read the analysis and I guess I did see just many statements on we would just need to avoid including any information that would spur antitrust concerns. But am I hearing from Mr. Curlin like the agency wouldn't be able to delineate what those are? If this is not implementable, I think we need to know. So can someone answer that?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't think we're prepared to say right now, but it raises some red flags.
Thank you. Well, I think that there's a lot to consider here in the next couple of hours, but I need to back up and go to your second bullet here before we move on. I know we've had a lot of conversation since this, but I just wanted to if we move forward with this option and we need to affirm this assumption that it only applies to contract versus performance arbitrations, the written report requirement, what are some of the factors that the council should consider in providing that guidance to you? I just want to make sure we're not missing anything as we're having that discussion.
I don't know that you would have to provide specific guidance. There's never been any arbitrations for non-performance, and so that process hasn't occurred. I think in terms of having a written report for non-performance, I wish I knew more about antitrust than I do, and I don't. But for a written report for non-performance, the contract terms have already been established, and it's just a process of deciding, how those contract terms are going to be enforced. And I don't think the same level of antitrust concerns would be in play in that circumstance, because it's basically, did you perform under your contract or not? Beyond that, if the council wished to provide any additional guidance on what they would like to see in a non-performance written report, if they were ever to occur, then you could provide that. But that's not something that I provided any guidance on in the analysis, because kind of my underlying assumption was that it only applied to contract arbitration.
Thank you.
The next portion of the written report is the rationale. And because of antitrust concerns, I kind of broke this issue into two parts: the written report that was structured like the one provided in NMFS, and the rationale for the decision that was made by the contract arbitrator. And I just went back and looked at some of the rationale that has been traditionally included in written reports by contract arbitrators. And those type of rationale reports typically include a factual background, which is a clear, concise summary of the events and circumstances leading to the dispute, statement of claims and counterclaims, in other words, a breakdown of what each party is seeking, why they're seeking it, the application of law, and the credibility of determinations, which is essentially an assessment of the witness credibility in public testimony or expert testimony, and their reasoning and conclusion for making that decision. And again, you know, if any of these issues rise up to the level that raise antitrust concern, especially in the reasoning and conclusions, I would think, of how they made that choice or the factual background, then those are the areas where potentially antitrust concerns could come in. And we've already basically discussed these issues, going through the previous discussions and the questions that have been asked. And again, I think we've kind of beaten this issue, given previous discussions that we've had, and you know, just be aware that if there are antitrust concerns, that they're potentially serious concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I'm curious, who is liable if there is an antitrust concern, but in the written report, is the contract arbitrator liable, or the two party, who's liable?
My assumption was that in the contract, you would lay out the terms of what the contract arbitrator must do. And it would be up to the contract arbitrator to provide the information that fell within the scope of the requirements in the contract and did not trigger antitrust concerns. In terms of liability, I'm certainly not an attorney to be able to differentiate exactly where that line would fall between the parties that signed the contract and the contract arbitrator. Whether the contract arbitrator is only liable or all parties of the contract are liable, I don't know.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
Thank you. Through the chair, just wanted to address some of the concerns around the table. I heard Ms. Kimball's question as well. As everyone is probably aware, NOAA GC cannot advise on antitrust matters, for better or worse. Once the council makes its recommendation, as you know, we evaluate and whether to approve the recommendation, whether it's consistent with other applicable law. So in this instance, NOAA GC would not be able to advise the agency on whether inclusion of option 2 would be consistent with other applicable law, primarily antitrust law. So in that instance, we would reach out to the Department of Justice for their advice and helping us with that. What we do have to point to is the Arnold and Porter memo. It is from 20 some years ago. I'm not sure how much antitrust law has changed in the last 20 years, but it does give us some guideposts to consider in terms of what information could be released and could not be released. And it also has a very helpful accounting of the history of the CRAB program and where the antitrust concerns were in the original implementation of the program. So
that's kind of the guidepost we have to look at. I think it's very helpful reference, but in terms of what the council could be considering, it's difficult to be the lawyer here because we're fish lawyers, luckily, not antitrust lawyers, and so we can't provide much context other than just outlining the process that we would use if the council were to recommend something that we did think raised antitrust concerns. Thank you.
Madam Chair, hopefully this one's easier. This is alternative 2, option 3, and this is the option to remove the requirement for a market report that's provided each year for each fishery that's open under the crab rationalization program. And based on discussions that we've had at previous meetings, there are other sources of information that are available that have been used by the parties for this information. Because the other sources of information are available and they're readily available and they're more current, it would not create any data gaps in the contract arbitration process if the requirement for a market report were to be removed. Based on discussions with both harvesters and processors, both sectors support removal of this requirement. And I just note that in the OMB PRA analysis, and it was noted that the cost for the market report and the non-binding price formula, and only the market report would be removed under this case, so it wouldn't be the entire amount, but both those in 2023, 2024 were $49,000 under the contracts that were issued. So some portion of that $49,000 would be the savings that would be realized by industry for not having to produce those reports. And I should note that figure was based on the fisheries that were open those years. There's a report produced for each fishery that's going to be open, or suspected to be open. So if additional fisheries were open, that potentially could increase, or if there are a few fisheries open, it could potentially decrease. Option 4 under alternative 2 is the option that would remove the requirement to use arbitration for non-performance. And regulations state that if an IPQ holder or an arbitration IFQ holder can't resolve a dispute under the obligations to perform specific contract provisions after substantial negotiations or when time is of the essence, the issue shall be submitted for binding arbitration before a contract arbitrator for that fishery. And so the two parties have to use that methodology to settle a non-performance dispute. They don't have the option of other methods to resolve the dispute, for example, going to court. The proposed action would allow performance disputes to be settled through binding arbitration agreed by the two parties, or as I said, civil court if this was removed. It's expected that going to court using civil courts is expected to be much more costly than using arbitration of any form to settle those disputes. And I would note that arbitration has never been used to settle performance disputes, but it has been used in the negotiation process to come up with an agreement for non-performance. And I would also note that unlike option 1, which is for determining the contract terms, either party to the arbitration could initiate arbitration under the non-performance standards. Because we would expect that civil courts to be considerably more costly and potentially take more time to come up with a decision, and the council and NMFS don't have the authority to establish the division of costs for civil trials. It could change who's required to pay either a higher percentage or the entire amount of going to court. You'll recall that under the current regulatory structure, the harvester organization and the processor arbitration organization split those costs equally. Basically, the money's collected as a fee on ex-vessel landings, and then that's used to pay for the costs. We also noted in the analysis that the judges making the decision may be less knowledgeable of the crab rationalization program and the fisheries in general than the arbitrators that have been selected by the two parties. And I also note that under the section that deals with performance disputes, and this was clarified by the council in June, that there are also regulations for quality disputes, but the council's action in front of them at this meeting would only address the non-performance dispute and not quality disputes. Those would continue to be unchanged in the current regulations. Option 5 is the new option that was added in June, and it basically deals with the removal of unnecessary regulations and providing information that's not necessary on an annual basis. And these are just some of the regulations that I was able to highlight that the council could potentially consider removing completely, depending on the actions they take at this meeting. I would also note that the market analyst and the market report are referenced over 50 times in regulation. There are other places where the regulations would have to be modified if the council does not require a market report on an annual basis for fisheries that are open. And so all those 50 references would either have to be removed or modified to indicate that they would only apply to the price formula, for example, instead of both the market report and the price formula.
Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's back on slide 24 under alternative 2, option 4 on non-performance. Can you speak a little bit more to how the last bullet there says arbitration's never been used to settle performance disputes, but it's used in negotiations. Can you speak to how it's used in negotiations, which parties it protects, and if it addresses situations where a harvester may not be paid timely by a processor?
Madam Chair, probably people that provide testimony are in a better position to talk about exactly how it's been used in these negotiations, and it would probably be, I would recommend that you ask the individuals that have been involved in those negotiations how it's treated, as opposed to my speculation, having never been involved in those.
Thank you.
Finally, the slides that you've all been waiting for are on alternative 3, withdrawing IPQ applications. And as I stated earlier in the presentation, the regulations require that IPQS holders and individual quota shareholders for the harvest sector submit their applications by June 15th. It's been discussed in past meetings that NMFS has allowed IPQ applications to be withdrawn before IFQ or IPQ was issued, but it was done on a case-by-case basis. And those applications for withdrawals were always issued well in advance of the IPQ or IFQ being issued in the fishery. The council selected the alternative that under the proposed change that IPQ holders or IFQ holders would have up to 48 hours after the TAC is announced to withdraw their application. And that was the option selected as part of the preliminary preferred alternative. And I would note also that the expectation is that because the IFQ holders could lease their quota. There's really less incentive for them to ever withdraw their application. They could lease their quota and be able to earn some revenue even if they didn't want to fish it themselves. The IPQ applications are the vehicle that's most likely to be withdrawn under this option, especially if processors have a processing firm that they don't want to operate. And if the quota application is withdrawn, then that quota would be proportionally distributed between the individuals that remain in the application pool. I would also note that there are no options included in the current suite of alternatives that would not allow withdrawals unless the National Marine Fisheries determines that they would not allow withdrawals under the status quo. And so the options before the council are continue the status quo or withdraw or will allow the withdrawal of applications up to 48 hours after the TAC is now announced. There's no option that says the National Marine Fisheries Service will always not allow the withdrawal of applications after they've been accepted by the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Has the National Marine Fisheries Service allowed withdrawal of applications for IPQ? And then my second question is, you mentioned IFQ can be leased, so IFQ applicants aren't likely to withdraw, but can IPQ be leased?
The first question is, there have been cases where, Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, there have been applications that have been withdrawn in the past. And as I noted in the slide, that those have traditionally occurred well before the IPQ was issued. And so they have occurred in certain situations. But again, there's no clarity in the current regulations that they would always be allowed to be withdrawn or not. And so this is seeking some clarity on exactly what the rules are for RAM or the National Marine Fisheries Service to allow those withdrawals to happen. Could you remind me of your second question, please?
Can IPQ be leased?
There, Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, there are custom processing agreements, which is essentially allowing it to be leased. I think the important difference between IFQ and IPQ is after share matching occurs, then the processors are bound to fulfill that contract. They've got to take deliveries of the harvest shares. And if they are unable to come up with a custom processing agreement with someone else to process that, they're still liable for processing that. My understanding is that there's no requirement that harvesters have to deliver all of their IFQ to a processor after it's share matched. And so under the terms of the contract, they could decide that, if they couldn't get someone else to harvest their quota, or they couldn't harvest the entire amount, there was some left over, there's nothing that would, in the contract, that would have repercussions for them not delivering their entire allocation. But processors would be required to purchase any quota that's delivered to them by a harvester. And I think that's the difference that I was trying to draw out in these cases.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Drawing on that distinction, which I think is important, is it not also the case that IFQ holders, if they're inactive, can lease their quota and draw revenue from it, and IPQ holders have to find someone to custom process and pay to have that processed? It's a very different situation in terms of the benefit you get from leasing.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's what I tried to describe earlier, that situation, yes. Whether I succeeded or not. The impacts of not allowing applications to be withdrawn under the status quo, it may increase the uncertainty of who will be issued IFQ, IPQ, and really IPQ. There's potential changes in tax revenue to communities depending on which processors may decide to withdraw their IPQ if it's allowed. The changes may not be all that great, especially if there's custom processing agreements because the processor decided not to operate anyway under certain circumstances. There's distributional impacts on processing workers depending on custom processing agreements and who is actively processing during a year. And there's the potential to reduce net losses for some firms if they're allowed to withdraw their application after the tax are announced, and they can determine with more information whether operating that year would be profitable or not. This slide deals with the impacts of allowing applications to be withdrawn under Alternative 3. First and foremost, it would establish clear expectations for the timeline that withdrawals are possible. It would lower the risk for IPQ holders to apply for IPQ in June because they would have more information available to them after the tax are announced. And the impacts on IFQ holders could vary. Harvesters would generally benefit from greater competition in IPQ holders to share match with, and IFQ holders are unlikely to withdraw their applications, as I indicated earlier. One issue that was raised in the paper during June that we didn't really have a very good answer for, and it was just a question to the council, was what would happen if no IPQ is issued during a year? What if everyone withdrew their application or no one applied initially? And this could happen under the status quo or under Alternative 3. I just included this discussion under Alternative 3 because it also linked, to the withdrawal of applications. And because share matching of Class A IFQ and IPQ is required under the CRAB rationalization program, if share matching could not occur if no IPQ was issued, or share matching could not occur if no IPQ was issued, and in that circumstance, NIMS could not issue the Class A IFQ. And so essentially, if you recall that one of the first slides I showed with how the TAC is divided, the 90% of the harvester shares that's issued as Class A shares would essentially be stranded that year, and the market wouldn't operate. It wouldn't be issued. Those crab would have to remain in the water. And so if the council thinks that that's a potential issue that could occur in the future, I think the council may wish to consider how to address this potential problem as part of a future action. It's certainly not part of this program.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you speak to the risk of this happening? I know we have 2 active processors in CRAB right now. A third's going to come online in March, but can you speak to the risk of no IPQ being issued so we know whether we need to really be thinking about this for the future or not?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I can't tell you how great the risk of this occurring may be. We only raise it because, like you said, last year there were only 2 processors processing, and depending on what the size of the tax may be in the future and the profitability of the firms that are actively processing crab, it may or may not ever occur. I can't tell you with any certainty whether it's going to be a problem. I think it's just worth raising the issue for the council to determine whether in your internal calculus as a council you think it's an issue worth looking at now or in the future.
Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for walking through a very complicated process this afternoon. On this last bullet, It does seem very unlikely, but just because you've spent so much time digging into this particular issue and identifying that the council may consider how this problem could be addressed, it just would be helpful. Is this particular problem within statute that would require Congress to resolve it, or is it within a rule that NMFS could adjust? Thanks.
My understanding is that while Congress authorized the use of the issuance of IPQ or processor quota, in this case, the council retains the authority to amend the program how they would wish in the future. The council has that authority. My understanding, having read through the action that led up to this, and so you'd have that authority. The reason I raised this was it was brought to me, and the question was asked to me by one of the processor representatives, and that what would happen if this were to occur? And I didn't have a good answer. We had some additional discussion with the agency and agency staff, and I just wanted to bring to the attention of the council that this would be the outcome if no processors applied for IPQ, that quota simply would not be issued that year, and there would be, those crab left in the water.
Mr. Brandon, I guess, isn't it fair to say, if we're looking at this action and this is a whole package, that there are some options under alternative 2 that would likely or could minimize or reduce this risk from occurring if the council decided to forward those options?
Madam Chair, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, anything else? Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but a comment. I just want to thank you, Mr. Brennan, for stepping us through a very sticky issue. And I hope we were not reminding you of your alligator comment earlier today. And thank you. You've really earned your award. So thanks.
Thank you for the kind words. It is a difficult issue for, I think, everybody sitting around this table and everybody in the audience. I've heard several people comment to me that it's really hard to wrap your hands around this issue, but I appreciate the kind words. I certainly don't have all the answers.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yep. You were done, right? I'm not. He's like, I'm done. If you say I'm done, I'm leaving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's some extra slides. Yeah.
There's extra slides at the end, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think you need me to tell you that you could select a final alternative at this point.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. We're going to take the AP report. We do have a reception planned at 6, so we'll conclude or finish our day after the AP report. I will ask any members of the public wishing to testify on this action, please sign up before the end of the AP report. We'll close testimony sign up at the end of the day here, and we'll begin tomorrow with testimony. Ms. Mann.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'll be delivering the AP report on C1. Here. Maybe. The AP recommends that the council takes final action and selects alternative 2, options 1 through 3 and 5, and alternative 3, option 2 as the preferred alternatives. For reference, the full June 2025 motion and the selected PPAs are copied below. I will just read our PPAs. Thank you. PPA alternative 2 changes the regulations governing the arbitration process. These options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, remove the requirement that the arbitrator can only select a remedy proposed by one side. Allow the arbitrator to select an independent or a compromise remedy based on the facts provided in the arbitration. Option 2, require a written report and rationale from the arbitrator to the parties to the arbitration. The report should largely mirror the written report submitted by the contract arbitrator to NMFS to avoid external costs. Option 3, remove the requirement for a market report. Option 5, streamline the information submitted to NMFS in the annual arbitration organization report and notifications by removing requirements for information NMFS already has, information that has not changed, and any other information that is no longer necessary. Alternative 3, IFQ and IPQ application withdrawal. IFQ and IPQ applications can be withdrawn after being accepted by NMFS at any time before Bering Sea Aleutian Island crab rationalization species tax are announced and within option 2, 48 hours after the BSAI crab rationalization species tax are announced. That motion passed 13-6. We had a substitute motion that failed, and the rationale for both are located below. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you for the AP report, Ms. Mann. Mr. Ritchie has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. Just in regards to the support for alternative 3, option 2, which is the 48 hours, I'm just wondering if there was any conversation around if that was just the better of the two, or if the AP felt that 48 hours was adequate.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, my recollection is there wasn't substantial discussion around this, and 48 hours was adequate.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. With regard to alternative 2, option 2, I didn't see anything in the rationale about AP discussion of the antitrust issues or implementation difficulty. Was there anything in the discussion that just didn't make it into the report?
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, I don't believe so. We did not spend a lot of time talking about antitrust issues. And if I'm wrong, the chair will correct me when he gives his public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Gohan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for the report. Can you speak to why the main motion, why the AP did not support alternative 2, option 4 on non-performance?
Through the chair, I can't, no. I don't think we had an extensive conversation around that.
Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate the report. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll break for the day and we'll come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and begin public testimony on C1. Thank you. Oh, and please, please attend the reception tonight at 6 o'clock, 6 to 8 at 49th State Brewery. Thanks. See you then.